Blanco, the Earth's sister, and today we're starting with Saturnastra, Deasura. And this is like this one is like a weird narration format that is Ada Bram Stoker told between true letters and diary entries. Alright, Chapter 1. An epistle compilation of 8 years of the life of the eccentric Captain Deura, a bridge version by Wicked Sophie. Forward. Circumstances beyond our control have aroused the need to rely on written documents to craft a comprehensive report on the heroic deeds of Captain Deura. Collecting the document was not too much of an arduous task thanks to the power of the powers of creation, and the consists of the first and foremost of the Captain Deura's diary, travel journal, letters, logbook, as well as any other piece of written information penned by Deasura's own hand, and any other unimportant events that she omitted will remain so seen as though human witnesses are unreliable and ever so forgetful. Personal letters, 10/17, month 1, day 1, year 1. Addresses, Venus World, 68, 397 East. And address, Dear Mona, hi, I just arrived to Saturnastra, codenamed Saturn, or maybe I got the names backwards. The trees in the forest are very, very big, and I have been in the forest for more than 2 hours, and I'm already bored of them. The deer don't come close to us because of our older brother, and the things that we are supposed to ignore while paying attention to them are already on to us. And we started out with 30, but now there's only 13 of us left. Just kidding, or maybe I'm not. This is the first time we have all been together in one location, and our schedules rarely coincide, and if there were more of us, but maybe they did not make it, and I wouldn't know or even remember. So the first has been moody as usual, and the third refuses to eat anything but cakes. And I won't bore you with the details of their antics, and since we have not chosen a name, it gets a little bit confusing to talk about us. So how's the job in the factory? I know you don't like to talk about work, but it is not as if I have done anything productive with my time. I saw a couple of squirrels and some Gregors here and there, and Mama says that there weren't going to be any Gregors in this world, and perhaps some of those inky men added Gregors to go along with the nature or for magical purposes. And you can grow interesting curses with their antennas, and their bulbous frames are a delicacy within certain circles. Forgive me for rambling, and I'm just writing this to pass the time, and I will write you when I see you again should anything interesting occur. And I know how precious your time is. Sighed Deasura. Month 2, day 1, year 1. Dear Daffodil, and I finally headed out on my own, and the people in the first town I visited were really nice to me. And they're always playing rock fights with me and throwing me free food wherever I go. And I'm not much for rotten tomatoes and lettuce, but I suppose due to the poverty I have seen, the townies are giving me what they can spare for their survival. And they also call me names all the time, and I do not know why, and I told them that I do not have a name yet, and their suggestions have been pretty silly. Well, you know how I feel about bad language, Mr. Daffodil. And these people got me thinking about my own name, and it does seem a bit silly to me to be choosy on the matter. And normally the parents name the kids, and I guess that because my mom is not my mother in the traditional sense, she gave me the option to name myself, or maybe she did not bother to whistle trivia matters either. And to amuse myself, I introduced myself with many different names to gauge people's reactions, and choosing the standard, hello, my name is so-and-so, and what's your name? And I quickly became familiar with the identities of all of the townies from the town, Dr. Apricot. I should have asked the name of the town. Nah, I don't really care where I am at the moment. I will not linger here for much. And the names that received negative feedbacks were Anise, Antimone, Arsene, Boldo, Boras, Chicory, Chuck, Columbite, Flank, Har, Marquesa, Nita, Saffron, Shank, and Polaroid, Trillion, and Urea. A pity because they were my favorite names, and they were all impartial to the name Deasura. The names that they did not like were a bit too common, like Isabella, Mia, Rose, and I guess I will go with the name Deasura then. And dear Mrs. Keeling, a nice fat lady escorted me out of town with the help of her 2 older children, and being naive little fools, they accidentally threw me into a ditch, and made mental note, Mrs. Keeling, to reward the courtesy on a later day. And personal letters, 319, classified, address Venus World. Dear Mona, I have made it to the sea, and the swimming down river was a lot of fun, and there were more than just fishes on the river, and this was supposed to be expected. And never been inside a river, but I have a rough idea of how they're supposed to work. And aside from trouts and basses, I saw otters, bears, crocs, mantas, and catfishes. On the unexpected variety, there was a bizarre little round fish with a flat tail and a protrusion on the mouth that resembled a beak. And there are a lot of bizarre little fishes in the river, and the others are color variants of traditional fishes. And they come in quite colorful combinations like red-white, blue-silver-green, or green-white-orange. And the most interesting of the lot were the flying butterfly mantas, and they do not really fly, rather they can propel themselves out of the water like the flying fishes. And to stay out, they fill their lungs with air and swell out till they can pop almost outside the water. And the way they skirt around the surface never fails to amuse me. And while regular mantas had the top black, these ones had interesting color pigmentations. The fishermen here are an excitable bunch, and it's not as if swimmers are a new innovation. And from time to time, I am joined by a few curious pups, and based on their taxonomy, they resemble requiem pups with their large round eyes and two of their 5 gills between the necks and shoulder, and skirmishes with the fishermen are all too commonplace among their kind. And since the pups regularly develop in the river, they take it personal whenever a human uses nefarious fishing practices to get the upper hand. And they lead traps or discard broken gear by throwing it into the river. And I more than once got tangled in a gill net, and after the second incident, instead of dislodging myself, I waited for the fishermen to come back. And they fished me out with a few innocent bystanders, and when they pulled me out, I asked, "Catch any good fishes?" And cutting me out, one of the fishermen said, "Sorry, my bad, pup." And together with his companions, they threw me back into the river, and then I think, "You seem like an honest bunch, and what sort of fishes are you trying to catch?" And based on their bizarre descriptions, they were trying to catch trout, basses, and catfishes. I then said, "Did you get what you were looking for?" "No," said the fisherman, starting to untangle the nets to pull them out again. "And have you tried a different fishing tactic?" I asked. "No, this is one of the easiest methods, and most of the time we get what we're looking for," says the fisherman. "You could try farming fishes," I suggest. "If only I had land," pouted the fisherman. "No, I mean fish farming, and you get a bunch of fishes, you raise them, and then when they're big, you eat them, excluding the ones you need to provide for the next harvest. It's no different than raising chickens, and it can help you avoid this misfire, I think." The fishermen were thoughtful for a second, but in the end they decided not to take any of my suggestions in earnest. It involved a lot of pointless extra work. As the saying goes, don't fix what's not broken. The following day I saw an interesting mutilated carcass of a human, and he was basically a human torso with all of his internal appendages removed, and his liver, heart, pancreas, kidney, and left lung were also missing as well. And not desiring to root too much into it, I decided to continue my journey towards the beach. And once I have explored the beach, I will write you again. Take care. In month 7, day 20, year 1. My most esteemed Baron Cedrin, and I arrived at the beach of town of Lutarnia, and it was at the mouth of one of the twin rivers beyond it were one of the many sea dragon archipelagos. And due to its proximity to the river, the town was populated by mermen known as cutthroats, and they wore the name like a badge of honor, warning other species not to mess with them, and they paid tributes to the king and never rebelled, and this guaranteed them a certain degree of autonomy unbeknownst to the other feudals. And as of lately, they have been causing a lot of troubles, and the fishermen claim that the problem began when one of their own killed a cutthroat pup, mistaking it for a normal fish, and pups do take a year or two to develop humanoid features. However, this should not matter much since the pups are strikingly different from trouts or catfishes, and even their faces, flippers, and the lower half of them had humanoid features, and the pastor knew what it was, and they killed the pup anyway. And as of now, the fishermen knew to stay away from the mouth of the river, though they were known to get butchered at other parts of the rivers as well, and the pups I had spoken to had no idea why the humans were dropping dead around their territory. And as far as they knew, humans were not allowed to fish in near their nesting ground, and if anyone was caught doing such a thing, the ending was not pretty. And I got to the beach, followed by one of my pup companions, and they were not too keen on braving the big wide ocean, and the waves were especially choppy, throwing my small frame every which way, and I lost my rope somewhere along the way, and they had lost all of the usefulness after I had become a little pup myself. And I swam towards the ocean and looked around in vain, and all I could find was a small portion of it. I ate it for safekeeping, and then I soon discovered that it was not meant to be eaten, and when I threw it out the portion, it had my stomach contents, which were swept away as well. Month 7, day 23, year 1. Deer said herefore, and the home of the Cutros to the outsiders appear chaotic, and they are a rowdy merry bunch with mean dispositions, and its impression is partly due to their round, soulless, dead fish eyes, and their single eyelid that blinks outward does not make them any more endearing, and the Cutros rely more on body language to communicate, with strong displays of ritualized violence, and my seaweed coverings and the blue hair won me plenty of attention, and a few of the pups did manage to guilt the adults into getting me some new outfits, and ritualized violence for the cultures comes in many flavors and dialects, and the most common behavior of the lot came in the form of what humans would call mugging. I saw one hold up a human with a knife, and after taking their shiny, the culture laughed and spit it in the face of the victim before returning the possession. And Jenny told me that such display was supposed to be complemented with something following the same theme, and to demonstrate this, Jenny went out to her neighbor, and Jenny started yelling and moving back and forth while staring straight into her companion's eyes. And she gave me the thumbs up and said, "Now you try it." "I don't wanna," I pouted. "Fine, suit yourself," said Jenny, laughing. "And you are all the same as father, so why?" I asked her. "And that may have been so many years ago, and since then, well, you know, my little colongo," said Jenny, chuckling. "I was just curious, I thought," I said, Jenny. "And do you need a place to stay?" said Jenny. "Nah, we are not allowed to have houses there." "No, do you have a place to stay?" I asked Jenny. "Nah, we're not allowed to have houses." No. I was just curious, I said to Jenny. "And do you have a place to stay?" asked Jenny. "Now, we're not allowed to have houses this time of year, not unless I buy it using this world's currency. And since I am support, my siblings gave me their allowance for me to invest in the markets," I explained. "And if you need money for your mission, we will be more than happy to give you whatever we can spare," said Jenny, opening her purse. And it did go dandy with her sailor dress and flat, skinny black shoes with a bow. "I can't take charity. My mother would rather we steal than accept handouts," I said, frowning. And I added, "And what are these people staring at?" "Nothing," said Jenny, chuckling. And I looked at the reflecting window and noticed that my algae and seaweed clothing looked ridiculous. The observer stared at my clothing, but I don't think I want them back after what the fishes did to them, I said, while continuing my walk with Jenny. "Oh, it's fine, it's 5, I said, grinning. "And I'm not going to tell you what occurred," said Handful. "And long story short, I have to give up on the large portion of the roast that my father made for me." Second entry. Jenny offered me her little shack for me to stay, and her shack has 2 floors and a working plumbing, and the windows are made of clear glass, and she has a plain white curtains, and she made for me the guest room, which has 2 beds and a nightstand and a lamp, and the entire shack is illuminated by oil lamps in lieu of torches. And I spent the rest of the afternoon sanitizing my temporary bedroom, and Jenny started seeing my efforts to poison the Gregors, and in the end I had to resort to use forbidden poisons, and by nightfall I won the war against the Gregors for the time being, and I had my peace. And when Jenny returned home from work, she noticed this change, and she did not seem to be humored by their answer, and she complained, "I get normal visitors, and I'm going to see that something is not right without those little plagues." "Unless the spiders and their webs," I said, smiling. "That is the one thing I would not have minded being removed," pouted Jenny. "And by the way, I brought you some clothing, and I think they're just about your size." And Jenny handed me a small brown package, and I opened the package with a grimace, and she had bought me a little black dress with a white apron, a straw hat with a red ribbon, and in the end I gave up my seaweed outfit. And Jenny took me to the river so I could bathe, and while there I saw the pups finally leaving the river and entering the town. Cultured children were pretty independent, and once they developed their feet, they went to town to do something with their life, like going to school or learning a craft. And Jenny narrowed her eyes and then relaxed when she recognized them, and she said, "I think that they are Sasha and Judah. They are my cousins, maybe." "Sure they are," I commented. "Man, I don't care," said Jenny, finishing dressing me. "And do you have any idea for a job?" "I got nothing. Worse comes to worse, I might just become a full cut purse, I said, smiling sadly. Oh, nothing. "Well, if you do decide to do that, you have my full support. Only do limit yourself to pickpocketing, and the best thing for you to do is be highway robbery, archaeology, or piracy," said Jenny, brushing my hair. "For now, I will try a regular day job and see how it works," I said, coming to a resolution. Fifth entry. Dear Master Bacon, You taste funny today, and the baked potatoes were acceptable, and I wouldn't mind much, seeing as though I must sleep on the matter that is to befall me tomorrow. And traditional employment-wise, my culture seemed more than willing to pay me to do odd jobs. However, they seemed inclined to pay me more than what they should, and even though I waited for dinner more than once, a normal person gave me alms because they thought I could not afford shoes. And it is not as if I particularly dislike shoes, rather I left them by the shore side during my swim, and when the high tide came I lost track of them, and this is getting ridiculous if you ask me, Mr. Bacon, and I better get my head in the game soon. Alas, this is easier said than done, and I much rather take it easy by the seaside, and I could easily forget and leave the rest to the others, only they are a constant reminder of what I must do. At first I need to get some seeds, and I do have an aptitude for growing things in my backyard, and maybe I can make some money selling something, crops or other. Seeds that might sell well, Month 14, day 30, year 1. Work was slow today, and the roses that have been brewing had not met expectations, and the fact that the word has gotten out on how they were made has not helped my roses stand out one bit. And people still prefer plants that grow from dirt and not from an ominous, bubbling cauldron. And after paying rent, I have only managed to break even. And as of lately, I have seen Jenny and the others leave for the ocean more often, and with minimal personnel, the place is almost a ghost town. And during this time, no visitors are allowed to enter, and I have been looking after the house while Jenny's away. And from what I hear, the mermaids need to spend some time in the ocean to avoid turning into humans, and the amount spent in the water shows in their physique, and those who spend less than a month almost pass as human, except for the colored hair and the fish eyes and the gills, and others have more pronounced fish-like appendages. And I have yet to grow my sea legs, as the saying goes, but I am as dexterous as any fish in the ocean, even if I don't look the part. And I always liked swimming, and too bad I cannot make money by swimming about, except for finding shiny bubbles, maybe. Third entry. You will never guess what happened to me 2 hours ago, and I am still steaming over the indignities I suffered at the hands of those filthy fishermen. And I left Richard in charge of the house when I went swimming, and I was minding my own business, checking out the corals and fishes, and I saw all manner of fishes and snakes and even a tiny sea dragons. And I call them sea dragons because they remind me of tiny seahorses with their bulging bellies and their curly tail and the small hand flippers. Anyhow, I saw above me a school of banner fishes, and my attention was soon drawn to a school of sardines in a bait bowl. And bluefin trevallies were in the middle nibbling at the giant ball of fishes, and they were soon followed by spinner sharks and sailfishes. And feeling slightly hungry, I joined the group to eat a bit of tuna, and I would not eat it whole but catch it and decapitate it and then skin it, and to get a nice meat inside. And once these crabs rose to the surface, the seagulls started to peck at them, and all was going well till we were all fished out, and I was dragged out of the water along with a shark, 2 marlins, and a couple of trevallies. And mixing with the larger fishes, I was taken out of the water by the fishermen, and the fishermen started smashing at the larger fishes, and when a fellow went to strike at me, at the shark, it smashed me in the skull instead. And breathing profusely, I yelled, "Ah, you're killing me!" And bewildered, the fisherman yelled and staggered backwards, and one of his peers came close to them and said, "The killer fish talks!" And put me back into the water, you fool, and the shark and the marlins too, or so help me, I say, shaking my fist at them. "If we let you back, what wish are you going to give us?" asked another fellow. Apparently he had heard some foolishness about talking, witch-granting fishes. "I'll give you a wish, all right. If you don't believe me, you will wish you were never born," I insisted. And this time the smash at the shark to coerce it, and his body went limp and for a moment and then started thrashing about again. And smashing me with his fin, he broke my nose and twisted my body. I wiggled past the shark and then out of the net, and brushing the blood from my hair, I said, "Ma, I'll make you sorry." "Whoa, that's a mermaid's curse. Send it back into the ocean," yelled the captain. And the fishermen obeyed, quite frightened, and they threw me overboard amid a torrent of curses originating from yours truly. And once I was back in the ocean, I was grouchy that they had not even given me an apology for hitting me in the head. And I waited under the boat to see if they would return my shark out to the ocean, and when they did, it was in a pitiful condition, deprived of his fins and other key appendages. And I healed the shark, which was quite grateful, and it took much gesticulation and not swimming a race, but eventually the shark learned to keep an eye out for human vessels. He was a smart shark. 7th entry. Jenny came home a few hours ago, and she was all hysterical because of my bloody head, and I lied to her and said I had a special condition that caused me to bruise more easily. And I learned Jenny said bandaging my head, and I thought that there was already a cure for hemophilia. I suppose there is, but don't worry about it. I can make more blood, I said casually, scratching the bandage. And moving my hand away, Jenny exclaimed, "Oh, stop that. You're going to get it infected." It's fine. Don't worry about it. Chicky, chicky. Jenny then left me alone and went off, mumbling curses towards my mother and my esteemed father and the fisherman. And she could not fathom why someone was created with such a fatal defect, though frankly I feel that she was taking things out of proportions, and anyone could bleed out after being smashed in the head a couple of times with a club. Personal letters, 119, month 3, day 11, year 2. Address, Venus World. Dear Mona, I finally got a day job that seems to be helping me make some progress. And the job is a little boring at times, but it is both rich and rewarding. And Jenny got me a job working in the recycling and salvaging team. And we got to keep spots in the ocean not to spill our relics from the palace of creation. And it's important to keep track of those chronology devices, lest they fall into the hands of the locals. And you know, Mona, I never did understand this restriction with technology. Then again, the dawn of science spells the demise of the magic. And it makes sense to put a little progress for the sake of cultivating profitable magic uses. At least that is the official excuse. And once I got Jenny to start worrying about me, I asked her, "Anything interesting occurring?" "Nothing much, just new construction projects in the shipyard. That seems the good king is having us built, and it almost feels like he lost his marbles," commented Jenny, preparing supper. "It can't be that bad," I commented. "Let's take the SS Imperial James, for example, and since Bersamin doesn't want to leak out the true blueprint, he has commissioned different shipyards to make the ship. And the final assembly is of course going to be done in Veraguero, which seems foolhardy considering that the nearest body of water is a lake and a shallow river. And so then why they bring the final ship, and surprise, it's shaped like a platypus," said Jenny, and she brought out the sketch of the ship for me to look at it. And I looked at it for a minute, and returning the drawing, I told her that it did look like a platypus, though frankly I was not seeing it. And you know how a little I like to argue. Anyhow, enclosed with this letter is my own sketch of the SS Imperial James, and the first in a line besides the first is a new line of a bizarre-looking ships that are now going to grace our waters in the coming years. And if you ask me, Mr. High and Mighty is trying to teach us idiots back in the palace about buoyancy. And I'll write you again if anything noteworthy happens, as hugs and kisses. Month 14, day 12, year 2. Dear Mona, I listened to your advice and moved on to more lucrative business of making cheese. And unlike my recycling job, the cheese enterprise has been seeing business outside of the cultural market. And locally, my cinnamon goat cheese is well received, and the traveling merchants have been raving about the chevre with lavender and wild fennel. And I have also taken care to do something productive with the Y, which is making pastries or using it to thicken sauces. And the Dutch cheese market is a bit more competitive, so I have been experimenting with methods for keeping it fresh for longer periods of time without hardening. And cream seems to be helping a bit. And with harder cheese, I am playing the waiting game, meaning that I'm waiting for them to get popular. And people look at you weird when you say that you aged the cheese for a couple of hours inside a different dimension where time flows differently. So I stopped describing my ripening progress and just told my customers I generated things that they were accustomed to hearing. And I also stopped telling them the source of the cheese. And if anything other than cow, goat, or sheep, they start freaking out even if the source is cleaner than traditional sources. Alright, that's enough about Deasura's cheese. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, there's a sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra Deasura. This is chapter 2. Just between you and me, here are the other sources of milk besides the above-mentioned sources. Buffalo, donkey, human, horse, moose, elves, camels, and cattle. The ones I get from Jenny's beef farm. So far so good. Yeah, everything's going just dandy. Take care. Month 14, day 13, year 2. Oh, dear Mona, my cheese business is going under, and I should have known that it was only a matter of time before the guilds caught wind of my little cheese enterprise. And without telling me, Jenny took the blame for my actions and paid a huge fine for running an illegal cheese enterprise without a license. Oh, I am back to square one, and what's worse, I lost the allowances my children had trusted me with. Oh, what am I to do? Well, no matter. How's the baby? Still giving you a hard time? Don't worry, you will wrangle him good one of these days, and if not, well, the clock can take him off your hands. And if you ask me, you were way out of your head with this mother thing, and it's an overrated experience. And as before, I write you if anything remotely humoring happens. Month 15, Day 1, Year 2. Dear Cardinal Servius, Jenny has informed me of an interesting recruitment event taking place in Sibila, and it is a bit of a high for me where I am, but I might as well participate since I have nothing better to do. And Sibila is the ancient home of dragon riders, and the dragon riders call it ancient, but most of those in the inside group know that it's only 500 years old, though it was built in the ruins of a true ancient city. And who were the inhabitants, and what had occurred to them was not a matter that anyone was interested in knowing. And it was a practical location which provided easy access to the mines in the mountain, and this made it a perfect nesting ground for dragons. And Sibila was there located a couple of miles north of Veragero, following the mountain range of Perlian. And this master rain was said to have a particular temperament, and aside from both name and cities, everywhere else was prone to landslides and avalanches during the winter. And surrounded by the misty eucalyptus forest, it was said that it was easy to get lost on the way to Sibila. And Jenny was mentioned in the precocious self-sufficient city because it was to be the unlucky host to Bersame's bizarre recruitment games, and designed to give poor peasants a chance at a sponsorship to join the army or the navy. The prospective trainees came from all over the continent, and some were slaves who would be sold as warriors. And this was a better prospect since they automatically gained their freedom after surviving 2 years of service in the army. And since their room and boarding was to be sponsored, whatever salary I would win, I would bang it myself. And the pugilist games were designed to gauge raw strength and dexterity, and the hosts of the cities were always picked by a lottery, and only previous winners were not asked to repeat the experience. And Sibila had always managed to avoid such a short, and so this year, surprise to surprise, Sibila was the only one left to bite the bullet. And to pretend to play ball, Lithuania always sent 5 participants, which was the bare minimum, and in a somewhat nonchalant way, Jenny told me, "You should try this. Just because it's an army thing doesn't mean that you will see battle. And the Navy controls a good significant portion of the ocean trade, and it is mighty possible to join them and work in one of those cargo ships." "Sure, but I think," I started saying. "It's fine, I know that you would do great," said Jenny more emphatically. And based on the short list, I could see the severity of the sporting event, and it was not so much as a sports where per se, rather they were the basics of basics with the ever-shrinking list. And each time the event was held, at least one event was removed, and ever the utilitarian, the veteran berserkers would prioritize sports that even the poorest of the poor could showcase their frugal abilities. And from what I heard from Jenny, the hunting event was the most dangerous, and the point system per kill caused some participants to act recklessly, and more than often than not, someone would get mauled by a bear or a tiger. And aside from hunting, the other events included were wrestling, swimming, foot racing, marathon, fishing, long jump, javelin throw, and plate battle. And after much discussion, it was agreed that this was the easiest and quickest. It was impossible to get in anywhere in either career path, but even so, I had to try. Month 15, Day 15, Year 2. Dear Mr. A, his way towards Sibila, and the games are not scheduled to start till the first day of the new year. And this makes me wonder at the wisdom of doing such an extraneous physical event in the middle of winter. And Mr. Casa famous for sending the small children into the wilderness during this time of year. And frankly, I think Bersame has been reading too much Levi. 4th center. Cheese rashes running low, toes numb for the cold, frostbite imminent. Another entry. I feel a lot better, and the cat happened to stop near a massive grave, and while the undertakers were busy rummaging through their corpses, I happened chance upon their camp and relieved them of their food supplies. And I did about 2 trees, some of my sardine companions too were in dire need of food, and it seemed that the leader of the caravan lied about supplying them with the meals in exchange for a ride. And one of my companions, a gentlemanly looking youth, 17, gave me a mean look for stealing, and his face changed to a look of gratitude when I fed him as well. and Mr. Ape. This made me feel quite content with myself, and I will continue in the future to make item runs to make certain that we make it to Sibira alive. And Sasha and Yuta, who also came with me on an unrelated matter that I'm not allowed to mention, will also help me with my little item runs. And frankly, I am starting to reconsider this whole course of action, and I'm not too keen on the whole keeping the public peace, and I prefer the Navy since it will keep me close to my favorite element. And like you know, it is dangerous to go swimming in my own home, and Sasha and Yuta had not returned to their swim, and based on their expression, they seemed mighty displeased by the whole river situation. And if the fishermen keep doing their dirty business in the river, the carters will be forced to act in accordance with their nature. Month 15, Day 15, Year 2. Dear Mona, and thank you for your humorous birthday card message. And I know it has not been easy to relay these messages to me, and you will happen to know that I have been growing the collection of your requests, and of the plant species, I have recorded 197 bugs and 719 other crawlies. And of the flowers, I had dried up a good number of viable specimens along with their seeds, and these little favors you requested, and alas, Mona, are the only seen fighting of the tedium which is to live in a medieval society. Though calling it medieval is a bit of an idiocy at this point. Rather, it is a level of technological and spiritual development that they have mastered. Being surrounded by so much human misery, it is no wonder. Never mind, so stars are best not entertained, and today we arrive at the bizarre city I was telling you about, the one founded by the Dragon Rider. And let this name not fool you, for they are no true dragon riders, if you catch my meaning. Though the process they took to mastering their beast was reminiscent of Renfield's Suphagios mania. And like our own dragon riders, this group of people have been possessed for quite some time, and with the desire to tame and improve the draconic breed, and they have also gone to great lengths to improve their own bodies through breeding programs, and their exact species is and what they are now is up to much debate, since the malleable dragon blood flowing through their veins allows them more crossbreeding options. And as for the city of Sibila, it has plenty of exoteric designs and homes made of bricks and other solid-looking materials. I do not know much about stones, and I was not allowed to linger near the residential area, and before the Scream Olympics could begin, and we were all given a physical exam, and they were checking for poor health, malnutrition, fat, eyesight, and all that garbage. And gender not being much of an issue since the events will not be separated by male or female. And army battle-wise, women are expected to pull their own weight. And this was the standard dehumanizing procedure, though the Dragon Riders took this public shaming a step further by examining all participants with the same scrutiny one employs when buying meat at the market. And it wasn't so much the touching, but the smelling that unnerved those waiting in line. And there was something truly bestial in the judges' gestures and movement. And this treatment was not homogeneous, and so people, after getting an eyeball from head to toe, progressed to the barracks without so much as a pat in the head. And while waiting in the barracks, I asked Sasha and Yuta, what was that all about? It's a dragon thing you will not understand. You remember how I told you not yesterday not to bathe? Explained Sasha. Yeah, I said annoyed. Dearest Mona, well, those who master deceased flesh with acrid odors made it harder for the examiners to tell if you were prime beef, explained Yuta. No way. Really? I asked in disbelief. Answered Sasha, grinning. And when the dragons came to see our group, I took that chance in us, and was with all of the smelling and touching. The furry-looking dragon rider said, it's a naga thing you will not understand, huh? That's their answer to everything. If you say so, I said, not convinced. And each time a dragon rider passed by, he used a different excuse, and eventually one of the party dragons told me, the long and short of it is that should this event ever repeat, no one will be willing to consult the dragon riders about this recruitment nonsense or whatever. And we have much better things to do with our time, but alas, this is not one of the quarrels of living in peace. Peace? What peace? Let me see. I asked. Well, in the old days there was a war all the time, every day, and now there's just a tiny rebellion here and there, and an occasional usurper that gets too big for his breeches. And go read as I say, said the dragon. And the rest of the day was spent being talked to death by the little critter, and was indeed happy at not being forced to do army battles. And as you can see, Mona, there are some structural similarities between these dragon riders and the ones that we know. And for now, I rest my pen. Deasura diary, month 15, day 17, year 2. To my most revered and respected Aunt Ladybird, is your husband still invading people's personal space? Well, when will he ever lower? And my food has just been concluded. And one of the priests overseeing the events came out to the girls and was offering their victuals and occasional candy. And I took the candy but declined the larger lager. And concerned the priest said, you must drink something if you have to continue the other events you signed up for. Couldn't you give me a bit of water instead of lager? I said, eating my honey cornbread. And frowning the priest said, you better not, the water in this place may not be safe for human consumption. And Sasha interjecting, saying, you may not know this, mister, but there is a good reason for this, and it has something to do with the draconic blood flowing through the veins of the dragon riders, and they need a diet of metals and poison materials to sustain themselves. The same way humans need to eat some meat every once in a while. I see, said the priest thoughtfully. Don't worry too much about it, mister. It will be fine, I said, closing my eyes and flapping my shirt collar to try to get some air. And indeed it was an unusually warm winter, my little ladybird, and the events were taking place in one of the many open courtyards regularly housed by the dragons. And a makeshift running corridor had been cruelly painted on the ground, and shifting around the sand, I felt a slight prick on my finger, and I noticed many dry dragon scales on the floor, and the others around me to discover the find. And soon all the participants were digging the ground and taking the scraps of dragon scales as souvenirs. And aside from the dragon scale, a few tiny ones, we had not seen any larger behemoths. And it was so anticlimactic, and Deura commented, the larger dragons are probably all sleeping on the ground. And Sasha added, it is probably a strategy thing. It is not good for people to know how many big dragons they truly have. And sure, one or two is intimidated, but if found out that you only have 10, then fear of the dragon riders may start to dissipate. Maybe they are not here, but in Veragheron, I commented. That is a possibility, said the twins thoughtfully. Second entry. The marathon road was more like a prolonged obstacle course, with the dragon riders randomly throwing heavy objects at us, and based on the smirks, this was one way they liked to amuse themselves. Then again, they did not want to participate in this charade, and according to Sasha and Deura, this is not even the real dragon rider city. Apparently, they made livable one of their old settlements, which was abandoned years ago for more fertile ground. And checking his head sadly, Deura commented, they really do hate people, don't they? It's not like that, my dear Deura, and they really did not want to participate in this farcical Olympics, commented Sasha. And things are only going to get worse when Bertame dies, I said absent-mindedly. The twins' eyes opened wide, and they were not aware of this tidbit of information. And when they heard of the source, the twins dismissed my remarks and went back to badgering the competition. Third entry. It seems like the dragon riders, who have not done much riding, want to rush through the events, and before it even began, they got rid of half the participants, and some are even being sent away after being short-winded in the marathon. And in their defense, they had not eaten anything because they thought that they had to pay for their food, and not even considering that the charity event offered free food, and they were sent away. And as the saying goes, the best things in life are free, and the larger buffet tables swarming with flies proved this fact. And then the next event I participated was the long jump, and despite its name, the dragon riders had counted the height one could achieve when jumping, and the first jump was upward, and the second was long, and the third was a deadly combination of both skills. And I guess this makes sense army-wise if you are expected to jump through barricades and whatnot, and being able to jump is an ability worth having. So remember that, my dearest cousin. And how the twins performed this jump was a bit unnatural, and taking a deep breath, their stomachs enlarged till they looked rather chubby, and together, when they felt a strong wind, they started running, and soon their feet were slightly off the ground, and the way they started twisting and flexing their bodies reminded people of snakes, and their arms flattened and formed fish-like wings, and once they were slightly in the air, they breathed down their nostrils till their frail skinny up so much so that their clothing was dangling. And the jump, if you can even call it that, lasted 45 seconds, and they covered the entire length of the courtyard, which was close to 100 meters. And the maximum height was 5 meters, and one of the participants remarked, and how are we supposed to compete with that nonsense? You're not, I answered, and they're not really here to get a sponsorship, rather the region is supposed to send someone as a show of good faith or whatever. After that unnatural display, no more people kept their distance from the twins. Fourth entry. The final event that day was fishing. And as dusk started falling, we each were given a rod and instructed on how to fish, and it was ironically the fishermen who were having the hardest time fishing. And they had given us the pole years ago and resorted to easier tactics like netting, trones, drift netting, and everything having to do with netting. And I did not have much luck wheeling the line, for I particularly did not feel like fishing with a rod, and since I had gotten a bit paranoid about the water, and I was refraining from going inside. As for the twins, they had put the hook in their mouth and filled it with sticky, yellowish amber goo, and the amber was luring all sorts of fishes to the line, but none were able to even bite down on the hook. And since the fish were near the twins, always tried their hands at fishing them, for which they were expelled for the games, and it was a bit frustrating to say the least. And when night fell, the dragon rider said that the event was over and they could stay and fish or return to the barracks and have some more fish. And I chose the latter. I stayed behind to fish. Last entry. How goes to my darling Viscount Salinas? How goes your family business? And mine has seen better days, and the fishing was as low tonight. And mostly because my heart was not into catching fishes with a fishing rod, and instead of a hook at the end of my line, I only had a little wooden fish with the color black and yellow, and fishes always kept away from anything matching those colors. It was splashing my feet to the murky water, and noticed something quite odd indeed, and the water was pure crystalline and a little bubbly too, and after drinking its effervescence reminded me of mineral water, and it was a bit salty, for it consisted of the water, and then I took my first bath in 3 days, and as before, I had left my clothing outside the river after washing them as well, and I stayed inside the cool mountain spring water while I waited for them to dry. And my random muses must have attracted the attention of someone, and when I looked towards the tree branch where my clothing lay, I noticed that they were gone, and the only thing that was left was the little scrap of rose which I had always tied to my shoulder like an armband. And I did what I naturally did whenever somebody stole something from me. I pretended to cry, and surprised to the surprise, the assailant came back, and not to return my rose, but because he noticed the large peril I had tied to the side of my head. And when the man came to jack my hairpiece, I held onto his hand with both my arms, and I pulled him towards the ground, and the force of the pull caused him to fall headfirst into a conveniently placed rock. And I recovered my stolen goods and other items he had taken from other people, and I used this little thief to add to my inventory of clothing and valuables. And after I was done rummaging his pack, I stole his shoes and I shaved his hair. And a voice from the darkness said, "Wouldn't it have been easier for you just to kill him?" Not really. He has not done anything I would not have done, and the fact that I was focused on something else, for lack of a better word, made me an easy target, that's all, I said, Johnny. And the second voice drew closer and added, "What a bother, and it's getting late, and we should be heading back." And I got up and went to the barracks, and the people who had survived today's elimination round were celebrating, if you can believe me, my dear Viscount. And to speak though, the tournament was only a matter of formality, and everyone already had been picked their winning horse, which made me ponder on my own chances of getting a sponsorship and maybe some legal papers. And I did not even have a birth certificate. I mean that literally, my dear Salinas, and I do not know why people put so much emphasis on such trivial little paper. And it must be a medieval thing. And in the middle of the party, I saw the thief stumble back in, and he seemed quite disoriented with his bald head and bleeding forehead. And his friends had a hearty laugh at his expense. And you finally got what's coming to you, one would say. And others asked, "So who was it that got you good this time?" And he saw me, and for a second his face turned beet red, and then his face softened, and he said, "I got robbed by a water nymph, and she had giant red eyes and claws of steel and the hair made of water." And the fellow certainly had an eye for exaggerating. Then again, it struck me that I had reversed to my true form, and when I thought myself alone, and it is not much of a true as the skin we most feel, and it's not a true form per se, as it is the skin that I feel most comfortable wearing. And I do so pity those powerless humans that they must be content with whatever their DNA gargles up. And since the barracks were noisy and my bunk bed was occupied, I decided to head out to sleep on the water away from all that racket. And before making it to the exit, I had to pass through the gauntlet of drunken debauchery. And I still passed through the shuffling and fighting and scuffling and screaming. And just as I was putting my foot out the window, a big hand grabbed my ankle and pulling me back down with a jerk, and the smelling of a drunkard said, "I hear you're a mermaid. Sing for us a song, you little mermaid." "You're confusing mermaids with sirens who lure sailors to their death," I started explaining. and putting me over his shoulder, he pushes me through other men and places a stool on top of the table, and then he puts me on top, and in a hoarse voice he yells, "Look here, man, the little mermaid is going to serenade us." And frowning, I sang one of the popular ballads of my time and in part of this continent, and I sang it using an alternate combination of tritons and semitones and using a C major scale. And the end result was most welcoming, and I was hooded off my stool and was allowed to go about my own devices in peace. And once I got outside, I saw that the same priest from before waiting for me, and since I was feeling he's going to become a recurring character, my dear Viscount Salinas, I might as well inform you of the basic information about this pesky priest. He was in his mid-30s, which was like this world, and for some reason human bodies only start to show signs of aging once they turn 50, and he has been golden sash around his waist, and the chest was well open, and he had a lot of bracelets, jewelry, necklace made of stone which were normally found at sea, and the thickest of the necklace looked like a head of a snake biting a large pearl, and below the pearl was a round medallion with the image of the sea goddess Deasura. And she was depicted like a mermaid with her arms outstretched, parting the ocean around her, and there was a circular frame around her with some writing as well as some type of pentagram behind the mermaid. And after looking at the medallion, I fixed my eyes on his veil and its tiara ornamentation, and the veil was see-through, and his hair was adorned with ornamental lilies tied to his long red hair braid. And his face was not the least effeminate, with his strong chin and large forehead, and the makeup did not help him much in his quest to pass for a woman, though at least he had a good makeup artist, and the color combination went well with his naturally skin color, though I had to notice that over the course of the day he was quickly developing a farmer's tan. And the priest said nothing while I studied him coolly, and I guess he was used to this sort of thing, and why or how he got away with this considering the prejudices of the time was a matter I was not too keen on investigating. And when he saw me staring at his honest black eyes, his mouth showing his dimples on his face, and I returned the smile to show my own eagerness to at least tolerate his presence. And then he said, let me see. "I see you find my clothing unusual, though I am a bit surprised as to why you bothered to give a proper look at me today, and before then, you did not even bother to make eye contact. Alright, so let's leave this here. Bye-bye and God bless." Like his outfit is kind of like the priestess of Atagartis, which is what I was going for, which is what like an old ancient mermaid code from like 5,000 years ago. Well, bye bye and God bless now for real this time. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, Deasur's sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra, Deasura. This is chapter 3. "I never make eye contact with people when I speak with them," I said plainly, fixing my gaze on my little cocuyo, commonly known as a fire beetle. Following my gaze, the priest made a motion to catch it with both his hands, and he kneeled down to bring it closer to me. His hands were glowing phosphorescent green, and like one of those little cute geckos who focus their gaze before striking, I focused my eyes on the man's forehead, and this gave the illusion that I was earnestly looking at him in the eyes. And then he finally asked his pertinent question. "I was wondering why you sang so queerly today. I heard you in the forest, and you sang rather prettily. Truly, your voice is akin to the melodic voice of our goddess," he added foolishly, letting go of the little cocuyo. And once again my eyes started to wander to more amusing items. "I'm bored, and if that is all you have to say, I will go on my way," I said, walking away. And he tried to detain me by the back of my dress, but I moved away before he could grab at me. And he started following me towards the woods and spouting nonsense about something or other. I was not in the mood to paying attention to his conversation. I returned to him when I heard when I heard he had a nasty fall tripping over some roots. "The forest is no place for a lady," I said, chuckling. "Ha ha ha. And this wouldn't have happened if you would have stopped when I told you to for the 100th time," he said angrily. "I do what I want to do, and you're not my father," and I said, putting my foot down on his toes, and he grabbed his toe and he started cursing and yelling. Apparently I had messed up a nail that had already broken somewhat to the middle due to his fall, and grabbing his leg I said, "Stop belly aching, you're acting like a big baby." And I placed my hand over his leg and I healed it, and getting up, he was amazed at what he called my miraculous powers. Sensing a sermon over the horizon, I jumped into the nearest body of water and I could find, and making myself smile like a little tadpole, I waited patiently till he gave up searching for me. I have a bad feeling about this priest, my dear Viscount Salinas, and I should have just let his stupid toe rot out. Month 15, day 18, year 2. A cold frost fell today, partially freezing the pool. And since the weather is expected to disintegrate drastically, the swimming competition has been cancelled indefinitely. And instead we did a bit of javelin throwing and wrestling, and I abstained from both sports since I hate pugilism of any kind, and play battle was just as annoying. And even with sword, most of the battles had the bad habit of degrading into fisticuffs. And if they were using trousers, the hand would have been sliced to ribbons hundreds of times. And it was refreshing to see one particular fellow to bring in a kill, even with a blunt instrument. In retrospect, I should have at least tried hunting, and I was just not feeling it, you know. And I'm not a big fan of red meat, and thus I did not want to kill anything that I had no intention of eating, or even selling. Good night, Becerra. Sorry to have bothered you. Close to dusk, I went to the pool and tried the ice out, and after touching the surface, I noticed that it was thick enough to support my weight. And I got my skates out from my armband, and I started ice skating. And I was also joined by the twins, Deura and Sasha. And the two had taken their skates just in case the weather turned cold, and slowly we were joined by others like the dragon riders and a few other nobles who had the foresight to buy ice skates. And I said to Yoda, I'm surprised that they have ice skating in this world. It is within the allotted margins, and there has been instances where men had to go through large frozen regions on ice skates, explained Yoda. And the version has been around in the northern lands for more than 2,700 years, said Sasha. Really, I said Incredulous. Really, said Sasha, bored. I decided not to press the issue, and changing the subject, Sasha said, I saw Belle Marduk the other day. Belle Marduk? Who's that? I asked. That's the name your brother chose, said Sasha. Sounds like him, alright. Picking a name that will go with the theme of this planet is about right, I said thoughtfully. We're not in Saturn, not Jupiter. We are in Saturn, not Jupiter, Deasura, corrected Deura. It's called Saturnastra, last I checked, I corrected Deura. You can call a planet whatever you want, and we all know what planet you're talking about, insisted Deura. And narrowing my eyes, I distanced myself from the twins to show my displeasure, and I heard Deura say to his brother, you know we're not allowed to call them on their nonsense. And what a bother, unlike you, I do not have patience for whatever they are, said Deura. And I decided to ignore them for the rest of the evening, and picking up a little speed. I started a little routine while skipping and dodging to the less skilled skaters, and with each jump I felt the ice crack below me a little, and I skated towards where the ice was thinnest, and down below I went to the shock and amazement of those around me. And I heard some commotion and splashing about as some rushed in to play hero, and in the end I saw the blowfish eyes of Judas taking out the poor frozen wannabe hero, and in the end I got my head out of the water and gingerly came outside. And the priest fellow threw a warm blanket over me and carried me to the tent as if I was some invalid. And I was too much and I felt much to complain, and in the end I said, did you forget that I know how to swim? And chuckling he said, yes, I did. And why can't you just leave me alone and mind your own business? I can take care of myself just fine. I don't need any saving, I said, removing the cloak and my soaked through skates. And shaking his head sadly, the priest muttered, you sound just like my sister. He left stoically pray to his goddess for my soul or whatever, and unlike my siblings, I am not the sort of person to pry into people's past, nor do I care about their personal motivations, my dear Muffin. Month 15, day 19, year 2. It seems that this ancient saying runs true even today. He who does not want soup must drink to both. And I find myself perplexed and a little disappointed by this turn of events. By the turn of events of the tournament, and in hindsight I should have at least participated in a few physical battles. Not that it matters now that I think about it, and despite my best effort, I was not drafted into the Navy. Even though I specifically stated my preference and even displayed my knowledge of navigation, ship making, and management. And there was a silver lining in this entire state of affairs. The pesky priest became my sponsor, and the final result was set by the sleeping-looking pudgy dragon, and he was the last of his kin to remain in the vicinity to give some semblance of order to the entire affair. and most of the dragon rider officials had already left in search of a productive use of their time, and the dragon had flown into the broken window of the barracks, and he started speaking in a raspy, high-pitched voice as thus: "Well, guys, after much deliberation, the sponsors have already chosen their cattle or whatever, and I will read out this list with the participants' name and the sponsors who won them. And if you go outside, their vassals will be holding up a cruise sign and yelling the name of the person they won. And if I know you can't find your mate, come to me and I will personally guide you to your sponsor or give you the bad news that you have been dreading." When I went outside, I mulched the mass of human flesh to find the boots of the Navy, and I was disappointed to see that they did not want me. And I pleaded my case, but the captain gave me an odd look and said, "A girl like you would be far too distracting for my man." And shaking my fist, I said to the captain, "That's funny coming from you." "And then there's that reason as well," said the captain. "You are too unruly to make a proper soldier. Why don't you try prostitution? It seems that you will fit in well with your kind." "Yes, but nothing, and I think one of my sisters is doing that, so I do not want to compete with her," I said, pouting my lips. "Good for you," said the captain in a condescending tone. And I made a mental note to get revenge on that wench, and I started to looking around in vain at all the possible promising ventures. And when everyone started dispersing, I was able to see the pesky priest with a cruise sign that said, Deasura. And I came up to him like a lamb being led to a slaughter and said, "Here I am." And he came to me and said, taking my hand, "My name is Leaf Pasha, and I'm going to be your sponsor from now on, and as you traverse through this wondrous career opportunity, which is being a priestess of Erua." "Why me?" I asked, moaning. "Why so glum? I thought you would be happy, seeing as no one else wanted you. The fish told me all about you, and don't worry, I'm going to make it, so you never have to worry about money again." "Just what exactly did they say about me?" I said, narrowing my eyes. "Oh, don't worry, nothing too personal. And just that you were an orphan mermaid who tried to open a cheese business and was muscled out by the Merchants Guild," said Liz, petting my head. Rolling my eyes, I thought, "It sounds stupider the more people say it." And removing his hand, I said, "Look here, bud. I am not some damsel in distress. I just want to try some legitimate work, lest I be forced to steal for want of bread. Look here, lass. You do not know how this world works, and without connections you will have no choice but to resort to sordid means of surviving. And being a priestess will help you move up in the world. And people always look down on orphans, but they always respect priests regardless of their backgrounds. And if you wish to be a respectable member of society, this is the only path left open to you," said Leaf sternly. And I pushed down my nose flat towards my mouth, and I got that effort to smell my own nose, and it was a bizarre motion I always saw my mother do whenever she was thinking and she thought no one was looking at her. And whenever she was caught, she always brushed aside her left and right side of her nose, pretending to clean the grease off of it. And after seeing her do that several times, I had picked up that creepy habit. And looking up at Leaf, I saw a faint suggestion of a grin, and I said, extending my hand, I will take you up on that offer for a couple of years, and if nothing comes from that venture, I will try my luck elsewhere." On a serious note, I spent a good portion of the afternoon getting acquainted with Leaf, and he was one of those young, optimistic priests who hoped to save the world with his Bible or whatever he had in hand. And while the original cult of Erua was content to live in the fringes, Leaf hoped to bring into the limelight his beloved goddess. And based on the second-hand data from the Oculus, the god of Erua had developed quite a significant following over the last 15 years. And originally the Erua goddess was reserved to the ascetic-oriented fellows, and men who would turn their backs on society, going as far as castrating themselves to fight their evil urges, and they would live in the wilderness performing rituals which resemble frenzied dances most of the time. And as for Leaf, he has spent a great deal of time explaining to me how this cult differed from his predecessor. And originally Leaf had joined the ascetic cult in a burst of teenage rebelliousness or whatever, and everything went sour as surprise when the castration scene occurred. And while literally hovering between this world and the next, he had a vision of the goddess Erua, and he described it as falling in love for the first time. And the first miracle that the goddess worked upon him was the restoration of what had been mutilated. And I never figured out why humans enjoy so much chopping out their body parts into millions of pieces. And they should be happy with what they were given or something like it. I care not much about their nonsense, but then again, I come from a species of beings that can alter their bodies to their moods, so I suppose that they do what they must in order to find happiness or whatever. Anyhow, since that day, Leaf have been a prophet of the goddess, listening and obeying to her every whim. The true form of the goddess was not the mermaid that was displayed on his pendants, though he explained, men find it easier to pray to something with a familiar face than a fish. Yeah, it's only moon made her more approachable, I said with much enthusiasm, and by then I had grown tired of his long-winded explanation of his religion. Then again, this guy is a preacher. He can't help but lecturing people all the freaking time. Though if you ask me, the poor bastard just likes to listen to his voice 24/7, or should I say 30/15. I'm still not used to the bizarre time schedule of this gas giant. And the goddesses, should I say goddesses, were clusters of tiny bioluminescent fishes that schooled together to form a concise form. And at the center there was a large red glowing rainbow deep sea calm jellyfish, and it had a faint tranquil presence about it, as it casually delivered its divine light into lesser companions, and I spent a good time of it analyzing this godhead in a pointless effort to divine its intention. And the tiny human or lesser goddess at least did have some semblance of intelligence, though the entity known as Erua was lacking any intelligible thought that I could grasp with my telepathy. During my ruminations, Leaf casually watched me in silence, and he guessed I could see the goddess's presence, incarnation, avatar, or whatever, and based on previous records, she was the most multi-faced of all of the local goddesses, known all throughout the world by different forms and names. And smiling, Leaf said, I knew you were someone blessed. Nah, I just have better eyesight than the average fellow, and with a proper set of eyes, you could even see the dark matter, I said, twirling my hair. Dark matter, asked Leaf, concerned. Nothing you need to worry about, bud, I said, shaking my head sadly. To my dear Tammy Lime, Lisa just finished gathering supplies, and he left me in the companionship of a few other priests and their bodyguards. And while he made arrangements about a ship we were going to take, and my party waiting for him was sitting on the benches beneath a covered waiting area in the docks. And like the priests, the well-armed soldiers were sporting makeup, and men wearing makeup was a visual representation of their adoration of the quixotic aquatic goddess Erua. And considering the balancing of the deities in this region, it makes sense that the polar opposite of the talkative, willful, bipolar river goddess Lisa would be the distant, impersonal Erua. And Lisa was the sort of goddess who one had to appease, and was often considered to be on par with demons. And she did not have a formal worshiping system or even a shrine, and rather just a set of superstitious rules one had to follow to avoid incurring her ire. And in accordance with her superstition, we were going to wait till sunset to start heading downriver, and to go upstream one had to do it by sunrise, and one of the priests, an ebony-colored gentleman, started asking me some basic questions, like my age and stuff. I told him I was 9, which was the truth, and I had celebrated 2 birthdays with my siblings before coming to this world, and after my Duke, we were all active, born, or whatever, 2 months in between, with the exception of the twins, and I was the last one, and therefore I was the youngest, and I have been taken upon myself a body in turn with my true age, and since the age was the youngest age allowed for this sort of games. And do you know how to read? He asked. No, my father read everything to me, so I never bothered to learn, I said nonchalantly. And one of his companions whispered something to me, and the ebony fellow nodded and wrote down a sentence. Read this aloud to me. They gave to her the nutmeg, and they gave to her the ginger, but she gave them a far better thing, 7 gold rings off her fingers. As I completing the verse he was quoting. And the fellow was thoughtful for a moment, and apparently the first half was just a random nonsense. And the following fellow gave me a sheet with math questions and a long word problem, and it seemed to be a common procedure with everyone they hire. And I answered to the best of my attention span, and at the end of this 10-page examination, I simply left it to father to answer the rest. And father gave me a mental note of the bewildered expressions, and they must have seen my glassy eyes, but chose not to comment on it. And it seems such knowledge traces were a common miracle or a blessing or Erua, and she's known to be an ocean of information and all that nonsense. Then again, this is just a speculation on my part. What are you exactly? Said one of the soldiers bluntly, because Leaf was a bit sketchy on the detail. Doesn't really matter, I mean, really. And why must humans get all caught up in such trivialities? And for example, for all intents and purposes, I am Deasura. And then just leave it at that, I said, dodging around the question. And seeing another bodyguard about to protest made me say, I am for the moment what you call it, a mermaid, but I am more related to the neck, or nynx, and everything that it implies. What? The fellow confused. I need to have a daily contact with water or else and I grow physically despondent and my companions still will to the violin and other musical instruments instead of singing. And they do not have a true voice of their own and thus they like the gift of song. And I am the exception to this rule and I can sing quite nicely if I have a mind to do so, which I rarely do. So do not ask me to serenade for your amusement as I concluded my long-winded explanation. And there were other important gimmicks relating to my companions and myself, but I chose to omit them for brevity's sake. And I also added they made a witness to my companions that is to make them at ease, and you must always feel safe next to beings that they think they can kill. Night has fallen and the boat ride has been quite uneventful, and boating is truly the safest way to travel the kingdom. And with large masses of water all about and the dangerous critters lurking below, it is hard to sneak up and try to fish something fishy. And as I found the guards, some of my companions are asleep. And a few hours ago, leaving the others badgered me with some conversation, and from time to time they would pet my hair or kiss my forehead whenever they thought I did a good job. And it does not take much to impress silly little humans. And so these people were the touchy, kissy, affectionate, I decided to lay down some important ground rules. And I took an apple from the fruit stand and took a bite to add more visual emphasis to what I wanted to say. And I was disappointed when I saw that eating an apple did not carry the same meaning. And science started as though, first of all, I am not convinced that hanging out with you guys will be a profitable venture. Also, if you can stop with the hugging and the petting and kissing, it might make your companionship a lot more bearable. And said, why do you hate being touched? Asked Lee showing genuine concern. And based on one of his memory fragments, I knew that such a negative response to touch was common to those who have been victims or people who have been tortured at some point or another. Now it's nothing of the sort. I'm only giving you guys a warning, unlike the others. Poof, gone, kaput. And what I'm about to say is, well, there is, let me see, yes. Well, at certain times, I cannot say when, exactly when my skin releases a sort of poison. And that if I touch it, can kill you in an instant. And the problem is, this problem goes away in about 2 years or so, give it a rotate. So if you want to leave, don't touch me. It's for your own safety, I say, concluding my explanation. Leave was tough, and just saying that you have been touched will have sufficed for us, and there's really no need for such an elaborate lie. Yeah, whatever, just leave me alone. I don't know you enough to allow you to pet me. I said, jumping into the water. And I followed the boat till an hour before midnight. And there was a strange stillness in the air, and it was making me feel somewhat paranoid. Month 1, day 1, year 1. Happy New Year's and happy birthday, Mona. How is the financing going? And my house's situation is dicey, but I am still here, so I feel optimistic. More to the point, I need some advice. And my guy so whatever happened to pet my hair, and I don't know why he's obsessed with my blonde hair. Anyhow, he happened to do it during one of those moments when the toxicity levels of my skin rises to unsafe levels, and he did not die because of his colors, which is more the pity. And now I have to contend with his pointless questioning, and he seems to truly convinced that what he saw was real, regardless of what I say, and he refuses to believe me, and no matter what, he's hallucinating 24/7, and I mean 30/15. And this is a bit unnerving that he refuses to turn a fat eye to the entire situation, and he keeps on staring and staring at the river, and I need a solution pronto. Month 1, day 2, year 3. Mona was no help at all, and all I got was a scribble note telling me to kill Leaf, and if it was detrimental to my mission, and if it was up to Mona, all problems would be solved with violence. Though I find the thought quite appealing, and though this morning Leaf at work in a bit of a haste, and his companions worried about him because he looked unkempt, and he was wearing the same robes from last night, and his makeup was running, and he was mumbling to himself and looking over his shoulder from time to time as he walked back through the small out of the vessel, and the monk started pestering him about the condition of his companion, and he asked, and what happened? You did this to him. Yeah, but I warned you guys, it's not my fault that you guys chose not to believe me, I said, sitting down by the fence of the boat while hanging my feet out, and the weather was choppy enough to get my toes wet, and I left alone with the priest and the bodyguards arguing, and in the end I went to Liz to suggest getting rid of me. At least that is what I think happened, and everyone in the garden was yelling and screaming my name. And this made me sad, my dear Ortus, because it's not my fault. I was just trying to do my best, and now if I'm getting this toxicity, it's only because, well, there's no point in thinking about it. And I was foolish to hope for more than 2 years of peace, and I will have to be more careful from now on as I walk with normal people. And I would not have to suffer such alienation if I had not lost my father's robes, and the fragment I have is just not enough. Alright, let's just leave this here. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, dear sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra, Deasura. This is chapter... okay, retreat. Oh yeah, chapter 4. I ate a silent meal with Liz and the rest of the guys, and Liz was looking a lot better, and he had bathed and changed his clothing, though he had not bothered to put on his makeup, so his friends were still worried about him. From time to time his eyes would wander, and his head would jerk around violently as he tried to follow the movements of something swift that only he could see, and after dinner we got off the boat, and we went together to an abandoned fishing village. And Liz went towards the graveyard alone, and I started to follow along, and the ebony priest made a motion to stop me, but his hand flinched away from me. And Liz stood before the graveyard, and he yelled, "Eric!" And after yelling this, he returned to the ship. Since the brooding, the ebony priest is going to be keeping appearing in my life, and I best could bother to remember his name. He's just your type of gentleman, my dear Kuberli, stoic, and he never wastes a word, and I was taking at least 2 seconds before responding, which creates the illusion that he is low, or that he does not know what he's talking about. And his name is Rabel Sigain. And before joining this cult, for lack of a better word, because it only has a few churches and only about 330,000 followers. Ah, yes, where was I? Yes. Rabel was a merchant nobleman, and his father had married another woman, and instead of following in the family business, Rabel was saw a more profitable venture in managing Leaf's little cult, and now that I think about it, 30,000 is a respectable number, and his most distinguishing feature was his bright blue, white left eye. And Rabel had acquired that color when his father had sucker punched him as a result of his terrible life choices. And the poor fool thought of Rabel like man, and considering the makeup and the dress, who can blame him? And if Rabel was the one who truly wanted to recruit me, and he had apparently seen me with a blue hair and red eyes, and he thought that with the addition of a fake fish tail, they could market me as a living avatar of the fish goddess. And the more I think about it, Kuberli, the more I know me sings, and I should go along with Rabel's plans, but only if I get part of the proceeds. But it's an anathema to play God, and I could get in trouble if my family finds out, but it's for a good cause, so I'm sure they would understand. Liz finally went to sleep, so I am finally able to have some peace and quiet, and his vision seems to have gone away, and with any luck he will not see anything bizarre in the near future. And it is best that he gets those things out of his mind for good. And I spent a good portion of the time talking with Rabel alone, and we both agreed that Liv would never agree to a little money-making scheme. And during the midst of our debate, Rabel suddenly possessed by another thought, and he thought, why am I talking with you so serious? It is because you're making eye contact with me, and normally you hear a little girl talk, and your brain pulls a switch and tells you not to take me seriously. And I find a little habit of normal people so annoying, so I use a type of hypnotic suggestion to make you believe that you're listening to the words of an adult. And it will no longer work now that I have made you aware of it, so it was fun talking with you, I said, getting up and starting to leave. So it reminds too, I said, Rabel curling his lip. Yeah, I know, and I can, but I choose not to, and I just know that look, and it was the same mean expression I got when I tried to state my case to the Merchants Guild. And I have a good cheese business, but all this I was a little kid who was not playing by the rules, and as if they were so of mistake. I said, looking back at Robert and sighing, I said, I suppose some things cannot be helped. After this incident, I saw Leaf visiting Rabel, and the pair stayed up a good portion of the night having adult talk, not caring enough to butt in, and I went to sit at the front of the ship to look at the shimmering moon reflected on the river banks. And I turned my head back to stare at Rabel for a moment, and for a second my eyes seemed to see him wearing a striped shirt and a red bandana, and this temporary play of lights and shadows made me smile. Ah, to dream anew. Months to the night, year 3. Dear Mona, he gave me the care package you sent me, and for now the blue dress will have to do, and Father is scrambling to make me some replacement robes, and I doubt they will get done quickly enough to be relevant, and I got the prince to the Principality of Mesa, and it was ruled by the unofficial heir to the throne, Prince Leonis. And I do not know much about the father, except that my dear Marduk especially asked me to protect him and him with my life. And as the sole heir, Prince Illinois, age 3 normally gets an assassination attempt every other day, and getting entry to this water principality is not easy, and the fellow commands the Royal Navy, and Benjamin has been grooming him to be his successor for the last 15 years or so. The new city is nice so far. It is far more cosmopolitan than the story merman town, which is more frankly closer to a fishing hamlet, even with the occasional fancy abode. Then again, it makes even sense to invest more resources in maintaining the watery abodes than their human residents. And Misa, on the other hand, had large clusters of alabaster stone homes built together, and the red brick roofs were another good measure, and the coast was a bit like a crescent moon, with a large bodies of water on either side and at its center. And at each tip there was a single lighthouse, and the center of the coast was littered with tiny rocks, and one needed to be quite familiar with the ground below to maneuver through this coast. And the city was divided in half, with one large portion inside the wall, and the rest were solid wooden houses and clay houses quickly built around. Though some portions of the outside were seeing development, and a lover of nature, Prince Leonis had the city streets decorated with flowers, tropical plants, and palm trees. Palm trees were not native to this region, and they had been acquired during a routine raid out of a foreign ship, and anyone who did not follow the rules of the true king was considered a pirate, so foreign traders were easy picking. And the homes outside the walled city sliced through the natural forest vegetation, and behind them loomed the mountain, and it was the start of the western mountain ranges, and just following them down led directly to Aragon. And the outer city was not all unprotected, and it had a natural barrier in the form of a river, and it was a quaint little city with plenty of nice things to look at, and I will try to observe as many aspects of the city as possible, and then right back to you, Muna. Places of interest: the Temple of Verua. Aged 700 years, and is apparently the oldest building in the city. It has most of its original structures. The walls and open corridors were decorated with clusters or life-size depictions of marine life, and it has 4 large saltwater pools, and the marine life was taken from the ocean. And one of them has a working mini coral reef, and the second pool had only been working pearl farm in the kingdom, and other attempts at pearl farming have been tried in different locations but all failed to produce the same brilliance and viability of this temple. And the third was a regular pool used for swimming, and while the fourth was used in ceremony. And the fourth pool was sacred, and no living thing was allowed to enter within it. And the minor goddess tended to manifest from this ultra-salty brine water. And aside from these pools, the temple had 3 large complexes, and the entrance building where most of the ceremonies took place, and it had the sacred pool at the center, and the second was beyond the oyster fund and passed beside the tropical fish pool. And these had the residential apartments all on the same level, and there was the largest portion of the temple which comfortably accommodated 250 people. And since this set did not have the whole also poverty thing, even the apprentice room had modest accommodations, and the priests were usually situated close to the pool. And the third section had the library and the private shrines behind the basement, and only the initiated had access to the library and the shrines, and other temples from that age were legitimized by a reliquary. The one in this temple was a misshapen pearl, almost the size of a human baby, and it had a nice milky magenta color with a glistering blue sheen towards the soft edges, and it was at the center of the main shrine, or so I had been told. The Emerald Palace, age 41. East Crescentine behind it lies the lighthouse within its courtyard. A relatively recent construction, the Emerald Palace owes its name to its green limestone used to make the stone fortified, and it had a pentagon pattern with similar diamond cut and with 2 long sides. And I wanted to go inside to check out the building, but I left my companions like Conatius, and they had put me to busy work as I was not allowed to go inside. The monolith, located beachside towards the western part of the outer city and at the mouth of the Rainbow River. The monolith is about 3 meters high, and it has some bizarre-looking scribbles, and the writing does not match any of our known samples, though it looks like a mixture of cuneiform and Sanskrit, and it's made of a sort of piece of jade, though you can't tell because all of the sand and grime that has accrued over the years. And 4. The Curiosities of Rudolph. Location: the white brick manor 2 blocks from the water temple, and just past the flower market. Age 5. The curiosity is a segment of the manor that is occasionally open to the public, and it showcases all sorts of art trinkets and specimens in jars collected by Rudolph Pasha, and he's the only son of Liz, born out of one of those quick noble marriages, and Liz had bothered to get married and his father a son in order to finally make peace with his old man, and with his mother out wandering the kingdom, Rudolph spends most of his time alone with his little trinkets. Month 2, Day 15, Year 3. The first few days I spent in doing my own devices, wandering the city as I would. However, there was an incident that caused Liz to severely limit my movements, and I was in the market when this fellow started asking me a bunch of stupid questions, and then the person in question arrived, and he asked if I was alone or with my nana or with someone I knew, and there was a lot of red flags in my danger meter, so when he got close enough, I stabbed him in the jugular with my hair comb, and I made a bloody mess, and the people in the market were screaming freaking hell. And the investigation ended in a couple of days, and aside from Belaguero, Meta had a full-functioning police force that was independent from the army. And headed by the Lords, the investigation proceeded more or less smoothly, and I did not have to spend a single day in jail, nor was I questioned, and apparently the guy was a noble from another hood who had a bounty on his head, and he had been living in the outer city under a different name. At least never told me what the man had done, nor did I bother to inquire, and he had given me a bad vibe, and that was enough to kill him, I suppose, even though he was no real threat to me. And even in the ocean has all my senses. At least I think they're sharper, though lately, Chevy lady, I feel like that I may have murdered someone just for getting a little too fresh with me. Oh well, there's no point in thinking about it, and what's done is done, and in the future I will wait and see how things unravel. I just came back from my short 2-hour walk in the market, and my escort Rudolph, who was none too pleased with the prospect of babysitting me. And he is about 14 years old, and he has the same large forehead and chin as his father, though the rest of his face is identical to his mother, with large expressive black eyes, delicate aquilines, and lips with rich ridges. The fellow was tall for his age, so he could more or less pass for an adult or a pretty lady. And while I was poking a snail with a stick, he said, I am bored. If you're not going to buy anything, let's go already. I only get one trip a day, so bugger off, I said, poking the shell some more. Just leave that poor animal alone, he said, taking the stick away from me, and holding my hand, he started walking me back to the temple. And because all the other girls are afraid of the outside world, and for good reason too, I said, answering his question. And Buddha was already used to my occasional mind reading, though frankly his was a mind I could siphon because of his magical powers, and he had become aware of his powers only just 2 years ago, and he had been taking classes in secret as of late with a strange magic guy. Well, faster, you am already late as is, insisted Rudolph. He who waits a minute can easily wait for an hour, I said, smiling. Not this teacher, said Rudolph. I thought you said you were done with your classes, I said, smiling coolly, seated on the ground. And forgetting a second time his father's warning, Rudolph gripped my shoulder and yanked me to the stand-up, and his hand brushed against my father's robe, and he felt a faint in the head for a moment, and his nose soon started to bleed profusely. And I had to take out a handkerchief, expecting this reaction, and looking sternly ahead. You really should not be out for so long, breathing this cold air. And whose fault is this that I'm in this predicament, he said, putting his head down further, doing this increase in the bleeding. And sit down at the bench and pull your head back, I said, pulling at his frock coat. And I reached into my armband and pulled out some ointment with me, and I wetted the tip of the handkerchief with ointment and then put the cloth inside his nose, and this will take care of the nosebleed after an hour. And once it was better, I said, may I remind you, I wanted to be alone from the beginning, and you don't have to blindly do everything you're told. Snorted Rudolph, not saying anything else. And pride can make you do so many foolish things when you think, my dear vicar. After returning from my daily walk, Lee finally had a free moment to orient me towards my teacher, and I was truly disappointed by the fact that Lee was not going to instruct me in whatever of his religions, nor even bother to give me a simple outline of my duties. And then again, he has his head screwed on backwards since that incident, and whenever I see him, he's in the middle of a song or a ritualized dance, and in one of the times he was dancing about with other men in around the sacred pool, and at the height of the ritual, he took out a knife and he sliced his wrist, and as the blood poured into the sacred pool, the water bubbled and started turning into a deeper crimson, and soon the lesser goddesses granted him the power to walk on water, and the two manifested enjoying the dance in their feminine aqueous form mixed with other marine organisms, and there was no morality nor point to the actual dance, aside from the wow factor. And at the end of the dance, the fishermen were allowed to dip their nets, rods, hooks into the water to receive its blessing, and the blessing lasted as long as the crimson color remained in those items. And since blessings were a two-way operation, they were only as good as their face, and other visitors were not there for blessings, but to just enjoy the show. Another important performance piece was the blessing of a new vessel, and all of the ships had to be blessed by the priest to ward away the bad weather. And Liz also blessed the ships of the Navy along with the other priests, and it was busy, tiring work, and having a bit of a showmanship. Liz was always planning new routines, preferring loves that did not require spilling his own blood on a regular basis. And he only did the blessing of the fishermen twice a year, and the blessing of the Navy fleet occurred more often during the summertime. And aside from his priestly duties, Leif had the makings of a prophet, which translated into more busy work. And it is no wonder Rudolph never sees his father like ever. And like most cliché prophets, Liz would go to the town square and start rambling nonsense in an effort to interpret the will of the goddess, and she had apparently been more vociferous since Liv's close encounters with the imaginary kind. And I had actually seen him today while walking with Rudolph, and he was yelling, "And magic is an abomination. To use magic is to invite calamity upon the world and keep up your sinful processes. All foolish magic used as mankind was not meant to sway the elements to turn lead into gold. It is foolish to try, and an even greater sin to succeed." And these were indeed the words of the lesser goddesses, and the two shared their fears of magic, though they never revealed the true reason why that craft was universally forbidden. Regardless of what planet you go to, magic is treated as an aberration of the natural order of the world, and you are dooming us all with your self-indulgent craft, and repent and stop, and by all of the gods, stop your foolish pursuit, and you are dooming us all to oblivion to suffer a fate worse than death, all because of your damnable pride. Continue, Leaf. And I whispered to Rudolph, "Imagine what your father will say once he finds out what you do in your spare time." What spare time? All I do is work, and try to keep my father's estate from falling apart, and nothing else. And anything else you say is pure malarkey," said Rudolph, snorting. "Sheesh, your handsome teacher is not here. You do not need to badger me with your big fancy words, and you're not even using them right," I said, smiling coyly. And aside from his preaching, Leaf would produce life volumes dedicated to theology, and some describe his personal relationships with the goddess as well as the blessings she had done for him, and all those he favored. And he was the first to actually admit that miracles and blessings were not all something priests could do on demand, and more of a so-called blessing of the gods gave to humans were nothing more than facsimiles designed to trick people out of their well-earned money. And as a rule of thumb, blessings could not be bought, they had to be earned. And for openly telling his lay followers the truth, Leaf was quickly earning a lot of animosity among the established religion. And Rabel always took care to protect Leaf from the shadow by maintaining a healthy network of spies and even an assassin. And Leaf was blissfully ignorant of all of these proceedings, as he had always left it to Rabel to manage his personal letters and his checkbook. Yet that is a good way to describe Leaf, always ignorant of the weird world, fought to enamour, for lack of a better word, with his goddess. And I suppose that is how it is for a person with a true calling, my dear Imperator. And I remember Mother once telling me how callings worked, and it was like falling in love, and nothing made sense anymore without dedicating oneself to a person, or should I say a God one loved. And when I asked her if she had ever felt that way about my father, she simply pouted her lips and changed the subject. And Mom was always like that, and just because you ask her something, you're not guaranteed an answer. Now back to my teacher. She was originally a handmaid and punching bag of Lee's wife, Josefa. And Josefa had a violent temperament and an aptitude for bullying to boot. And like Lee, she too had gotten married to get her family off her case, and after sleeping only once, Rudolph had been conceived, and the pair went their separate way until Rudolph was born, and then back to their own businesses. And Rudolph had turned out alright for being practically an orphan, and only Rabel had bothered to make certain Rudolph was attending his classes or getting fed on a regular basis. And in a sense, Rabel was like a father to Rudolph. And the handmaiden Clotilda was his wet nurse and seldom mother, and why she insisted on serving Josefa was a matter of much debate. Not that it mattered much to me, and to each their own, my dear Imperator. Anyhow, Clotilda was a soft-spoken teacher I was offered, and since I was an apprentice nun or whatever, I was going to start with a very small, easy-to-perform task. And aside from helping with the daily maintenance of the temple, I was to go out into the market and sell icons and other religious paraphernalia to pay for the food and upkeep. And after dinner, I was to receive my classes in a number of generic subjects like math, reading, history, politics, singing, dancing, poetry, painting, sculpting. Ideally, when I was a little wiser and more trustworthy, I would begin my introduction to the mysteries of the goddess Deasura. Alright, that's a good place to leave it, bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, Deasura's sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra, Deasura. This is chapter 5. Before seeing Cotida, I had received a separate instruction from Rabel. He told me that as an apprentice, I had to keep my ears peeled for any interesting information. And getting the gist of it, I knew that the bastard wanted me to do a little spy work while I was out. Spying is a second nature to my people, so it's no problem to memorize and sort through jungle of information and filter out the pulp from the juice and to get the heart of the matter. And since it seemed like I was not going to get paid anytime soon, I went out to Rabel that same day and explained my situation. I'm leaving. About time, said Rabel, looking up. I am taking your strong box and your shoes, I said, removing my armband, and I stretched it out like magicians do and made the strong box disappear inside of it. And this made Rabel pay attention to me, and he said, annoyed, put it back. And holding his feet, I said, I am taking your shoes as well. And he kicked me aside and said, what's wrong with you, lunatic? You owe me money, and I have been doing your guys' work for 2 months, and I have seen a dime, and enough is enough, and I'm taking what is rightfully mine, plus interest, and some more as well to teach what happens when you withhold your salary, I said, pouting. He then lifted me up, and he placed me on the table like you do a toddler, and shaking his head, he said, what is this really about? It is about you not keeping your end of the bargain, and the twins told me that since this was not sponsorship, food and shelter and education were meant to be free, and since you're charging me for them and not paying me for my service, you're technically cheating. And if you continue to cheat me out of my hard-earned dough, I will bring it up to Bersamin himself, I said, raising my voice. You don't know Berkin, Bersamin, or anyone of power. And just what you know, and I know Leo and Belladonna and the crazy Queen Librana and Sterling Guy, and all I have to do is send a missive and it'll be all your heads on pike. Now give me my money before I get really angry, I said, shaking my fist. And before I can pay you, you must tell me what service you have provided for us and Mary's salary, said Rabel calmly. Well, I saved life once. That's gotta be worth something, I said, thinking. My dear Deasura, didn't you almost get him killed? Cancels out, you see, said Rabel. I cooked for you guys a couple of times, I said, pouting. And Rabel reached into his pocket and he brought out 2 coins, and giving them to me, he said, that just about covers the meals. I also babysat Ruda when he said he was going out to buy magic stones, I said, slamming my feet against the table. That is worth something. He gave me 10 more coins. In the end, I returned the strong box minus the coins I had stolen cause of emotional distress. And it was agreed that I would help in the development and sales of religious icons instead of studying math, reading history, and I would skip those classes to work on my sewing. And Rabel said as long as I provided my own supplies and work, he would see about uploading my finished product in exchange for a lion's share. And he also promised to sell the stupid cheese I kept going on about. And it wasn't the ideal solution, but it was a start. And I had some money to send to my brothers and sisters, and on that side note, at night I decided to participate in duels for cash as well as visiting the gambling houses. Indeed, a life city provided me more opportunities, my dear Imperator. I recently finished my dancing and singing classes, and these classes seemed pertinent since I needed to learn what is considered fashionable in both aspects. And plus music and song are indispensable skills in battle, though if I told Clotilda why I was taking these classes in earnest, she would laugh at me. And these classes got me into contact with the other girls, and they were plain looking enough, and the Tom and boy short hair did not help them much. And just like the men were disguised as women, the princesses had to wear dress like men while out on the street. And it was designed to protect them from unwanted advances, and it also considered an anathema for women to try to outshine the goddess's beauty. And the true reason had to do with the nature of Deura. And being an amoeba goddess, it is common in nature for men to do the peacocking thing, so women in Deasura were expected to be of duller tones, and a lot of dances involving the mimicry and the natural movements of the lesser goddess who were schooling around Erua. The first of the dances to be learned was called Circle, and as the title implies, the film. The center feeder set the pace of the other dancing maidens, and at the times this person would change styles altogether or start making random movements. And the other dancers were supposed to respond in kind, and it was a nice breezy sort of mess, idea for working up a good sweat, and it's an offshoot of a trendy carol dances in the day. And all their more athletic displays were reserved for the elven circle, who still remember the good old days before culture and civility were forever torn by the cruel blade of war. Ah, the Sunday night. The person guiding a little group was a whimsical girl named Sonia, and she was the only one of the group who made the short hair to look good, and she made her business to mess with the newcomers by naturally changing the routine far too often. And with her, it was a fast kind of game, and it reminded me a bit of my play fights, and in the end it was down to just me and her. And by locking my eyes with her, we continued our macabre dance till her human flesh surrendered to my inhuman stamina. It was a war she could not hope to win. And on a side note, I have not received any letters from Mona lately, which is a bit odd. Last night I started my first nightly walk, and it was a bit of a short-lived one because of the lesser goddesses. I let her leave for my intention, and as soon as I got out of my room, I was intercepted by Rabel, and Johnny, he commented, "You are proving to be more trouble than your worst, and I am worth plenty if you would try out my little scheme," I said, starting to head out. "I am not opposed to you going out as soon as you are subtle about it, and any of your indiscretion will cause leave." And looking at him from head to toe, I noticed that he was dressed like a commoner, and I then commented, "Now where are you off to?" "Nowhere, and I just happened to be passing by when I heard Lee ordering the boys to keep an eye on you. Though I will give you the heads up, seeing as though you're useful to me today," said Rabel, walking away. And slowly I followed behind to the open hallway decorated colors and streaks of see-through curtains, and flowing gently cooling the oceanic breeze, and as the raisins were going, some of the pools might end up freezing. Taking up Rabel's advice, I changed my look and put it on the blue rose Mona had given to me, and it was the first time I had bothered to wear them, and I was saving them for a special occasion. And I darkened my hair to a deep brown and shortened it, and placed hair bands all over my eyes and around my face too, and they were supposed to suppress or mask my powers, and instead it did not seem to do anything remotely magical or useful. And it was quite disappointing, really, but it is the thought that counts. The disguise worked so well that I was stopped by her for trespassing property, and I was forced to reveal my true self. "Hey, it's me, guys." "And His Eminence has forbidden you to exit at this time of night," said one of the guards. "And I am getting pretty tired of leaving his rules, and I will go where I please and when I please, and neither of you nor anyone else has the power in this world to stop me," I said, stamping my foot on the ground. "That cannot be. We are responsible for you while you live here, and the city is dangerous for a girl like yourself," said the young man. "Fine, you want to be like that? Try and stop me if you can," I said, running on top of the water like a common basilisk. And the water started glowing slightly phosphorescent blue as the tiny schools of lesser goddess partially manifested, and the effect followed me as I left the temple, and then dissipated as soon as I entered the streets. And there suddenly were the little mischievous little credence, and the city at night wore a different face, and it was no wonder the people in the temple did not want me to walk alone at night. Between the streetwalkers, the beatings, the murders, the drunks, etc., I scurried back to the temple after half an hour of being outside, and I tried twice again to see if there was any fortune to be made, but the gambling houses were by membership only, and one had to pay a fortune to just lose a fortune, and the bar scenes were too wild, and every person I chanced to adore simply laughed it off. Oh, Young Paoli, another failed enterprise. And so the legit way was not going, but I tried to enter a few houses to see what I could steal. However, the manners were really misleading, like a bad scene from Lazarus or Torment. In fact, too many nobles were pretending to be rich, while in reality they were almost paupers. And getting inside the castle was not an easy task either, and the tiny dragon lookouts kept spotting me. And so, in the end, my dear young Polly, the city promises plenty, but it does not give, but it rarely gives. And the that I went towards the harbor, and I saw the ships lazily passing by, and while the faint silhouettes were painted by the pale ring light, and I was going to ride Moonlight, but there was no moonsail, and just to be fancy, a pale icy ring that circles its planet. And sometimes in the morning there's a bizarre effect caused when the sun passes in front of the rings and the light gets all sparkly like. Anyhow, I saw some men trying to move their cargo off the boat, and due to an incidental mistake, one of the boxes fell in the water, and after much cursing and fighting, the cargo was forsaken, and this gave me an idea. I could go underwater and salvage the cargo and visit the shipwrecks at night. And depending on what I find, I will unload it with Rabel or break it up or transform it into something useful. And there are also pearls I can harvest from the ocean or something. Month 2, day 20, year 3. Dear Karina, I found your cryptic message on the monolith, and I left on the ground and at the time you mentioned in the allotted cache and see if it's needed. P.S. And can you use your sources and see what happened to Caldeon? And he was supposed to be delivering my mail letters to Muna, but I had not seen him as of late. And enclosed in the envelope is a drawing of a dragon as well as some scale fibers and other items he has stashed. And if you can't find him, how about he look for him? And I'm worried something may have happened to him or Muna. Month 2, day 21, year 3. Dear Karina, I do not know why you're so interested in Muna, and she's just one of the regular people from one of those homes we never visited, and I met her during my daily wanderings. And I know that only brother was allowed to wander, but I always took care to use a safe road to find my way back, and I met her in the library, and she was looking through all of the pages quickly and already grasping anything per se. Kind of like the way, you know, whenever you want to truly read something or whatever, and we spoke a bit, and at time we became friends. And she's always really nice to me and gives me lots of presents. And it's not a fish love in the least, you know, and I never got what that meant, but whatever. And I have been exchanging letters with her since I got here, and you know, keeping up like little pen pal tradition. And it is a silly game, I know, still it is a nice change of pace from simply exchanging memories or talking. And she knows a lot about my father, but not much of my father, and more than once she tried to guide me home, but my father's guardians did not allow her to take me. And I do not know why they're so paranoid of strangers. I guess it takes a lot longer for their kind to build up a sense of trust. And in answer to the other inquiry, the letters are being delivered by the dragon Caldeon, and he gets around in a similar fashion as to my brother, so it's no biggie for him to create his own temporary pass and deliver. You should give Mona my personal letter over here, and you will see just what a nice person she truly is. Month 2, day 21, year 3. Dear Licto, business has been progressing rather well, and I have been able to send a significant sum of money and gifts to Karina on a weekly basis, and it is not the desired amount, but it's a start, I suppose. And recently I acquired a nice-looking saber, and I never gave up entirely on the dueling idea. And when I was out in the docks a couple of hours, I got challenged by a trampy-looking woman dressed in a male outfit, and even inside these sheaths, her rapier had an acrid smell of fresh blood. And she said, "You stole from me, and I desire satisfaction." No, I haven't. Everything I got has either been gifted to me or has been found on the floor. Just because you lost something and I found it does not mean I stole it. And besides, this place does not have a lot of lost and found rules, so I say it's mine, and let's just leave it at that. It says standing up. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? Asked the woman. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? I said, matching her haughty tone. And she started, I don't care who you are, and when I change my disposition, and if you wish to fight, let our source do the talking. Mine, by the way, only speaks Creole, I said, taking out my beryllium copper rapier. And the blade had a nice golden sheen to it, but not as strong as gold, and the handle and sheath were made of decorated pink quartz inlaid with round white pearls. And the lookout and the killian and the hands were made of silver and tiny diamonds, and the pommel was large and solid jade stone. And I had crafted the blade with material I had found on the water, and I must say I am damn proud of my rapier. The rules are simple, tip for tat, whoever gets struck first wins. Ready or not, let's go, I said, starting to poke at the assailant. And out of reflex, she grabbed my shoulder and pulling back, I yelled, "I win." "Wait, what?" said the woman, alarmed. "You heard me. Whoever gets struck first win, and I got struck first, so I win," I said, laughing. Some other sailors who were lazily watching the show said, "Yeah, the little missus won." You know the rules of dueling, Lorraine. The challenger gets to set the rules, and you're fair and square, said their fellow. "But I never lose," said Lorraine, falling back against a beam, and she was dumbfounded at how stupidly she had lost her duel, and it was all because I had flipped it on her. And as per the rules of dueling, Lorraine was supposed to apologize for her transgression, and she gave me her soul, but did not apologize. Apparently, she did not know how to ask for forgiveness. Month 2, day 22, year 3. Dear Primate Almond, I started my day as usual with my morning libations and my self-prepared breakfast, and I do not trust the meals prepared by the cooks, and after feasting on one of the fresh plantain and kelp, I opened the morning paper which rested on the library, and Leaf was subscribed to a lot of newspapers from different cities and hosts, and he thought to keep himself informed by reading this pile of garbage with the exception of a few publications from Veraguero. And it was the only city with more than one newspaper, and with a growing population of 2 million, there was more than enough room for 2 newspapers to thrive. In the Mesa Morning Weekly Tribune, there was a quick publication describing the events that had occurred the night before, and being weekly, it is rare for it to publish anything on a weekday basis, and usually when it did, it was only to cover one story, and it came in the form of a single pamphlet, and it gave embellished description of my duel against Lorraine. And according to the drunks and a few dragons and other eyewitnesses, Lorraine had been defeated by a little witch girl with short hair and a pierced and silver eyes, and she had a burning rapier and a blue rose decorated with many gemstones and pearls. And some of the men claimed that I used some weird magic to tamper with the results of the duel, and others said that they shot me so lightly. All in all, the story was a real mess. Alright, let's just leave this chapter here. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, dear sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra, Deasura. This is chapter 6. Clotilde was not available to teach me today, so Rabel kept me company, and I found this to be suspicious, so I went to look for her. And just as I had half expected, she was unconscious, bleeding on the floor after a royal beating. After getting her to bed and healing her, I went to Rabel to complain. And Rabel said plainly, if you had not noticed, Clotilde is Lorraine's slave, and it is up to her master to know how to use her. Is that so? I said, narrowing my eyes. And I started to leave, but Rabel detained me, gazing my intention, and he said in a low voice, you are going to marry Lorraine, are you? No, I am going to buy Clotilde's feeder and put an end to this little farce, I said, giving a faint smile. And Lorraine's hair is going to help us stand on end, and he must have seen my eyes turn crimson red and then cyan. And he couldn't help but ask, what are you really? I am what I want to be, I said, shrugging my shoulders. Lucky you, said Rabel, as I went on my merry way. My first thought was to leave, and he was in the middle of that dancing scene, but I felt that this matter could not wait, and I stealthily passed through the dancers, organically blending with their entire performance, and once I was up to leave, I said, I'm sorry to interrupt your scene, but we got a problem. Wait, what? And Candice waits your letter, he whispered, shooing me away with his hand. What part of you have a problem, don't you get? And this is not one of those things you can put off, I said, tugging the back of his veil. And after apologizing for the interruption, I left with Leaf to the library to discuss the problem, and I said to Leaf, did you know that your wife has a slave? Yeah, so has a kingdom. And even I have a couple of indentured servants working in the temple, he said casually. Sign, I say, I know that your civilization or whatever does not mind slavery, but I mind it terribly, and I will not rescue all of the slaves in the city are free, but first, I will fix the problem under my roof, so either free the slaves or your wife, or it will be her head on a pike. Whoa! How my wife handles her property is none of my concern, and whatever problems you have with her, take it up with her, and not leave me be, said Lifkin enough, and he stopped and stared up, as if listening for something. And it was a song he had only heard twice before, the true voice of Erua. And the lesser goddess held Erua's voice, and whatever this occurred, the lesser goddesses went still as water, and the frame shifting and turning. And this strange revelry will last for a couple of weeks, and depending on the weather. And chuckling and dancing to leave, see, you won't be playing mad preacher for the time being, and you might as well put your domestic life in order. And why don't you stop by home for a while and be a father to your son for a change? And you certainly do enjoy cutting deep when everything's failed to go your way, said Leaf coldly. To my venerable Jensen, I am still waiting for Leaf to return from speaking with his wife, and what I heard from Rudolph was none too promising. It seems like I had no choice but to act upon my thread, and a person of honor must always be true to the words, even the words that were spoken in the heat of the moment. Though frankly, the longer I stay on ice, the less I seem to care about the fate of poor Clotilde, and I should prioritize looking after my own before worrying about other people's problems. And you can't save anyone. I could really use Simona's input on this. What would she do? In knowing her, she would do the just and honorable thing and buy the slave's freedom. And it's an equitable, easy solution to the problem, ideal for avoiding making an enemy, though frankly this does not sit right with me. Because buying a slave's freedom is in a way legitimizing his enslavement. The same goes for them being set free, and they should not have been enslaved to begin with. I pondered this and many other things while I waited in the garden for Rudolph, and I smiled when I see him running towards me, and taking my hand, he says, "Come on, let's go to your stupid walk already. I thought you hated me, so why did you come early?" I said, grinning. I walked alongside as he saw, then to put up with those beasts arguing so unsightly, said Rudolph, walking along. And we walked together in silence as we meekly made our way towards the market. And on our first stop was the gardening shop, and it sold for manners and all required tools and plants for their gardening needs. And shops like this only tend to manifest in larger cities, and I started looking through the flowers one by one. And Rudolph would chastise me and try to hurry me along, but this time he bothered to pay attention to my words, and he asked me, "Why do you pick that ugly flower over the nicer-looking counterparts?" It is not for fault that it's mainly poorly maintained, and orchards require a controlled environment to showcase their true beauty, I said, picking up the flower basin. And I took this to the counter, and the shopkeeper then moved it to a small transport car, and I normally just 20 or so flowers, which were later transported to the temple the same day. And it seemed a sin to delay the deliveries to the temple, and picking up a basin, he asked, "Do you like this one?" "Nah, and I applauded, and I already have more than enough, and tried to find new ones." I said, looking about. "The names you give these pots, are you from elsewhere, and you certainly know plenty of flowers and other things, yet you cannot give them their proper names," commented Rudolph. "It's too confusing and annoying to bother to learn the new names of things in elsewhere, and a rose by any other name is just the same." I said, picking up a ballerina rose, and then I added, "At least maize and corn are still named the same everywhere." After completing my shopping list, I visited the jewelry shop to find out some of my found goods, and there was always plenty of small trinkets to salvage beneath the rocks and turbulent surface in the coast. And Rudolph asked me, where do you keep finding those trinkets? And you're not stealing them, are you?" "I have been meaning to ask that myself," commented the shopkeeper. "I swim for this. I can hold my breath on the water really long," I said. When I took out the golden ring, I said, "See, these are barnacles, and they form and objects have been on the water for a long time. And that's how you know that they came from the sea." "I have seen them in those rotten torsos before," said the shopkeeper. "They're still turning up," asked Rudolph. "What corpses?" I asked, frowning. "Nothing you need to worry your pretty little head about," said the shopkeeper. "Then why did you mention it?" I said, pouting, and went inside the dress shop. I asked Rudolph, and how were things going before you left?" "And they were going pretty well. My parents finally communicated in the best way they know how, and he becomes such a mean-spirited fellow when he's alone with Lorraine that I hardly recognize him," commented Rudolph. "And yet he's pretty helpless without his little fish garden standing in his dimes, though it would be good for him to deal with someone who does not worship the very ground he steps upon," I said, feeling the damask cloth beneath my finger. "And I see you do not respect him either. And why are you even at the temple, and what exactly is it that you do for my father?" asked Rudolph, looking at me sternly. "Why, I'm his lover," I said, turning to face him with a serious expression. And Rudolph's face turned pale and then be red, and then I said, "Ha ha ha! For yeah, you're so stupid, Rudolph. Shame on you for thinking the worst of your poor father. He tries hard, and he just never really wanted a family, that's all, and people are so selfish." "Yes, I know," said Rudolph, sitting down on a nearby couch. "And I was talking about you. Gosh, you're so selfish and self-centered," I said, laughing. And a strange gentleman who was eavesdropping also laughed, and I looked at him from head to toe, and then I said, "Don't you have anything better to do? Shoo, shoo." Like, shoo, shoo, get away from me. Rudolph blushed and turned his head, and then he got up and started examining some blue fabrics, pretending not to know me. And when the gentleman finally left, he returned to his seat, and then stared daggers at me at the back of my head, and he did this whenever he was purposely acting like a brat. Though such a behavior was always liked and encouraged among my siblings, me being technically the baby of the family and all. To my darling Patir Trocal, and I completed my rounds by lunchtime, and after eating, I had my summer classes with Clotilde, and surprise, she was nowhere to be found again, and I went to her bedroom/prison and was relieved to see she was not there, and my sister told me something was off, and after talking with the household, she told me that Clotilde had been sold off. And I tracked down her seller and bought her for twice the amount she paid, and shaking her head sadly, Clotilde said, "This is the second time you helped me, but you should not have bothered you with someone as worthless as me. You have a lot of talent and a nice temperament to mood, and something that your crazy mistress lacks." I said, walking in the direction of the temple. "She can't help the way she is. The man she loves does not love her back, and that puts her in an irritable mood. It is a temperament I can relate to, and she's not always so down, and most of the time she has a kind and gentle disposition, and she can't help that she has her grandfather's temperament, and she has always taken care of me after returning to her senses, and this is not the first time she has sold me off, and there was no need for you to buy me, and if she comes your way, I suggest you return me quickly, lest you win yourself a fiery enemy." I dealt with words, I said, smiling bitterly, and I was about to protest, but then chose not to argue. It seemed that Liv was right about this, and it was pointless to tell Lorraine how to manage the property known as Clotilde. And her quiet resignation was starting to worry me, and possessed by a singular thought I could not admit even to myself, I reached into my armor and was about to bring out a fragment of a cheap, glittering iron when a movement from the corner of my eye caused me to hesitate, and banishing such a foolish intention I was reminded of the task at hand. "You can't right all of the wrongs in this world, my dear Potadine, but boy, is it fun to try." Alright, so it was a short chapter. Let's just leave it at this. I hope you have fun with me reading it. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, there's your sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra, Deasura. This is chapter 7. Much to Lorraine's chagrin, I went ahead and filled the paperwork to free Clotilde, and I explained my cause to the notary, who quickly did as I desired, and copies were also sent to Veragero and the other important cities to inform the proper authorities that the person known as Clotilde Deasura was a true citizen of the empire and could enjoy all the rights and protections of the state, etc. Clotilde did not have a last name, and it was required in the forms to gaining true citizenship, and I gave her my last name, which is Shura, and on paper my name is Dea, last name Shura, though it was expected to be pronounced as a whole name, and such nuisances were common about the elven kind, and Clotilde was at a loss with the sudden news of her freedom, and she did not know what to do with herself. And Lorraine sure was in a frenzy at losing her favorite punching bag, and unlike other holds, assaults on another person outside of a duel were penalized by the law. And unlike that other time, Lorraine challenged me to a duel inside the temple, making a scene, and this time I simply said no. "You are inside a temple, behave yourself, little girl," I said sternly to rile her up. And Lorraine continued making a scene and cursing Liv's name and telling everyone that he was a terrible husband. And since he was starting to lose credibility, one of the Rather Blessed Goddesses took it upon herself to drown Lorraine, and this particular goddess answered by the name of Hydrix. And like the Greek gods of old, she was a polymorph, and gods either had one form or came wearing different faces, and usually lesser gods were polyform. Hydrix swiftly manifested from the water, and using the stones and salt and other minerals found naturally in the ocean to craft for herself a naturally silky flesh. And the rather frenzied seahorse-looking mermaid Hybrid came towards Lorraine and quickly dumped her into the pool with all of the other marine creatures. And Lorraine tried her best to run away, but to no avail, and Liv, who was coolly watching the event from afar, said nothing while his wife was being drowned. And he waited a whole 3 minutes before telling Hydrix to let his wife be. And after waiting for another 3 minutes, Hydrix allowed the limp body of Lorraine to float to the surface. And in the guards in the temple went into the water to fetch her and did their best to revive her, but alas, they did not know CPR. And dealing with drowned folk was not something that they regularly managed, and walking up to them, I said, "Out of my way, I am going to deal with her." And this dramatic help cleared a path for me, and first I placed my ear to her mouth and nose to see if she was breathing. With no breath or pulse, I placed her head on her back, and following I started chest compression until she coughed out the water, and I then placed her on the side to help her finish coughing out the water she swallowed up. And Lorraine made a disoriented motion to get up, but she staggered and started falling down again. And I held her frame, and some of the priests together with me were dragging her out of the temple. Liv did not seem the beast concerned, and rather he had a look of disappointment, and I mirrored his expression back at him, which made him turn away, feeling ashamed. And just because people don't behave in a convenient fashion is no reason to wish that they were dead. And indeed Leaf had prayed in his heart of hearts for Lorraine to die, and today Idris had answered his prayer, if only for a brief 2 minutes. And Lorraine was still not out of danger, and I ordered the guards to have her changed and wrapped in warm blankets, and the water in the pools were usually unnaturally cold even during the summertime. And Rabel too came to the scene, and together with Clotilde they busied themselves around the trembling maiden. The sun had finally fallen upon the dreadful hectic day, and Leaf had his wife sent back home in a carriage, and he hoped that this would be the first and last time she would make a visit to his temple. And once again I had caused problems for those who surrounded me with my brash actions, and he said that even when you do the right thing, there can be unforeseeable negative consequences. I guess it'll take time. Anyhow, I followed along with Rabel to see if there was any permanent damage on Lorraine. And it was common among the spiteful goddesses to cast curses, and to shed Deasura, remove my armor, and pass the tip over Lorraine's flesh. And the golden borders were known to glow blue when coming in contact with a curse. And it was a handy visual tool for those who lack any magic, and the scar she colored in the joints connecting the scapula with her back. And it plainly showed a black number 39 on her back. What does it mean? asked Rabel, staring at the number. It is a type of curse, and I'm not too familiar with its specs, and divine curses differ from traditional ones. However, they all have their roots based on the universality of numbers, and since this land has 0, the curse of 39 is the same as the others. And traditionally, it is a combination of the curses 3, 5, 7, 11, and 15, and in her case, it is like a countdown. She has 39 days to perform a certain task, or she will perish. I explained. You can't be serious, exclaimed Rabel. Well, how would you explain the number then? I asked, pointing at it. Tattoo perhaps, saying Rabel, when Clotilde shoot us both out of the room. And truth be told, I had no idea what the number, or if she had it before. And I was certain it was a doomsday timer. And to investigate the matter, I went back to the temple to see Leaf. And as soon as he saw me, he stopped his dance practice, his shirt, and went to speak with me. And he had a tired, dogged look on his face, and I asked him plainly, did you tell Idris to curse your wife? No, said Leaf, not amused by the insinuation, and he was still irritated and had a headache from the excitement of the afternoon. I left his side and went towards the pool, and I stood in the middle of all 4 pools, and using the noise cardinal points, I started singing, and like the psalmist of yonder, I beckoned the goddess Deasura towards me, and the lesser goddesses had no choice but to follow along. And after wording a silent prayer in the midst of the river, Idris finally felt like speaking. And she had only meant to scare Lorraine, and she had not placed a curse upon her, though her force had told her what actions she had to do to undertake it to lift it. And it was rather simple, really. Lorraine had to return to 57 blades she had won from her duels to their respected owner, and apologize for her undeserved assault on the person she thought she owned. And the problem was that all the people that had left the city months ago, and others were presumed dead. And upon hearing this, I was left to ponder much on what way of getting around this entire cursed mess. Curses was tricky business, and people normally get cursed all the time, but only very few actually stick with it. And when a curse does get stuck, there is always a way to get it unstuck, which is to increase your own faith. And if your faith is stronger than the hatred of the person who cursed you, then the curse has no effect. And getting Lorraine to believe in anything was going to be difficult. I might just have to take the higher road and have her pray for a miracle. And then again, you sort of have to believe that someone is actually listening for your prayers to work. After pondering this matter for a few minutes, I decided to ask for professional help. And all the data entries regarding curses to focus on casting them instead of how to remove them. And we rarely had to bother about removing curses due to our affinity with our respective higher powers. And then there were the non-existent eternal curses, but that is a matter that was discussing, since it is only a problem for those that are afflicted by them. I left the temple in search of the monolith, and I was surprised to see Karina waiting for me for a change. And she said to me, your go-between is no more, but I was able to deliver your message to Muna, and she's busy at the moment, so no responses for you today. And what's she up to that's so important? I complained. True busy work, I can assure you, and not like this part you insist on botching, said Karina coldly. Can I help you with something? I said, gesticulating with my hands. Sighing, she said, sadly no. Can I help you? How do you remove curses from a person who thinks all gods are useless? I asked plainly. Hypnosis, maybe, or a lobotomy also helps, and perhaps some narcotics, said Karina, whose mouth slightly twisted into a grin. If you're not going to help, then I will be on my way, I said, starting to depart. And Karina then threw a rock at me, and there was nothing special about it. And turning around, I saw that it was a stone hammer fused into the stone with a petrified wood within it. And it was an interesting ancient relic to be sure, but other than that, I did not see what was the point of it. What is this? I asked. The first stone hammer ever made in the entire universe, said Karina. Sure it is, I said, unconvinced. There is a dead Hatisha goddess imprinted into the hammers, and with enough faith the goddess may be revived. And if traditional worship is out of the question, then a personal goddess may be more useful, explained Karina. It certainly worth a shot, I said, taking the strange stone with me, 100% convinced that it was not going to work. I returned to the temple to see how Lorraine was doing, and she was wide awake as a fish, or should I say that she had fish eyes, or her eyes were more like those of a fish. I'm not certain if they said in flies in English. It probably makes a lot more sense than Chinese torture, I suppose. Catherine? As to be expected, Lorraine did not believe the whole cursing, though she had seen it drop a number as soon as midnight arrived, so there was some validity to the story. And I came to Lorraine and said, the thing that the goddess said is probably not true, and mages don't do, nor do they randomly curse people except for hats, which are only powerful enough in forested areas. However, here the water element is strong, and thus faint magic is pretty weak. And Lorraine and Leaf and Rabel started glaring at me as soon as they heard such a detailed magical knowledge, and knowing the general opinion of magic, I said, you don't need to cast magic to learn about it, and most of the people caught with magic books can cast a spell to save their own hide. You certainly do make a point, said Leaf thoughtfully, and he left the room to quietly meditate on this interesting piece of information. And where is he off to? Asked Lorraine, sinking back down on her pillow. Who cares? I said, sitting down in the empty seat. And I'm thinking Lorraine a pouch containing the strange rock. And Lorraine took and looked at the rock and then asked, and what is this? Some sort of talisman? No, it is just the first hammer ever made, or so I was told, and it has a sleeping goddess inside of it, and you need to wake her up and get her to lift the curse for you. Or you can try soliciting the aid of the other gods. It's your choice, I said, rocking my feet forward and backwards. You certainly are quite the odd girl, commented Lorraine, and then she added, and I probably got that curse from my last duel, and I have not seen the blue witch since my first encounter. Oh, really? How unfortunate, I said in a mocking display of emotion. I then added, looking quite serious. I heard that curses can also spread among individuals, and if you slept with someone, I saw that the curse was passed along from one person to another to another. After hearing the Rabel's face turned rather pale and his eyes widened, and he exchanged meaningful looks with Lorraine and was about to speak when I purposely got up and said, well, it's time for bed. Good night. Before they could detain me, I jumped out the window and landed in the hard stone floor, and like a fish I floundered into the nearest pound of water and stayed asleep until the morning came. Month 7, day 13, year 3. Dear Mona, I hope this letter finds you in good health, and as you already know, I have been having a hard time adjusting to my new surroundings, and everyone is always telling me what to do and that's a total bother, and I guess it must be pretty annoying to always get complaint letters and rarely any good news, but what can you do? You know, I am not good at this. Well, I sort of did, and this is not one of those I can come back later scenario. The door is locked and it's going to be some time before I can return home. And I have been wondering how you're getting my letters if you are sometimes out of Saturn. And I was told that the ceiling was impregnable and yet I have had them to contend with. If you know another way in here, I will be happy to know it. Month 8, day 1, year 3. Time has a way of passing by slowly when you're in a hurry. And today is the day I return home and I just can't wait. And early in the morning I came to see Leaf and I returned to him with his priestly habits. And are you leaving us already? Asked Leaf, already knowing the answer. Yes, I'm going home, and sorry I was not much help, I said, pouting. It's less than a year, and I will not try to detain you and do what you must, he said, turning to look at his scripture. And these were not his words, rather the result of a faint crying in part of the Hedrix. And what did she see that I could not? And the following person I visited was Rabel, and his attitude towards me had only soured up since the curse incident. Though at least something good came out of the entire event, Lorraine had found a god, not the god, so she was able to get the curse lifted. And Karina was right about the first hammer ever made. It indeed had a dormant god trapped within the stone. Anyhow, I said to Rabel, handing him a paper, sell all my worldly possessions and send it to this address. Planning something, aren't you? Said Rabel. A war, perhaps. Just because the rebels have been spotted there does not mean that I am sending this money to them, I said, putting my hands on my back and rocking my heels. And I started to leave when I remembered something. And I left the room and closed the door behind me, and after looking left and right, I got Lorraine's sword out of my armband, and I returned inside with her rapier and then said, I found this at a pawn shop, and I think it is Lorraine's sword, and you should give it back to her. Sure, but I think the incident has put an end to her dueling days for good, said Rabel, sighing. It certainly did put things in perspective, I commented. A pity now she just loafed around the house doing absolutely nothing, fancied Rabel. That's not my problem, see you, I said, leaving his study. I just came back from my walk with Rudolph, and I took that time to inform him of my immediate departure, and he did not seem to care, so it was pretty annoying. And like before, he visited my favorite shops, but this time I did not bother to buy anything, seeing as though I was out of money. And at the end of the walk, I said to him, I have a favor to ask. And fine, what do you want? Asked Rudolph, stopping, and I handed him a sealed letter, and looking at the address stamp made him frown. And all he saw were beside the colored scribbles, and I then said, don't bother reading the letter, it is not written in a script that you can understand, and if you ever see a strange girl in a crossroad asking about me, give her this letter. Oh, you mean that demon, he said, putting the letter in his pocket. Ah, so you know about her, I said, surprised. My teacher warned me about the creature, he said disdainfully, and he added in a serious tone, it is best to avoid crossing paths with it. Well, just give her the stupid letter if you run into her, okay? Now goodbye, and I'm going home, I said, starting to walk back. Isn't it a little foolish to leave your job half-baked? And if you leave here without completing your mission or whatever, and when your people hate you for it, asked Rhoda, catching up to me. Now it's fine, one of my brothers is also not doing much either, and if I stay here, I will be a liability. Sometimes it's best for weaklings to get out of the way for the strong guys to do all the work, you know? And I mean, you would not send an infantry unit to assist in a dragon battle, would you? I was trying to construct an analogy that I thought he could understand. And what in the world are you talking about? Infantry units march with dragons all the time, or didn't you know? I was about to say something else, but I decided that the matter was not worth entertaining. I am going home, Rhoda, and that's the end of that. I came back close to midnight in a sour mood, and everything in my room looked just the way it was, and it seemed to me that Rabel had treated my request like the ravings of a petulant brat. In a sense, he was right. I was trying to run away from my responsibility. And what a joke. What responsibilities. And around that time, one of the guards came to check up on me. And the night guards were always keeping tabs on me to see when and if I was to return from my nocturnal wanderings. And when he saw me, he exclaimed, Deasura, what happened to you? Nothing, I'm fine. It just takes a while to heal, that's all. And I had not taken so many blows to the head as I am supposed to, so my body just takes a little longer to regrow its limbs. I said, closing my eyes. But you're just ahead, repeated the guard, coming closer. There's smoke beneath my blanket, so there's no need to panic, I said, closing my eyes. Like she tried to return home following the route that her so-called friend Mona had given her, but instead she ran into a trap. The guard brought the lantern in a trembling hand and closer to the bedsheet, and he saw that they were stained deep red with my crimson blood. And people here for some reason like to write blood red instead of crimson blood, so I'm just going with it fast, trying to collect my ever-disappointing thoughts. Who did this to you? I heard a voice say. Someone, I said, closing my eyes, and if you don't mind, please be silent. I will pass this horrible, painful moment without interruption. I'm going to get leave, just you wait, said the voice. I sighed. Following the protocol in this situation, here's a summary of last night's breach in security, and I leave it up to the algorithm on how to best to use this piece of information. And as you may already know, I had contact with a girl named Mona outside the sanctions of the Palace of Creation, and we established a sort of friendship over our silly affinity towards marine life and the color blue. And looking back, I suspect she was just agreeing with my childish whims to get closer to me, and inside this document are the original letters she sent me, and it's both of them as you see fit. And the last time I spoke with her was by the monolith of Mita. And and I had used it as a mini spot in case of monsters and other bodies. And after a brief exchange, I have a change of heart about abandoning my mission, and I said to Mona, on second time, you're right. It would not be fair to abandon my siblings when they need me the most. I was only jesting, Pisces, said Mona, brushing back her long pink hair, and the silver sole of her left foot tapping against the floor sweetly, and she did this whenever she was impatient. Look, the path back home is not going to be open forever, and we must leave soon, or else who knows when we might secure another exit. I have been meaning to ask you whether you find this, said I asked with curiosity. From your brother, he has an interesting way of going around, though he can't seem to do it more than every 3 months or so, explained Mona. Ah, I see, said nodding. No, you don't. And maybe, look, Mona, I changed my mind about leaving, okay? And I'm sorry I made you come all this way here for nothing. I mean, you're doing stuff like missions in spywares and whatnot. Well, my only time is to gather money, and I can't just sheepishly shy away from such a stupid easy tag, I said, finishing. Mona came closer and then whispered after looking left and right. All you're doing is busy work. The real action is society's pathetic little world. I don't think this is just busy work. It is serious business, I said, raising my voice. No, it isn't, and there's something amiss with this world, and I can tell you that the weaklings are being sent to pit missions, and they are 10 altogether, and it hasn't been like this since the Forgotten Wars, said Mona. And it was at that moment when I felt a heavy weight drop on the pit of my stomach, and I coughed a bit, trying to swallow back the bitterness started straggling my throat. And I remember what my mother had once said, all who know of the events of the Forgotten Wars are the enemy. And do you know why it's called the Forgotten Wars, Mona? I asked, lowering my head and crossing my arms. Because it is a war that never happened, answered Mona, taking a step forward. And all those who fought in it were assimilated by the abandoned, erased, puff, gone, Pisces. And at the moment the blue gloves I was wearing resonated with Mona's power, and they grasped into my skin and crawled around my very essence, and I was immobilized. And finally I said, it is truly necessary, and you go and try the whole holding a city hostage or some foolish exploit or another. Alright, that's enough for this chapter. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, dear sister, and today we're continuing with Saturnastra, Deasura. This is, okay, it's chapter 7, so this one will be, okay, so this one is chapter 8. You think I'm that stupid, am I? Asked Mona, making her way to the forest while carrying me. And could have fooled me, I said, trying to animate my static limbs, and only the area that had my arm had any sensation. And Mona walked the forest forward till she made her way towards the monolith again. And feeling the texture of the ground with her feet, she noticed something peculiar about the ground. And just below the grass there were hints of an ancient road, and Mona was in a four-corner road, and she was not getting out of there anytime soon. And the real question was why Karina was taking so long to bail me out of this sticky situation. And it seemed to me that though her perception and powers could affect all four-corner streets, she had a limitation on how many places she could manifest at once. And at the time it seemed to me that she was taking care of all the more pressing matters. And I had placed myself in that situation and thus decided to deal with it myself, and I wriggled the only part of me that could move, and dragging with me the head and the other vital parts, and Mona felt the ropes moving in a strange fashion, and she dropped me as a result of my profuse breathing. And she tried armoring vines in the form of shields to force me to maintain my original form. And I entered what I thought was my armband and exploded the rest of my body. And my retinal form felt small, and Mona seemed like a giant to me, and the explosion had taken her by surprise. And it is not a tactic we normally prefer, and the force of the blast sent her towards the edge of Karina's area, through the forest, and I started uttering below my breath, Almighty Atacarte, whose name hasn't been uttered in over millenniums. Have mercy upon the last mortal who still remembers your name, and come to my aid, dear goddess, whose name is in Aramaic is Atarades, and for the Latin use you were Dea Syria, and the Greeks you were Derceto. And my blood was drawn towards a small puddle of water, and soon a bubble rose from it, and Paul, revealing a little mermaid, with an elongated salmon red tail and riding a lion, and frowning she said, "You forgot to mention Leonis." "I don't have time for this. Go get Muna before she recovers," I yelled. "Oh yeah, you forgot to say please," started Atagartis when an energy bullet popped her, and she soon popped back into existence along with her partner Leonis, and she confronted Muna with her elegant rose bowl, and shaped like the leg of a flamingo, with rosy red feathers to match as well. And the game of cat and mouse started with both maidens failing to injure one another. And from time to time, Muna would shoot at me for arbitrary reasons, and I guess she hoped Atagartis or Leonis would try to shield me with their bodies. And though the blows landed, it failed to do anything more significant since I was already pretty beat. And mind you, it was already a mess at this point, and at the end of the stalemate I started another invocation, and as though this time felt like the right time, Eseli, I am literally running out of bones, and none of my brothers and sisters are listening to me, Eseli. And after coughing up a diamond necklace and a platinum ring, the frame of the goddess appeared, starting to manifest to the necklace and the ring, and she appeared in the form of a black maiden wearing a lovely red dress colored blue, pink, and gold, and she did not have time to complain when Muna threw her a frag grenade with an extra kick and Muna has always had a thing for antique weapons. And this violent reception actually sent Eseli into a rage, and her form changed to that of her Danto form, and her youthful face turned haggard and scarred and old, and even her attire became more somber, and picking me up she started screaming curses at Muna. Other than bad-mouthing my friend who became my enemy, and serving as a shield, she did not do much of anything. I was really disappointed. She also provided sufficient calm for me to get some more friendly advice from the ultimate weapon, and in response to the prospect of my ever-increasing numbers, Muna apparently gave up on the idea of taking me alive. And flying at supersonic speed, which is slow by today's standard, she outpaced Atagartis, whose usual human targets were slow, and after repeated blows to the face, Atagartis destroyed a desperate range attack with Leonis, but Muna decapitated both with a sudden swift movement of the sword. She had sheaths on her back, and Sandaless, come forth and harm my would-be assassin, and let this victory forever serve as an example of your benevolence and hunting progress. Come and claim this prey worthy of your name, I whispered, and at the sound of the word Sandaless, Muna started looking about while occasionally dodging or parrying with her dagger whatever arrows were thrown her way. And this fellow at this did not have to manifest in such an obvious manner, and I could feel his divine presence at all, and Muna kept herself flying over the forest to remove any chance of a surprise attack, and whatever could come from the distance she had ample time to react, and as she started turning, I saw behind her the creepy god, wearing a black mask with long green feathers trailing from the back of the head, and his body was painted like candy cane, which made me smile, and Muna turned around and she saw Sandaless, and he stared back at her, not moving an inch, and apparently millennium spent dead had rusted his hunting skill, and she tried putting much distance, but Sandaless maintained the same distance from before, always creepily staring at her with his golden eyes. And much to her mutual annoyance, Sandaless did not do much of anything for the time being, and he just stared down at Muna, and while Atagartis finally landed a blow, the god Sandaless and Muna bleed, and only then did he enter his battle frenzy. As would with an animal, he smacked her in the head with his claws, reinforced with obsidian, until she stopped moving, and assuming she was dead, he started skinning her, and was surprised when she quickly came to and shot him in the face, and his mask broke, revealing a devilish handsome face, and touching his face, he started screaming and smashing Muna some more, and the blows would have killed any regular human, but not Muna. And between his strong brute force and Atagartis' magical arrow, Muna was finally put to rest, and it was at that moment when Karina finally felt like making an appearance, and putting her face on her hips, she started saying, "Took you long enough, cheese. And don't you have any other stronger summons?" And with her appearance, Sandaless started creeping behind her and observing her with a narrow, suspicious eyes. "Hey, it was my first battle, you know." "And damn you, Karina," said Eseli, pointing at my sister. Yeah, she said, throwing at Eseli a ruby the size of a fist. And Eseli relaxed and regained her form of a beautiful, youthful maiden. "And you need to stop being so reckless, my little sister. Summons can be useful in more than one way," commented Karina. Yeah, I said, emulating her dour mood. "And don't forget, you're a piece of military hardware, not a person. The enemy would love to steal technology such as you and I," said Karina, picking up the redness of the blue robes. And she added, "And can you send Mr. Stalker back to where he belongs? That creepy Sandaless is creeping me out." "Fine, sorry, Sandaless, you can go home now," I said to her, and instead of leaving, he stayed there staring. and there was a problem with the vocations. Calling a deity is easy business, and summoning them back without a pentagram is difficult. And since the god was not living, Karina took the effort to draw a magic circle around Sandalus, and after saying a magic word, Sandalus returned to his home. And I bid Karina and my friends and gods goodbye, and that concludes the end of one of the longest nights in my life. Why does it take me so long to heal? Why I need to... Month 8 days to year 2. I recently completed the lambskin journal I got from Rimaro, and I do not know why he gave me such a bizarre looking present. And there's no need to write things out on paper, you know. Still, it's a nice way to pass the time. Just having things on your head is not enough. And mother always found it fun of putting things out on paper to avoid forgetting it. And frankly, I would like to forget all about Mona and everything that happened the night before. And since this is a picture in a drawer, you know, here's a picture of a baby seal. And I saw Liz sacrificing one to Eruna, and surprise, she was a star, silent and stoic as before. And he has only heard her voice like 3 times in his entire life. And even the Lesacaras do not know what to make out of her. And everyone has been busy around themselves with me, and the blood and all that is left for me has left them in a panic. And a god is always posted beside me to see when I might croak. And a few hours ago, a priest came to see me, and he made a motion to give me my last rites or whatever. And I then said to him in a nonchalant manner, I am not dead, nor am I dying anytime soon. And my sudden movement and my speech after being immobile for so long must have frightened the poor fellow who ran out of the room. And I was bored of my mind, just lying there. And the night and before, Karina had visited me with the intention of healing me, and despite her best efforts, she had not made much progress. And I am going to see about just wait here, she said, departing my side. What a bother. And then again, I was deployed only a month after my birth, and I guess it was not enough time to see how I would develop. And maybe I don't have natural abilities, and the more evocation thing is only a side effect of that little hobby, and I wouldn't call it a natural ability. And why haven't I healed yet? And it is getting a little bit too annoying to just be lying in the bed waiting for something to happen. And I will simply work with what remains and craft myself a new body. Month 8, day, year 3. And normally people will utilize a period of unwelcome unrest to question every little decision they made up by this point. And frankly, I regret nothing except failing to come up with the least damaging escape plan. And on a side note, I will be more mindful of the gifts I get in the future. Mindful as in I will sell it for cash or lend it to someone to see if it kills them instead of me. And you know, that seems like a decent solution. And it's such a bother being alone with your own thoughts. And my companions are too focused on the current state of the world to be much comfort. And so I am inside my mermaid pouch. I can only listen to the world around me. And everything is quite rather dull. And I started ruminating about the private matters I'm not allowed to put on paper. And eventually a singular strain of thought came in the form of an image of a female goat with only one eye. And a one summer wind soon entered my bedroom and enveloped my surroundings, and hanging overhead was the Titan moon wearing the cloaks of the new moons. And the god asked in a whimsical high-pitched voice, who calls me after an eternity of mournful silence? No one in particular, and I am not an adoring fan either, I whispered. And can you speak up, said the goat, coming closer to my bedside. And there are others around me, and I would rather that they not hear me talking to myself, lest they think I am about to croak, and they may start repeatedly call the mortician again, I explained. There's no one here, but I can see why this would be a problem, seeing as though you're close to death, commented the Cyclops goat, with her one pitch black eye staring down at me. I'm not dying, I said. Sure you aren't, commented the goat. You're just hallucinating us all, which is normal for someone so alive and vibrant. I'm fine. Once the healing kicks in, I will be okay. Everything will be okay. I just know it, I think. Your sister Karina is already speaking with Cano about using their size, should you croak. And too bad it takes so many lives to get that accursed item to work, said the goat. It won't be necessary. I am going to pull through this, you know, and I'll be fine, just fine, if only a bit more while I at it. Though it would not hurt to speed up recovery a bit, you know. I do have the means of speeding up your death if you are not one to wait so long, said the goat. Look, if you can speed up the passage of time only inside my little pouch, I would greatly appreciate it, and that is not a matter for my kind since we age on demand. However, healing is another matter, and since regeneration has some regional variances or whatever, I said, pouting. Normally I would not provide a service like this for my worshippers, but since you are an orphan, I will make an exception, but it will come at a price, said the ghost standing nearer, and I could feel her hot breath on my surroundings, and I then said, you may not know this, but I was born in noontime, and it is unsightly for a goddess to bargain like so common demon. Alas, such contrasts are the only way which I can sustain myself, and I will not go into the big nothingness as the others, said the goat god, calmly changing her tone. And what nothing, everyone is alive more or less, except those who succumb to a natural death, or as natural as a divine death would be, as commented Johnny. Just what you know, snorted the ghost sarcastically, and she added, all right, I will be your personal goddess, and with time for you, in a matter that you find most convenient. Don't mind you, since this is an alien world, there are some limitations to my power. Let me worry about that, I said, and for now speed up the time inside my little pouch, and only awaken me once I'm fully healed or dead, depending on the results of my little experiment. And fine, experiment away, little girl, said the goat, and it's rainbow by the way. I figured as much, I said, looking at her horns, and they had a cluster of white opal which shimmered with all colors of the rainbow, and they contrasted greatly with her orange-red body. And he was in the mood to converse some more. But the goddess' presence departed, and she was not able to return till dusk, and taking it all into consideration, I figured that she would only be available in the world during key points of the day, like midnight, sunrise, and dusk, and it's better than nothing. And during those 10 minutes, she was able to restore me to my body, and I should inform Karina before she tries something desperately stupid. And you missive, I am fine, to my sister Karina, I am fine, I'm alive and well, and I should say in full health, and I know we're not supposed to use camera technology, but in closing this envelope, here's a picture showing you that I'm alive and well. Later that night, I finally found a good cover for today's entry, and I draw a dogged expression of Lee standing by my bedside. And he's such an interesting fellow, and frankly I do not know why he cares so much about me and so little about his own son. Then again, Rudolph is a bit of a douche, and it's hard to find endearing someone who's always a jerk to you. And when I awoke, I had my item Maria back, and I looked through my personal possessions and found a letter from Karina, and she had spoken with my brother, and that I had agreed that I should take some time off, and they would not be expecting any monetary aid from me till the end of the summer. And frankly, I do not see why it is necessary. It is not as if I am emotionally scarred by one monody, and I was half expecting it even, except for little from the others and much of yourself to avoid disappointment. And I cannot lie, and I wish it had turned out differently, but alas, some things cannot be helped. And I got up and went towards one of the pools, and the one with the miniature coral reef, and touching the tip of the water with my toes, I started at those. And while I lead this painful world in search of another sky filled with happiness, and the guys were the first to notice my return, and they gathered near the pool, but kept their distance, for they knew I would stop singing if they got a little too close. And the fishes too heard my ballad and started circling around my feet, and I ended my little tone when dusk finally fell. And Leaf too approached but said nothing, and he simply stared the same way he always does, so the first time he has heard me singing. And then at that moment I finally understood. Month 8, day 3, year 3. The picture you see up there is of a freshwater eel, and I was reading about them to fall asleep, and they are slippery little fellows, and I think I want one as a pet, and I guess I will have to wait till I settle down some more, and I haven't seen any of them in the river so far, and the river seems to only have carps, alligator guards, salmons, and more colorful small fried fishes, and now that I think about it, it's a little bit silly to have a picture that has nothing to do with today, but whatever. And much to my annoyance or chagrin, if you want to be fancy about it, people were looking at me like some kind of ghost, and for some reason the potential of passing away was newsworthy in this urban city, and perhaps it has something to do with the nature of my injuries, and it was a gruesome sight for all those who saw. And when I went with Rudolph to the market, I kept getting bombarded with questions, and they were all the same questions, worded differently. And I wanted to know two things: how did I survive, and who tried to kill me? And to amuse myself, I gave each person a different explanation, and Rudolph, who was beside me every step of the way, was not the least amused by my colorful lies. Though he was a little less whiny than usual, which I took it as a sign that he was happy to see me. And to the baker I said I was attacked by a school of barracudas and I managed to get away but was severely maimed, and the only reason I did not die was because I am part salamander. And the baker knew the salamanders could regenerate limbs. To the cobbler I said I was assaulted by a crazy serial killer, and the one who has been leaving human torsos all over the river, and I managed to escape, and the only reason I did not die was because Lara was with me, like the goddess Lara. And to the sailors of the docks I said I was minding my own business, swimming as you usually do, and when I was adopted by beings from another world. And I got into an argument about adoption, and since I did not agree with them, they decapitated and threw my head into the ocean, and I would have been dead if a passing merman had not found me and nursed me back to health. And to the old gent who owns a flower shop, I said, you know how some flowers like to eat bugs? Well, there's some trees that like to eat people, and there's these guys of us normal trees, and you only find out that they got you when they eat you, and when you know they get you. And I managed to escape, but was badly wounded, and I almost died and was buried in the ground, which was annoying, seeing as though I was not dead. And I was able to fully recuperate, and 3 days later, and laughing, the old gentleman said, and that happened to one of my cousins. The tree or the buried alive part? I asked. The latter one, said the gentleman, laughing. And to the dress shop keeper I said I was minding my own business when a demon propositioned me, and since I turned him down, he got really angry and he ripped me to shreds, and a passing vampire took pity on me and he gave me some of his blood, and I was able to come back to life, but now I have to drink human blood, and the sun is painful to me. And these bizarre stories continued to flow through me, and there were so many strange that my listeners either did not understand or they failed to grasp to take my words in earnest. Both things happen more often than I care to admit. And indeed, talking with fools is such a bother, and by the end of my walk, Rudolph asked me, and what really did happen? Ah, what a bother. All you humans are the same. You pretend to care about a person when all you want to do is marvel at the burning bush. And I said nothing but telling you the truth, so start asking me about it, I said, raising my voice. Rudolph brushed back his hair with his hand, and he said coldly, I don't care at least what happened to you. However, I must know if there's a monster or whatever that is still lurking out there to report it to the lords, and such a creature cannot be allowed to do as it pleases. And I knew a fine upstanding citizen, I said sarcastically, and I gave him a bow, and looking about, I said, and why don't you just admit it? You are afraid to be targeted by association, and I'm already labeled as a mage in the city, and you fear that he will come after you. And stop picking nonsense, he asked, you know, another wizard, he said, pulling my arm and drawing me closer. And for some reason I was compelled to spit on his face, and his face turned beet red, and while he was cleaning his face with his handkerchief, I released myself from his grip with the same slithering hand motion akin to an eel, and I ran away with him laughing at his stupid face. And around noon, I saw Rudolph looking at me in the temple. It took him from making a scene. I got dressed up and joined Leaf in the ritual dance. And the crowd was already used to my occasional entrances, and I almost half expected it, as if my introduction was part of the show. And after the dance, Rabel was waiting for Leaf along with Rudolph, and looking at Rudolph's face, Leaf guessed I had done something wrong. And in joking, stern voice, Leaf asked, and what did I do to you? Nothing, I said, pouting my lips and putting my hands behind my back. Taking in a deep breath, Rudolph was about to speak with his eyes popping out of his head when Rabel started. Deasura spit in Rudolph's face. And Deasura, what would you do? Such a shameful thing, said Leaf with his face twisted into a grin. He seemed to have been trying to suppress his desire to laugh. Cause he pulled my arm, and it's not safe for people to touch me, I said, looking sternly at him. I paid you all the time and you do not complain, said Rabel, smiling. That's cause I would not mind if you stop existing, I said coolly. And why so hostile, little lady? Asked Rabel, lowering himself to mess with my hair some more. Oh, you're not going to frazzle me, little man, and I can make your life a living nightmare if I have a mind to do so, I said, folding my arms. And trust me, there are no empty threats, said Rudolph, after biting his lower lip, and he added, I will welcome a chance for someone else to be tormented by this charge, and then you will all see what I have been going through since you brought this imp here, father. And if you do not want to look after me, Deasura, After the other, you should have just said so earlier, said Lee flatly, and I have plenty of late father who will be more than happy to do my bidding, and I only ask you because your mother that a brush with another human being will cool that foul temper of yours. And Rhoda made several attempts to voice his maledictions, but his anger choked him, and he let both Leaf and Rabel and walk home while trying his best to keep his tears from falling down his face. And I shook my head sadly, and I thought I was going to go easy on him tomorrow. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye, God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra Deasura. This is chapter 9. Month 8, day 5, year 5. For this entry, I think I will draw a blowfish swimming right next to an anglerfish. And I know both fishes barely meet, but it serves well as a cover for this pathetic little chain of events. And it was close to dusk when I finished my daily rounds by the port, and I know I was supposed to be on vacation and all, but the shipment of weapons had recently been attacked by pirates. And when the transfer, some of the goods have fallen into the ocean, and following the Oculus compound observation, I was able to track down one of those shipments. And about taking it to shore, I was surprised to find a revolver, and I was under the impression that guns were alien to this world. And then again, technological timeline rarely follows a straight line like with the ancient Egyptians and their working planes and electric batteries. And aside from the revolver, there were other war-oriented pieces of metalwork like swords, shields, and armor. And it is a wonder why rely on such weapons when guns were starting to come into the picture. I did read that these little weapons were around as early as the 16th century, and it's not until the Industrial Revolution that they became cheap to make and to own. I decided to give Rudolph the revolver as a present, and since he has insisted on doing the magic thing, he will need a quick weapon to protect himself. And magic is only useful when orchestrating a preemptive strike. And with this in mind, I left him to find him on his own, and he will usually rise up and early to study, and silly considering that there are not a lot of mages to compete with, and humans worry about such silly things like punctuality, like trying to play catch-up race when the winner has long been decided, and since he was not at his study, there was only one other place where he could be. Rudolph had a secret magic teacher, and I put secret in parentheses because a lot of people know what Rudolph is up to. And Rabel always felt this magic thing was a phase that Rudolph would outgrow once he found himself a woman. And the teacher wore the disguise of a handsome cultured gentleman, and to complete the look, he had his small hat with a stock and a floor-length coat with fur linings and with a long hanging sleeve. And the mask he wore was that of green-eyed blonde fellow with a well-trimmed mustache. And the fake name he was using at the time was Gurion of Praga, and his true name was Palamides. And I got this preliminary information from the observer who had recently taken an interest on this masked individual. And his house's wealth and all was carefully across the illusion, and I noticed this when I got into an argument with Rudolph the first and only time I came to visit. And Palamides opened a stand in a most peculiar manner, and then he just holding the sides of the door when inside, yet the door opened in a manner akin to doors that had hinges on the outside. And every good Arya master knows that this is a small detail that would ruin you. And another thing which was different had to do with the furs he wore, and at times the fox furs had the ears slightly smaller than what they should be. And I kept catching him on little things here and there, and he had seen me stalking him enough times for him to be wary of me. And his lips twitched slightly when he saw my head through the window, and I was making faces through the glass in an attempt to pretend to be other human children. And the other day had got me thinking that I was not doing the whole pretending right, and it also did not help that I kept forgetting to change either my hair color or my eyes whenever I would turn in my nightly runs. And it was a good thing that this had become a sort of expected on my temple, and putting my face was always front of the glass, and I noticed that my face were two flaming cauldrons, and Rudolph came outside and said, "Go away, I don't want to deal with you anymore, and you are my father's problem now." I wanted to apologize for spitting into your face, and I promised to be more mindful of your sensitive feelings and to treat you with the love and respect you deserve, I said, with my eyes super glassy. And something about my apology must have seemed sounded mechanical, which made Rudolph grimace, and then he said, "You don't really mean any word you said, and you're just telling me what I want to hear, so you have another excuse to start teasing me again. Well, I am tired of dealing with you, and I have better things to do with my time, and so good day to you, madam." And Rudolph then returned inside, and I started tapping on the window with my knuckle, and when he looked my way, I said, I'm so sorry. You are my only friend in the world. Please don't leave me alone. And Rudolph tried his best to ignore me, and I kept saying I'm sorry for minutes on end. And I then started singing the words sorry in different intonations. And after half an hour, Rudolph went outside with his teacher, and gritting his teeth, Rudolph said, I accept your terrible apology, now go on your way. You don't really mean that. You're just telling me what I want to hear, so I leave you alone with your studies, and I'm not leaving until you accept my apology, I said, giving a slight smile. I have enough interruptions as it. Either get rid of the little imp or I will, said Palamedes, going inside to get a stick or something heavy to hit me with. And Rudolph came towards me, and he made a gesture to pull my arm, but he stopped, and closing his hand into a fist, he said, you already got what you wanted, and I'm sorry for pulling your arm, okay? And just leave me alone, and don't bother me again, and I will tell my father when he wants to hear too. Now go! And I looked at Rudolph over the shoulder and saw his teacher resting his head on his hand, and he was sitting indoors watching the entire event unfold from the window, and yawning, he said, just out of curiosity, why do you put up with that little imp? Sighing and shaking his head, Rudolph answered meekly, because I am my father's son. Ah, boo, you're no fun, I said, tracing a circle on the floor with my shoes. And reaching into my arm, I brought out a wooden box with a blue ribbon. I got a present for you. Oh, thank you, said Rudolph, smiling, and he added, glad to see someone remember my birthday. Oh, yeah, of course, I said, shockingly, trying to pretend like I did. He opened the box, and his eyes widened, and then he closed it quickly, and looking left and right, he gestured for me to come inside, and Palamedes also seemed alarmed, and Rudolph opened the box and showed him the revolver, and the teacher asked, where did you get this? Underwater, there was a pirate raid, and I heard some of the cargo had fallen into the water during the escape, so I went to fetch it, I said, folding my arms. But don't you always give those items back to the port, inquired Rudolph. Only if they pay good for money for it, and most of the time they're just happy to get the cargo back, and it's not as if I stiffed them, you know. I said, sitting down in one of the few chairs that was general in the article. And look here, Deasura, you're a foreigner, and this gun, this weapon, is only carried by judges of Erogerum, and those caught possessing such a weapon are executed or worse, and many nobles have been put to the sword for fancying such a fancy toy, explained Rudolph. Oh, so you don't like the present, I said, pouting. This isn't a joke, Deasura, you can get into a lot of troubles. You can get me into a lot of troubles, he said, alarmed. And wait, what if one of those neighbors saw you when you opened the box? Nah, the coast was clear, assured me one of my observers. I don't think so, I said, and I was about to add more reassuring words when Palamedes interrupted me. It matters not, as long as we are in possession of such a weapon when in danger of incurring the wrath of the revered prince, or even worse, the king, said Palamedes. And what do you suppose I do with a weapon? Chuck it back into the ocean. I could do that, you know, and be rid of the problem for good, I suggested, though in fact I was actually planning to keep it for an eventuality. And guessing my friend thought, Palamedes suggested, I had contact with some well-connected nobles. Through them I can get the gun to its rightful owner. Here, I said, handing him the box, and if you find out you got rewarded and did not give me any credit, I will. Yes, said Palamedes, rolling his eye, and he went into another room, and he came back with a ruby, and he placed it in my hand and said, this should just about cover your labor efforts. Now be gone with you, and I have much work to do, and you should go and home and be an art pupil. Yes, teacher, said Rudolph, giving a proper bow. And he waited by the door till I felt like leaving, and once outside I asked Rudolph, and want to go to the beach? And what for? And more importantly, I have much studies to get done, said Rudolph, starting to walk home. And you're going to ruin your eyesight if you keep reading by candlelight, I warned. And this was not true, rather it just caused eyes to go tired, and it gave migraine from time to time as a result of the strain. Just what you know, snorted Rudolph. I know plenty, and come on, it's summer, and you want to take a break from time to time, and it's not as if you're going to get extra points for catching up with your work, and you're not in school, and your tutor seems like the sort of laid-back, paranoid kind of fellow, I said, shaking my fist, was standing in Rudolph's path, and I added, walking towards the beach. Come on, play with me, and if you go to the beach, I will actually give you something good for your birthday. And you can get me a real silly twig, as you like to call them. I would enter the ocean with you, said Rudolph, following along. And since he was trailing behind, I hurried my pace to a light trot, followed by a full-blown jogging, and we were only halfway out of the city when I had to stop and allow Rudolph some time to catch his breath. And he was really disappointing, and folding my arms, I commented, you know, it would not kill you to exercise a little. And you know, not always you will not always have a bodyguard keeping the enemy at bay, and you will twirl about your baton and go la di da. That makes people suspicious. Speaking plainly, you're not all about for both of our sakes, said Rhoda. Jeez, if walking is such a problem, I'm going to get a horse and just sit there and wait for me to come back, I said, running up before Rhoda could say anything. While he sat down on the stone fence of the entrance of the apartment complex, I was running towards one of the stables, and after paying a rental fee, I was able to take Sato Mayor with me, and after riding it for 4 minutes, I found some young noblemen harassing poor Rudolph, and they flinched as soon as they saw me, and they left Rudolph alone and continued on the way as soon as they saw me approach. And what was that all about? I asked Rudolph. Nothing, said Rudolph. If they're hurting you, tell me, and I can kill them for you, I said, dismounting the horse. I mean, it is your birthday after all. Not desiring to argue, Rudolph got on the horse without saying a word, and he held his hands towards me, but then remembering something, he simply reached towards the reins to save face. And I ran ahead while the horse galloped behind, and the streets were winding just before leaving the city and the harbor, and after getting past the Wade Castle, we finally reached a pristine, unadulterated beach. Untouched by human artifact, its clear water stood in stark contrast to the murky underbelly of the harbors, and very few of the citizens bothered to visit the beach, which was such a waste, but also a boom. And today the owner of the orphanage, a pious devotee of Hemi, was taking the children out to the beach, and Hemi was the goddess of truth and the patron goddess of children, and I saluted the priests and the children as well, and Rudolph said nods and maintaining a respectable distance, and like any noble, he naturally assumed that orphans were a bunch of pickpockets, which was true considering the squalor which they were forced to live in. And the children caught her around us and started asking for money, and I said, shoo, and if you want money, then work for it. And what do you want us to do for you, said one of the older girls, and she was carrying a half-starved toddler. I want you to search the beach and gather seashells, and for everyone I get, you will earn a copper penny, and you will also get a silver piece every hour once you're in my employment. I hop to it, I said, gesturing with my hands. And when I looked over my shoulder, I was greeted by Rudolph's distraught face, and he asked, and why couldn't you just have given them amounts as all these people do, and by the gods, they're your children, and you're having them do work for you. This isn't the first time I have put them to work, and they know I'm good for it, and unlike guilt, I actually pay them a living and fair wage. So in a way, I am the bad guy in this story, I asked, folding my arms. Rudolph got off his high horse, and then said, I don't know, it still just feels wrong to me. That's because you never had to work for a thing your entire life, and you will never get far in life if you do not work for the things you desire, I said while I started to undress. And I nearly folded him into a bow before entering the warm ocean. And Rudolph seemed a bit embarrassed, but then he took out a dress and he sat down by the shore, and the waves raised a bit and enough to lightly touch his fingertips. And the sun was especially warm that day, and as it slowly roasted my tanned face, and the girl came to stand beside Rudolph, and she asked him, can you hold him a bit? I need to speak with Deasura. Fine, said Rudolph, putting the fidgety shawl on the floor before him. And to tease her, I slowly swam further and further away from her till the water was practically up to her nose. And whenever a wave came, she would take a deep breath and jump on the sand to keep herself afloat. And it was at this point when I swam closer to her and asked, can I help you? I've been having these bleeding episodes every month or so late, and I'm worried that I will bleed to death at this rate, she said, worried. And now in my eyes, I eyed her from head to toe, and I commented, that's normal, but if they are such a bother, I can get rid of them for good, and without none of the usual side effects associated with a cure. I don't care, just heal me, please, and I will be forever in your debt, said the girl. Not as much as you think, and once you're cured, you cannot be uncured, for lack of a better word. And whatever so-called defective body parts I take and replace will belong to me, and forever and ever, and no gives it back, did you understand? I asked once again. I understand, said the girl, not understanding what I was implying. And I cured her so-called malady, and I had explained to her that her birds and beating, and she still wanted to have the problem solved, and since she had seen childbirth once, and it looked rather painful, so she didn't want none of it. And continuing with this trend of events, some of the new orphans were taken to be healed by me, and some of the older ones had gotten injured in some way or another, and kids with parents enjoy beating the little orphans to a pulp, and when they do fight back, they get the rake or even a crueler public humiliation. and the disaster is just the world we live in, and whenever there was something stolen and the nearby orphan was always blamed for it. And ideally, the Berserkers promised equality under the law. However, enforcement of such a premise varies from city to city, and you are promised a relatively fair treatment if you live in the inner cities or in the capital, and upon such matters while floated blissfully on top of the waves, and once a large one pummeled me back to the shore, and it even managed to help me arrive at standing up. And smiling Rudolph commented, "You really are a mermaid, aren't you?" "And that's what I'm going for." I started taking some of the seaweed off my hair. "And why do you always wear the stupid armband?" asked Rudolph. "'Cause that's where I keep my bag of tricks," I added. "See, if it can be pulled off either, not without cutting my arm off." I will keep that in mind," said Rudolph flatly. "Don't be getting any funny ideas in your head, and I promise you a sweetie twig, and I'm going to get you one to bite tonight. And on a side note, what things would you like it to do?" I asked, sitting down beside him. "Like a silly twig is what Deasura calls like a magic staff." "I always thought that they were a necessary tool for going on hikes," said Rudolph. "And you could always go to the forest without one, though by God help you if you walk ahead first into a swamp," I added. "And they're useful in so much as they can help you test the solidity of the path before you." "I never thought of it that way," said Rudolph thoughtfully, and he was quiet for some time, and then he said, "I want one that will help me meet new people, and that it will be useful in a way of locating in the forest and burning buildings in a tornado or the ocean." And I part of my lips, realizing this little cold talk was getting out of hand, and everyone in the neighborhood knows that what you are, dear Rudolph. Alas, I will play your game, but only because it's your birthday. And after an hour of a prolonged basic conversation, I got bored and went back into the ocean, and the tide had risen somewhat, and I gestured to Rudolph, but he insisted on staying in the sand on the shore. And from time to time, a large wave would surprise him, and he would get hit by his torso wet. And overall, he spent his time digging a hole with a little toddler orphan. And the air felt heavy and wet, and the waves were unusually large from the ones I had seen so far. And I saw in the sky a maiden dressed in white with a golden spiral ornamental dress, Greek dress. And her long braided hair was like raven black, and her see-through veil was even longer than her wet hair, and she had round emerald sapphire ornament on her forehead attached to her cycle. And standing up, I scanned the sky to see for another, and a couple of kilometers away from her there was another maiden. And according to Lee, those maidens were the daughters of Deasura, and they appear ahead of a storm to help humans prepare, and depending on the color of the dress was the severity of the storm, and with white being the visual cue to make peace with one higher powers. And as I knew warning system, these girls gave you about 2 to 3 days to get prepared for the storm. And I said girls because I did not sense anything divine about them. And we all saw the maidens started getting dressed, and I got out too, and the children gave me seizures, and I quickly paid them, and I said to them, "Tonight I will go make arrangements for a safe place for you to stay, and I will have you relocated tomorrow morning, and for now go home and stock up on supplies." I left with Rudolph on horseback, and when we arrived at the temple, everyone was scrambling to secure their personal belongings. And outside the temple, the army was marching up and down the streets with trumpets flaming in all 4 corners. And I sat down by the boat and watched the clear blue sky above, and the wind was slowly growing stronger, and it was about 15 miles per hour, and Lee was running past us. And when he stopped, he said, "There you are, and I have been looking all over for you too, and where were you?" "And we went to the beach to celebrate Rudolph's birthday," I said casually. "Dad, we saw the Nephilis as they were just arriving," explained Rudolph along. "So that means that the storm is going to touch down in the outer dock," said Leaf, worried. "Nah, just because the storm is coming our way does not mean that we're going to get hit, you know. Hurricanes are an unpredictable nature. For all we know, it will just graze us," I said in a cheerful tone. "You're right, Deasura, but we will keep an eye on the Nephilis, and if they fly below our city, then the worst is to come. However, if they do not enter, then we might not get hit directly by the storm," said Rabel, coming towards us. "And we should still prepare just in case," said Leaf, worried. "Yeah, you do that, and I will go back to the beach to keep an eye out for them," I said, running towards the stables and getting on the horse. Until thus I watched the lazy dance of the 2 Nephilis, and from time to time they would enter somewhat into the city only to move backwards towards the beach, and to understand their bizarre movements. I connected with Akoloshins and his eyes, who were in charge of monitoring the weather in Saturnastra, and indeed there was a hurricane coming our way, and it was in the process of doing one of those bizarre U-turns, and based on the preliminary observation, it was going to strike the archipelago coast a few miles away from Mita. And since they were on the bottom band, and we might get struck by heavy rain and surf, but nothing else too seriously. Keeping this in mind, I'm not too worried about the coming storm, though one never knows. I returned to the city, and when the sun fell, and it was a pity since the waves were starting to reach impressive proportions, and I made a mental note to go out surfing, and when I returned to the temple, I found his house more or less deserted, and it took me a bit to find out where everyone was located, and the priests and priestess attendants guards were in the inner sanctum, and Liz was in the midst of praying for a miracle. Alright, let's leave it here. There's a storm coming. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, dear sister, and today we're continuing with Saturnastra, Deasura. This is chapter 10. I commented doubting. You know the farmers have been praying for rain for months, and I don't think you have enough sovereign rights to take away their answered prayers. Lee stoically ignored me, and his eyes were closed as he tried to communicate with the goddess. All the lesser goddesses were silent as well, and like the Nephilims, they too were caught in the reverie of the awesome power of Mother Nature. And it is not often that a hurricane graces its shores, and the candles flicker, and one of the doors tremble, and with the change in air pressure. And this strange sound made more than one person gasp. And this too was taken over by a cold sweat, even though the air felt rather cold inside the inner temple. Indeed, this was the safest place to be for the coming storm, and the structure was on top of a granite platform, forming a slate staircase, and the stars were placed in such a way that certain parts were hollowed, allowing the water to enter underneath the sanctum. And the stained glass windows were small and made with partially thick glass, at least 2 centimeters in width. And we had a cold supper inside the sanctum, and close to it, Lorraine and her servants came into the inner sanctum to wait out the storm. As the night progressed, more and more relatives of the staff started making their way towards the temple. It was around this time when I got up and said to Leaf, "I'm not gonna go outside for a bit. I need to see about getting those orphans to a safe place." "And you're not planning on bringing those Grandos in here, aren't you?" asked one of the little dancer maidens. "Nah, it's fine. This place is far too full to accommodate anyone else anyway," I said, reaching for the door. I tried opening it, but the pressure on the door made it difficult, and after running against it for a bit, I managed to head outside. As I entered the main halls of the temple, I noticed that some of the flowery decorations and curtains had fallen into the pools, and I cleaned up the water and dismounted whatever could fly off. And since I was strapped for time, I stretched out my armband into a river, and whatever I touched with its swirlity was drawn within it. And to keep the pools and its marine life safe, I got out a few charms that Karina had gifted me, and by putting each of them in the 4 corners of the water, I erected a barrier field. I also visited the stables, and I did the same for the horses and whatever nearby animal in the temple. I like animals. They are like people, but nicer. And once they were secure, I went to see about the orphans, and that's the last time I made promises. And the orphanage was located close to the beach in the outer city, and behind it was a dark forest, and the tides were now foaming as far as the entrance, and when I came inside I saw that it was deserted, and this was starting to get a little annoying. And I saw one of the observers who said to me, "Most of them went with the guards to one of the makeshift shelters by the docks." "Oh, those fools," I said, raising my voice. And one of the doors flapped open in the rooms, and a girl with a toddler was still waiting for me. And she went towards me and was about to say something when a wave smashed against the window, and the sky resonated with the eerie whine of the Nephilims. And it was a strange sort of resonance, the type that humans cannot hear. And I tied the toddler in my front, and then had the girl climb on my back, and even though I was smaller than her, and I elongated my toes and suppressed my pores to make myself impermeable to water. And I then ran outside, jumping and running through the waves, and since I was still sinking somewhat, I tried something else, and I changed my feet back to normal, and after jumping a bit on tippy toes and sinking till the water was up to my neck, and I started shoving through the water, and as I walked, slicing through it till it parted somewhat at my touch, and there was a sudden calm ripple around where I stood, and the waves seemed to disperse before they touched me, and my sense of urgency was overcome by my sensation of peace and serenity. And I saw the lesser goddess manifest around me, guiding me towards the monolith. And when I came to stand before it, the ground was somewhat raised before it, and lifting it up, it revealed a damp cave. and there was something eerily familiar about this cave, and rather it was eerily familiar itself that was familiar. Enclosing the hole, I did my best to mask it with gravel, though the rain might help somewhat. And whatever the goddess was scheming, it did not seem like good news to me. And carrying my burden, I made my way further into the forest, and the trees rocked and groaned under the weight of the hurricane winds. And the rain had quieted down somewhat, which was a good thing, and the further uphill we went, the calmer the weather became. And I had not explored the forest much, though I knew that there was a nearby grotto, which had an entrance deep into the mountains. At last the girl and the toddler inside the cave with supplies, including a sword and a dragon toad that I had found in a shipwreck, and I said to the girl, "This dragon is called Eclipse." And wrapping it in a cloth, I said, "Eclipse has lost his ability to move, but he can still use magic. As long as you keep him warm and safe, he will use his magic to keep you safe as well." "Oh, please don't leave me alone," begged the little girl. "I'm so scared." "Look, I already did my part. Just don't wander off and look after Eclipse, okay?" I said, leaving the cave. Month 8, day 19, year 3. The drawing today is that of a wet cat, and I saw one outside a flooded basement, and it made me smile. And I brought it home with me to the temple, and it has been 15 days since I had last read it. And since the city was severely damaged by the storm, I have been working non-stop. And the city survived a myriad of battles and raids, but a 2-day storm leveled a quarter of it, and most of the damage is in the docks. And even with the ships anchored in place with the sails tucked away, the surf and the large waves made them crash against one another, and some even got pushed into the shipyards. And overall, the city lost more than 500 ships. The floodwater made a number of half the neighborhoods in the inner city, and the outer city escaped flooding damage because it had expanded further inland instead of along the coastline. Still, a dozen neighbors did get total due to a mudslide, and as of now, the total body count is 5,780, with more than 600 unaccountable for. And I just got back from digging in the homes that suffered the landslide, and as of now, there are no more living people left to rescue. So I have some time to myself, and helping me with the orphans, I should have said that my children or whatever, and I have been looking after them for the past 10 days. And during the hurricane, the owner of the orphanage drowned, and he was helping some of the children get to higher ground in the home they were staying at, and before getting him to safety, some debris came along and swept him away. A real tragic end, I might add. And the same fate would have befallen the other children, but I summoned Teresita to the location, and since the treacherous nature of the city was keeping me from getting into them. And that night, I will never forget, and I just would seem to drag on and on and on. The last nail in the coffin were the Nephilims, and even though the hurricane was obviously advancing, these maidens were staying up over the horizon, and I went towards the center of the old town in the inner city. And the buildings were older and therefore a lot more solid, and I took refuge inside of them, and climbing to the roof, I was able to keep an eye on those weird maidens. And the sun rose the next morning with no improvement on the terrible weather, and the gale-force winds were shivering through the tile roofs and other stone masonry works, and from time to time the storm would completely die out, only to return with greater strength. And during those few moments of respite, I heard a strange rumbling through the empty streets. And it wasn't so much a rumbling as a sort of scraping which I cannot identify. It is a sort of unique noise one hears during the types of inauspicious weather phenomena. And by noon, the eye of the storm was visible, and based on our weather service, this calm was expected to last for about 20 minutes. And I sent out Rainbow to check up on the orphans and the people in the temple, and the kids I had left with Eclipse. And when the Rainbow came to see me, she said, "The one you call Eclipse has awakened, and is behaving in a most erratic fashion, and those creatures are descending upon us from the forest." "Great, just what we need," I said, reaching into our armband, and I put it out a shield talisman that Karina had given me. And this one came in the form of a lovely choker with a heart. And Rainbow added, "The people in the temple are holding up all right, and Leaf is praying for your safe return, though the storm has him so frightened that the goddess cannot seem to hear him speak." "Yeah, these sorts of natural disasters have a way of shaking a person's face," I commented, shaking my head sadly. "And the vessel did not wait for you are marooned on top of a roof, and is at least keeping them safe from the wind and the breeze. And she's relocating them to a nearby smithy, and its current owner would have complained, but the basement is flooded, so well, you know," explained Rainbow. And Rainbow was about to say something else when something drew her attention to the Nephilims, and there were about 8 of them around the eye of the hurricane. And from where I sat, I could only see 2 of them, and the Nephilims suddenly changed their eerie slow dance and started lazily flying clockwork-wise against the spin rotation of the hurricane. And it was then that the magical nature became evident, and the scraping alone was releasing the magical potential of the storm, and this magic was drawn to the focal point in the center. And the smiling monstrosities were drawn to the center of the lore. However, the older beings simply watched and waited for something amazing to happen. And when often it gathered, the Nephilim stopped, and a strange aura emitted at its focal point, and the aura trembled and expanded, reminiscent of a nebula cloud. And it clung to those creatures, and they were not able to escape. And soon the sky was aglow with strange colors, and the wind had died down altogether, which was unusual, and some of the creatures were consumed, and it exploded in a strong pale flash of light. And to mask the oddness, the Nephilim emitted lightning towards the person, and soon there was more lightning inside the clouds in the eye of the hurricane. And the Nephilim tried to resume their dance, but were intercepted by a larger, craftier, more foam things. Alas, despite the best effort, the pathetic lure failed to incite the beings that required real attention, and they suffered the same fate as the rest. And since I could not help but think of knowing about them, a curse befell upon me, and their shimmering, hidden large forms became partially visible. And I stared into the darkness, and the darkness stared back at me. And I called myself into a fetus position and closed my eyes and ears and waited for them to go away. And to focus my mind on loftier reigns, I ruminated about more ancient, forgotten gods. And I felt rainbow counting the seconds till they lost interest, and when I opened my eyes, the sky had returned to normal. And with the Nephilim gone, the hurricane started progressing at its normal speed, and for the rest of the day, it amused itself with gusts of wind, and there were even a couple of ocean tornadoes. And over the horizon, I noticed a galleon trying to make it to port, and since it was an unfamiliar terrain, its gusts fell open, and spearing onto the ocean its loot and its men, and trusting in my sister's shield, I braced through the debris of the darks and the large waves, and even though they were not harming me, the wind and other elements were hampering my progress, and I was determined to get to some goodies for my family. And one would think that below the waves the ocean would be calm, and once inside the water it felt as if I was inside a blender. And visibility was next to nothing, and a giant wave stirred up in the sand and rocks below, and the only thing unfazed by the entire ordeal were the mollusks. And they just simply stuck to the walls and rocks as they have always been. And since I was not making much headway below the water, I swam up and said, "And come force my anchor and help me stay steady and true in this tremulous sea." And then the anchor manifested in the form of a frill shark with its long eel body and serrated teeth, and its eyes had those flame folds of skin like those of a cuttlefish. And as he came closer, he started emitting a weird wavy pattern of light around his skin, and his shape then turned foamy to match his turbulent surroundings, and I changed my hair color a couple of times to happy colors like pink and baby blue orange, and to show my kind disposition, and since he drew closer, he must have understood my true intentions. And the water and the mysteriously grew calm around us and above us as well, and the chaos outside was placated in 4-meter radius, and fishes caught in the storm started schooling around us, and I swam ahead to indicate the anchor where I wanted to go, and he lazily followed along with his even non-committal pace. And for my first order of business, I gathered whatever fishes drew closer to the natural lagoon a couple of kilometers upwards. And this lagoon could keep them somewhat protected, and I kept up with this little diversion for the entire day. And once the hurricane completed its dreadful passage, the ocean started to calm down ever so slowly, and this minor change was enough to make the shallows livable for marine life once again. And before returning to the ocean, I went towards the deep to see about any shipwrecks, and I found a dozen ships all badly damaged or stranded in the coral banks. And those that had living sailors, I gathered them to shore, and people tend to be more accurate, acceptable of the bizarre during dangerous weather phenomena. And once the living were clear out of the way, I started looting. And when I started, I realized that I needed help, and there was only so much I can do alone, and I did manage to return with one particular valuable item, in addition to whatever gold I could pry away from inside the torrent ships. Month 9, Day 9, Year 3. Above is a cute picture of two flying fishes in a manta, and they are flying to outer space. See, there they are, but that's not a cloud, but a nebula. And process has been slow as ever today, and the sailors are too much into reconstruction and are not commissioning me any salvage projects. And the cartons from Lithuania arrived 2 days ago, and they are being tasked with helping restore the naval power of Mita before the pirates arrive. The only good thing about this entire situation was that I was able to see the twins, Sasha and Deura, and they have been helping me in my underwater exploration. And I introduced them to Rudolph, and he had an immediate dislike of them, and the twins had the same bitter cynicism as Rudolph, and no one likes a double taste of their own medicine. And today Rudolph said to me, I'm going to live with my grandfather for a while, and the house is a mess and Mother's coming too, and she feels that the city is not going to be safe during the reconstruction progress. Oh, boo-hoo, you could stay here and be useful for once in your miserable life, I said mockingly. And come with me and Mother, and you'll be safe there at the very least, he said, looking at me in the face. I don't know, Aragon is not my idea of safe, you know, I said, scratching my hair. What's wrong with Aragon? It is a well-protected, self-sustaining, large metropolitan area, with plenty to see and do, and I'm certain you will find something to do there as well. And also that, and had a temple there, and Rabel is going to be moving there with the apprentices and most of the priests while the temple is being reconstructed. Said Rudolph, giving a convincing argument. I can't leave. I have brats to look after, I said, folding my arm. What brats? You are just a brat yourself, and let the guards worry about them, and I'm sure in no time they will find a new head for their orphanage, said Rudolph, coughing. It's been more than a week, Rudolph, and I'm the only person providing for them, feeding them, bathing them, and such. And I have domesticated them, you see, and you have to be responsible for whatever you domesticate. I said, standing my ground, and I added, and I made up my mind, and I'm determined to do what I will. Don't say that I didn't warn you, said Rudolph, leaving the shattered remains of the temple. Aside from the pool, the inner sanctum and the rest of the place was in shambles, and Rudolph busied himself the rest of the day arranging for his least damaged goods to be moved to the only intact carriage still left in town. And he sent his lucky stars that none of his peltons had suffered water damage, and he was somewhat saddened by a foreboding thought, and he had not seen his teacher Palamedes since the hurricane. He was convinced that he might have died, and the truth of the matter was that the bastard had sold the gun the night before, and had changed his identity during the confusion of the hurricane, and at the moment he was the only surviving son of a noble family, and the rest of his family had died when the roof of the house had collapsed on their head, and he too had left town a couple of days ago when he ran into me and realized that I knew who he was, and rather than going to the trouble of killing me, he felt that it was easier to just relocate to society. It is a wonder if Palamedes is going to be able to keep up these pretend games forever. And as for me, I resumed my scavenging mission with the help of the twins Deura and Sasha. And when I performed this task, I will go down into the castle and help the healers with the wounded. And even today there was a fresh batch of injured folks, and the structural integrity of most of the buildings were compromised, and one could get hurt or killed by just walking the market. And even the castle had not escaped unscathed. And just like the other healers, I would only budge an inch in exchange for a modest fee. And poor people came to me as well because I asked for a bit strangely bizarre things in exchange for recovering their ability to walk and so forth. So I started collecting karma and talents. I still get customers because I do not require any degree of faith to perform healing on the part of the customers. However, true healers suspect I might be a witch or a demon. I do not see why they would think so, seeing as though I never asked for a person's soul. I had no uses for a person's soul, and I was never much of a puppeteer, unlike my dearest Karina. And I still get called a witch from time to time, though the witch-hunting fervor is not as strong in Misa. The night fell, and I went to see Rudolph one last time to try to convince him not to move to Aragon. And Liz was just leaving, and Lorraine was sitting in the couch pensive, and the ground was still damp from the flood, and the sky was visible from the hole in the roof, and from time to time a cold wind from the ocean blew to the cracks in the windows. And I gestured to Leaf, who came with me to another room, and he sat down on a couch and then got up and frowned as his robes were dampened by the musty ocean water. And I said to him, look here, Leaf, don't let your mate Brad and your wife go to Aragon, and her rotten personality won't fly there, and Rudolph has to, you know what problem with his lack of discretion. And where do you get this information about Aragon? It is the crown jewel of its empire and the former capital of the Western Kingdom, remarked Leaf. Just because a city doesn't have financial problems doesn't mean it's not rotten on the inside. And there's plenty of nasty business going on there which is not spoken of because it is commonplace like the weather, and people get pegged as magic users all the time and sent out to the Grand Inquisitors or whatever you call your interrogators, he said sternly. That has only occurred 10 times in the past, and those witch trials were presided by the judges, and they are incorruptible in their enforcement of the law. And those mages, as you like to call them, have broken the law and have caused many plagues before somebody put a stop to them. Leaf added after he just whispered something in his ear. And under the code of the elders, magic is not illegal, though it is frowned upon, and it is a dangerous craft that can go awry in the hands of the uninitiated. And if Ruda wants to indulge in his little hobby, I don't see what the harm he could cause. I have seen Ruda in action, and believe me, he's more than uninitiated, and he's no talent hack, a novice, and I bet he's a parrot only capable of comical mimicry. And if he keeps playing with fire, he's going to burn the house down. And he only started doing the magic scene to get your attention. And frankly, this little game of yours, Leaf, must come to an end before something irrevocable happens, I repeated. A quaint smile appeared on Leaf's lips, and his mask dropped for a second, and he was about to say something, but the goddess Hydris placed her hand to her lips. And Leaf passed by Rhoda and Lorraine without giving them a second glance, and it was his smile that suddenly made me realize something as well. Alright, this is a good place to read the chapter. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, dear sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra Deasura. This is chapter 11. I had come there with an elaborate argument, and instead I removed my scarf, and I placed my hand inside of it, and in mimicry of a magician's act, and pulled out a bloody staff, and I presented it to Rudolph and said, I give you your late birthday present, the Gea Volgar, aka the Spear of Mortal Pain. And the spear has been summoned into existence multiple times, and it always appears in the world under the same circumstances, when two overwhelming powers destroy one another in mortal combat. And when it pierces a person, its tip opens into 30 barbs, taking with it pieces of meat as it's removed. And as a magical staff, it carries with it the power of the hurricane in all of its fury. And it grows stronger the more blood and meat it consumes, a bloody staff for a bloody endeavor. And for if you insist on taking the path of magic, you will have to kill to survive. Magic is not a hobby, it is a death sentence for yourself, and the eradication of everything else around you. It is the one thing in life that must be taken seriously as long as those things continue to exist. To end my little tirade, I pierced the eye of one of those things, binding its cursed visage to the floor for all to see. And Rudolph for the first time was able to perceive them, and as with every time I acknowledged their existence, those creatures started gathering around, and their last frames partially become invisible to their influence or their curse. Months 2, day 9, year 4. And to Monkey King, how are things? Look, I am going to cut to the point. I need like a magic teacher or something, not for me, but for my friend Rudolph. And he has gotten a stupid idea on his head, and he wants to get strong to save the world or make himself a god or destroy the world or whatever. It is my fault, really, and he was the only person compatible with my mother's favorite peck. He's still a parrot as far as magic is concerned, but this copycat perk has made him into a talented copycat. And I know that no one before has bound the wizard's peck well. But so far he has yet to reject it, and maybe because the original magic user was also a manipulative sociopath. And keeping this in mind, try to find someone who will be able to put a dent in his stubborn attitude. I am at my limit. Honestly, it's no wonder his father has distanced himself from the entire situation. And I would also distract myself as well, but I feel I have somewhat tamed him, so I feel somewhat responsible for the poor fool. And frankly, he's one of the few people I can call a friend. So please find my good teacher for Rudolph from your baby sister, Deasura. Month 4, day 29, year 4. Today was the same as yesterday and all of the previous days. And I got all of these people and responsibilities, and I missed the early days of just floating down street with the hippos and the alligator guards. And it seems that the animals were thrown here all willy-nilly, though I did hear from Leaf an interesting story as to where the hippos came from. And 5 days ago, the kingdom was stable enough to warrant exploring new continents. And during a periphery exploration of the western continent, the Navy brought back exotic animals. Mero, now one of the twin rivers has hippopotamus, and they would have made their way down the other rivers if the feral dragons had not developed a taste for those critters. And I hear they like pork, and though frankly I find their taste similar to horse meat, and I have been monitoring the sky as of late, and the eclipse is almost restored, which means we are finally going to get eclipses, and from what I hear there has never been an instance of an eclipse in Saturnastra. and in part because none of the moons are large enough or well positioned enough to block out the sun, and eclipses are necessary for great magic, and since none of the moons can create the effect, I figured I would artificially create the effect through the eclipse. And I sent my proposal project to the area master, and they gave the go-ahead, and with any luck the artificial eclipse will produce similar great magic as the traditional variant. And observation from different planets show that the composition of the moons is irrelevant, and it is the way that the shape distorts the sunlight that produces the desired effect. And during that brief moment, only pure ether is sent down by the sun, and well ether and neutrinos, which pass through solid matter. And with the distortion gun, mages can work great and unique spells. And continuing with the magic mumbo jumbo, today Rudolph's teacher arrived, and he had the face of a serial killer or a headhunter. Whenever you turn your back on him, his face would get a creepy grin, like, almost as if we were picturing a million different ways to skin you alive. And this unpleasant effect is not just me, and for example, when he passes by and people don't expect him, they scream or flinch or their eyes widen, and he's one unnerving sort of fellow. And according to my brother Monkey King, Gentinius Imerich was an unofficial slave mage. And people had saved his life, so he belonged to us for a while till he could repay the life debt, and considering his talents and power, his life was worth 10 years of servitude, and that was putting it cheaply, and depending on how well he performed each given task, his sentence would be reduced. And as with every second-hand information originated from my duke, I took it all with a grain of salt. And Gentinius was an odd fellow with his cold raven eyes, and thick black eyebrows, and hollow cheeks, thin lips, and large jaw and chin. The only thing I despised most about him was his short, curly blonde hair, though, and with the wavy hair covering his large forehead. And putting my initial dislike of him aside, Gentinius was a serious fellow well versed in war magic, and as the name implies, war magic focuses on spells that can be used quickly in a battlefield. And they comprise only short commands, gestures, and magic cards, and it is also heavily reliant in enchanted gear and weapons. And war magic is sadly no longer practiced since the dragons, which are already magical, made battle mages obsolete, I think. And battle mages must also have a large mana pool, with skirmishes normally lasting 15 to 20 hours on average, and aside from his creepy look, Gentinius was a solid mass of compact skinny muscles. And there was not of niche of fat in him, though one had to look closely to notice, and he gave the impression of agility, which is a plus in my book. While I spoke with him, I saw that Gentinius too was sizing me up and not to buy me shoes. And in the end I got to the point and said, your student is a parrot named Rudolph. And the name Rudolph for some reason made Gentinius smile. And guessing why, I continued as thus. Anyhow, he's also getting a little chubby on the side, and I think he's suffering from asthma or something. You're going to have your work cut out for him. Am I allowed to improve upon my charge? Asked Gentinius. I call you to make him into a better mage. Now do whatever it takes as long as Rudolph is okay with it, and do not force him or mentally coerce him or do whatever sorts of weird tricks you normally use with your past students at this time. I wouldn't dream of it. My time in prison made me into a new man, said Gentilius, giving one of those psychotic fake smiles. Great, I said without much enthusiasm. After arranging the media, I couldn't help but notice the strange shackles tattoos in Gentilius' hands, and aside from those runes and the spell circles in each index finger, he had some of our trademark scripts, and I read it. If your index finger makes you stumble, we will cut it off. Month 5, Day 1, Year 5. Boy, this planet has far too many moons to work with, and I'm surprised by the slow progress in the eclipse restoration, and the allotments I have been sending my sibling have drastically decreased, and even with unsent donation, those 37 miles I had to feed keep shipping away at my resources. And the oldest kids have started to notice too, and I no longer sleep, and I only check up on them during meals to make certain that they are good to go. And knowing for what circumstances they started apprenticing themselves to blacksmiths and store owners and the like. And surprise survives, they have failed miserably, and the guild system is just as nefarious as those interchange programs that are popular in other worlds. and you do all the work and don't get paid, and then you ask for cash and they fire you and act like you are the bad guy. Honestly, if people weren't so foolish. And one of those kids today, I think her name was Clarissa, did something bad, and she's the one with Eclipse, the silent toddler who answers to the name Baby. Anyhow, Clarissa was stuck in one of the rich carriages, and when they were parked, she cut the reins ever so slightly, and she also sat at one of the supports of the wheel, and no one was paying attention to her, and she's as stealthy as a shadow. And she still remembers how to move from her cut-purse years. Long story short, the carriage spun out of control and injuring a lot of people in the street. And at the time, I do not know why I was suddenly receiving more pages, and it had been months since I had seen any visitors, and while healing, the Eclipse brought the matter to my attention. And he showed me the visions of her other money-making schemes, and it is true, I always made a wall of sense to reach patrons' injury. So like what the little orphan girl was doing is that she was like causing accidents causing rich people to like suffer accidents so that they would then go to the Deasura in order to get healed so that then they would make money. However, I was not so desperate as to injure other people in order to make money out of them. After dinner, I got up and said to Clarissa, "Come with me, we need to talk." And the nervous whispering started, and some even believed that Clarissa was going bye-bye for good. And when we got to the docks, I said, "You already know what I'm going to say, don't you?" "Sorry, Mom," said Clarissa, not meeting my gaze. Sorry, and I was about to say, "I will not be your mother." And instead I said, "Look here, I am not opposed to you guys pitching in, but you have to be smart about it. The guillotine was a total bust, but wasn't it? And this little accident department is not a good idea either. Trust me, I know bad ideas, and you guys should have waited for me to make connections or whatever." "I'm sorry," repeated Clarissa. It's fine, it's just, it would be easier." And I then raised an index finger, and then I said, "I know, we can get a ship, and with it we can go out and fetch things from further away, with the diving trees and even more cargo elsewhere." "But can we even buy a ship?" asked Clarissa. "I can ask Sasha and Judah to make me one, as long as we supply the materials, and it doesn't have to be too big, a schooner. And I can teach you guys the whole manning ship thing, and I can make you guys, and then I can take you guys to the shipyard to practice," I said, smiling. "Won't the sailors mind us fooling about with their ships?" asked Clarissa. It's fine, only the blubbering landlubbers will mind, and I'm good with the salty galley walkers," I said, parodying their mariner talk. And Clarissa finally looked up and smiled, and her eyes changed from green to brown. And Clarissa was odd like that, and according to our database, that is a trademark of nymphs. And she was also a bit tall for a 4-year-old, and nymphs seem to have an accelerated growth rate, which is not to say that they age faster than humans, rather that they have a short infancy. I watched Clarissa's gaze fall upon the fishermen, and even now they were out in the ocean setting up their drop lines and their nets. And the fishes in these regions were usually active at night, so it is easy to set a trap so late and collect the fish in the morning. Guessing what Clarissa was thinking, I said to her, the fishing here is a little bit oversaturated, though. I can probably sell the fish further down south by preserving them." "Oversaturated," asked Clarissa. "It means that there's too much competition," I translated. "Oh, and we could get after different types of fishes, the type that they can't catch," suggested Clarissa. "That is a bit of a problem, and if I start hunting exotic fishes, and then boom, all of the sorts of local populations could get killed off. And I really like those pretty fishes, and also just because something is edible doesn't mean that it should be eaten. I mean, you don't eat grass from the floor like cows, do you?" I said, folding my arm. "The rich will tell you about that. That's the last time I ever tell him anything personal," pouted Clarissa. It's fine. I have also eaten grass too, and seaweed," I said, smiling. "Yuck," said Clarissa, putting her hand to her throat and grimacing. "Getting serious," I added. Drop line fishing weirs are illegal, and I have reported the culprits time and time again. Instead of getting them arrested or fined, I have made enemies of the fishing guild, and I doubt we will be able to get a fishing license. And what with all of these licenses? You need one for practically everything, even for getting paid for those menial tasks," complained Clarissa. Smiling sadly, I said, "At the rate we're going, we will need to have a license to even beg on the streets. I do hear rumors of a beggar's guild forming in the larger cities like Aragon and Sassari," commented Clarissa. These guilds are out of control and something has to be done. I just standing up, yeah, said one of the sailors and fishermen nearby, and someone even gave me a mocking clap. I suppose that the easiest solution would be to kill them off, I said more to myself. Yeah, let's murder them, said another fisherman. String them up, yelled Teresa. And without meaning to, I started an angry mob. And there was apparently a lot of resentment towards the guild masters in the outer city, and the mob soon merged with other members of the disenfranchised, and even a good portion of the lesser guards had joined up. And knowing that this was not going to end well, I left the head of the mob and sank into the shadow with Clarissa following behind. Month 5, Day 2, Year 4. Eclipse restoration 31%. Oh my dear Eclipse, it certainly doesn't take much to inflate the passion of people as of late, or maybe I am to blame. As business has been so lapsed, I have been using my powers to make people treat me with the same authority given to adult men, and I could complete the illusion by changing form, but alas, I am attached to my current face and will not give it up. And in time, taking me seriously has become second nature to them, and thus I do not require a special touch. And the angry mob of 100 or so people managed to make its way to the homes of non-guild masters, and they were dragged to the streets and hanged along with their family and children, and their homes were looted as well. And other nearby businesses were ransacked, and the guards soon came and tried to put things in order, but it was too late, and Monk was stuck dealing with the bandit raid, and it was then when the prince was awakened, and with his permission, the chromatic dragon known as Typhoon was deployed. And following his namesake, he came upon the angry mob, raising a strong gust of wind with his beating wings, and the roar and the lightning emitted from his fangs soon had everyone fleeing. And with the people running in disarray, the guards were managed to make arrests and restore order. And I was not there to witness this event, having been wise enough to return to the docks, and thankfully those arrested had only joined the mob in its advanced stages, and those who were there since the beginning had returned to the docks after stashing away their loot. And I pieced the rest of the story together from the harsh whispers and whatever memory fragment I could salvage from sailors involved in the attack. And it was not long until a warrant for my arrest was sent up to the castle, and I would have been taken to court for sure if the Knight of First did not owe me a couple of favors. And during the hurricane, I was the one who had discovered and dug up his mistress and his bastard child. And I have also given him a new limbs a couple of times, and annihilated a heart, said Sagramore of the Desperate Youth did not believe in the gods or magic or whatever. And when I say he did not believe, I mean that he thought both were useless in the grand scheme of things. And this attitude of his was rooted in the epilepsy episodes he suffered since he was a child. Interesting enough, they only occurred when he was outside of battle, and life without thrill was apparently the catalyst for his little episodes. And I have been sending him medicine to treat his condition while I pray for a more permanent cure. And epilepsy is still one of those things that is hard to permanently cure outside the realms of blessings. And it has taken extensive observation to pick down the actual problem to fix it, and neither of us has the time for it. Anyhow, said Sagramo was kind enough to sweep my involvement in the angry mob under the rug, so to speak, under the condition of keeping my political opinions to myself. And he found me in the usual spot, and I usually hang out in the dock sitting on top of the shipping boxes or sitting on top of a mast or one of the galleons, just the high ground. I like the high ground. This time I was with the boxes, and I was half expecting him, and just like a commoner, said Sagramo came to me with his fancy deep voice and big words, and to me all his words sounded like different languages, even though he was just speaking English. And after mind reading what he was trying to tell me, I said, I do not know why you bother with disguises. People only need to hear your voice to see you for what you truly are. There are plenty of fallen novels, Missy, he said. Well, not really. This is just a short version of the long tirade that he said. The taskman's come as in here, and he's interested in your finances, said Sir Sagramore. Why, I asked, Pardon, come now, you never pay taxes and you're running dozens of unlicensed enterprises, said Sagramore. Would you rather I steal for want of bread? And look, we both know the taxman is a whimsical and corrupted, and the poor and unaffiliated rich soon to be broke always pay doubles to balance his personal checkbook. And as for the guilds, you know my opinions of them. And the kingdom of empire, or whatever it is called, has been declining since Veragero overextended its bounds, and now is tearing itself apart at the seams, I said, shaking my head sadly. I will have to look into that, said Sir Sagramore. And he was about to say more, but his left arm started twitching, and the episode only lasted for a few minutes, but I was able to look into the problem from up close. And fearing another incident, Sir Sagramo sat down beside me to wait for his nerves to return. And during that time I removed my influence over him, and he was able to see me for the little girl that I truly was. And unlike Rabel and the others, he still took my words in earnest, and smiling I said, I like you, Sir Sagramo. You are just my type of cook. And I know one way to cure your problems forever, but it involves a high level of trust. Don't you mean loon, corrected Sagramore. Nah, you know what I mean, and the center of the matter is how much you want to get cured, and how much I trust you not to betray me after the fact. And the cure is not something that can be bought or prayed for, and I must fundamentally change you. Epilepsy is one of those things that always sends humans back to the drawing board, so to speak. And you can say and cross a wire here and push a button there, and voila, the robot is fixed and good to go. You get where I'm going here, right? Right, I said, gesturing with my hands. Sagramo was quiet for a moment, and not and then he said, I must have my mind transferred to a new body. Nothing too extreme, my dear Sagramo, and I told you to keep quiet about the procedure, or should I say, you had no way of talking or thinking about it, because amnesia is a non-side effect, also death, which is highly treatable condition where I come from. So if you are willing to sign some waivers in the event of the latter, I will be more than happy to have my sister bring you back as a revenant, and they have a spiritual solid body, so you won't have to worry about eating or getting sick. I will have to think about the matter, said Sagramo, getting up. Fine, think all the time you need, but remember, the longer you wait, the more chances you have that my disposition to help you would shift. I said, Johnny. Alright, that's the end of this chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, dear sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra, Deasura. This is chapter 12. Morning is but a few hours away, and surprise, surprise, Sagramo returned, and in the end I performed the alterations on his flesh using my own flesh and body. And to add a bit of pomp to the procedure, I said to him in an ominous voice, He who drinks of my flesh and eats of my blood shall have eternal life. Already regretting his decision, Sagramore said, Don't you mean, oh, never mind. And to assure a sense of privacy, we went to one of the many hidden caves below the forest. It must have been flattened by the landslide, but there were a few here and there that offered some shelter. And while traversing the forest, we saw the usual loons, hags performing their nightly rituals, elves setting up traps, goblins circling the hamlets looking for an easy meal, etc. And inside this cave were Sasha and Deura waiting for me, and Sagramo grimaced, but the twins said, We are here to assure you that you are not trying something fishy. Deura then said to me, The coast is clear. The twins went outside to guard the perimeter, and Sagramo sat down in one of the stone slabs that oddly resembled a bed. And the air was damp and acrid, and there were hundreds of tiny stones littering the ground, and gulping, Sagramo said, When you said that you were going to alter my flesh, just how big of a change can you provide? Well, I normally frown upon plastic surgery, but since we are here, how different do you want to look? It is just the usual thing most men in city ask for, or do you want me to work on the face area? I asked, bringing out a writing pad with paper and quill. I want to make it so that people do not recognize me, explained Sagramore. Just changing the face is not enough. Your mannerisms and your voice will always be a dead giveaway, at least in this town. No, you will need a drastic change if you are to stay here and not be here at the same time, I said thoughtfully. I have already made preparations for altering my identity, said Sagramore. And pray do tell me, why do you wish to disappear? On second thought, I do not care. You probably have been sending money to the 3 little pigs, and now the big bad wolf is coming for you or for your head, I said, chuckling. I do not get the reference, and can you help me, said Sagramo, exasperated. Moving along, I gave Sagramo a sketchbook of people from paintings and the real world I found him most humoring, and he lingered a bit on the drawing of a maiden without eyelashes and eyebrows, but instead he chose a person who had a more down-to-earth look, and I placed my hands upon him, and he was consumed by a deep slumber. And while altering his body, Sasha and Deura returned with green tidings. It seemed like the bastard Sagramore was plotting something all along. And when Sagramore awoke, he was a maiden, with no recollection of her former life as the backstabbing of the night of first, and after baptizing her with the laying lunette, I told her that she was my handmaiden, and she just went with the idea. Month 5, day 3, year 4. So like Sagramo wanted to disappear because he did like a terrible crime and they were like after his head. Month 5, day 3, year 4. The eclipse restoration is 40%. The twins have redoubled their effort in building the ships, and the way they see it, I am going to have to run away in the near future due to how many enemies I just keep seeing to make. And I was half expecting Lee to say something or other about my handmaiden. However, as of late, he has sunk his head first into the reverie of the mysteries of the goddesses, and his masses and prophetic rants were starting to become infrequent, and he had turned his back on the real world, so to speak. And today I got a cryptic message from my brother, and he popped in my mirror while Lunette was brushing my hair, and he said only 3 words: "They are coming." Great, way to give me useless information, I said, talking back to my own reflection. And Lunette kneeled down beside me and asked, "Is there anything the matter, my lady?" "Nothing, everything is fine, for now," I said, pouting. When night fell, I went towards a crossroad in the temple, and it was more like places where 2 hallways come together forming an X. It wasn't technically a crossroad, but in a pinch, and the guards were in town, and the few priestesses that remained were communing in the inner sanctum with Leaf. And in that place the presence of the goddess was stronger, so they had no need for human protection. And still I had Lunette keep watch, and with shield and sword in hand, Lunette was in the prowl for anything or anyone who would eavesdrop on my conversation. "Ah, Lunette, what would I do without you?" As if it was not Karina's usual Solomon spot, I drew a pentagram using a bottle of salt water. It was a crude and a bit rushed, but easy to miss. And I uttered her name below my breath, and I popped Karina under the blaze of a pink smoke, and her terrified demonic visage deflated to her usual cool self when she recognized me. "Well, this is a bit unusual," commented Karina. "I'm sorry, sis. The usual meeting spot is no longer available, and I got buried on the ground with half the outer city," I explained. "I was wondering what had occurred," said Karina, putting her fists to her hips, and she started looking about, and then said, "This is not the usual place for the company I keep." It's fine," I said, and beneath the waters of their sacred pools, I saw partial apparitions of the lesser goddesses. And they were weary of Karina and the presence she carried about her, though the form she wore was only skin deep in its demonic nature. Said Karina, interrupting my chain of thought. "I'm an easily distractible fellow. Look, I got this weird message from a duke saying that they are coming, and I don't know who he means, if it's Dan, the guild master, the ladder priest, the noblemen, who are under me, Sagramos conspirators, the sailors, the navy, or the magic users, or even them," I said, scratching my head. "From what I gather, everyone you mentioned is on the move. And the question is who is going to who's going to get to you first. Though the message came from a duke, it might be from Beraguero himself," commented Karina. "What did I ever do to them?" I asked. "Well, you did have a hand in killing killing the prince, the ruler of Mita," explained Karina. "What? The guy I never met or saw is dead? Huh, tough titicata. And why am I getting blamed for it?" I said, annoyed. "The only logical conclusion, the sailors, they talk, and everyone knows you never delivered the entirely salvaged goods from the ocean, and they also know that only you were able to acquire the parcels held in the wreckage of the HMS Dartmouth," explained Karina. "Or maybe someone else has been salvaging ships, wrecked like dragons and stuff," I said, stroking one of my 2 embrace repeatedly with both hands. "Sorry, sis, but you're the only one in the kingdom who is doing this, and the cultures already carve out a niche of ship-making industry, and despite their names, they are more river people than ocean people. And even when they venture into the deep blue, it's only to plant new corals and to study marine life and all that sort of nonsense," said Karina. And just how did the prince die anyway?" I asked out of curiosity. "He was shot 4 times in the chest with a revolver by one of his knights," explained Karina. "But wait, I thought only judges have revolvers. Oh, I think I know what happened. Yep. Oops, so that's what happened. I moved to another continent now or something," I asked. Because I remember that, Deasura, she had found a revolver, and then she sold it to a magic user guy, and then the guy sold it to someone else, and that's the one else used the revolver in order to assassinate the ruler of that area. Wouldn't be a bad idea, but then that would be the end of all the help you can get from us," said Karina. After this exchange, I gave her most of my valuables and only kept the essentials, and I later went to the shipyard to see how my vessel was doing. And aside from the basic shape, it still had another couple of months to its completion, and Deura came to me and asked, "Do you like it? It has good bones, so at least I know that it will float," I said thoughtfully. "Yeah, it would have helped if you would have told me what sort of ship you wanted," said Deura. "Considering my current situation, a barquetine would be the most appropriate type of vessel," I said, yawning. "A pity," said Sasha, emerging from the shadows. "What, you got something to say to me?" I said, startled. "No, nothing," said Sasha, leaving the shipyard. "Sheesh. If you can get us some more cedar and Douglas fir, we can decrease the weight of the hull, and we can get this show on the road," said Deura. "So what else do you need?" I asked. "A sap heel. It is important for the northern continent, and Bertram prefers to use it for his own project. And see if you can find some underwater that has not suffered too much damage. And also try to get some Podocarpus totora hardwood," said Deura. "Anything else?" "I have an inkling for Bonito, and Sasha wants some krill, so hop to it," said Deura. "Yes, my master," I said, giving a mocking bow. Month 6, day 10, year 4. It took a lot longer than I had expected, for the news that the prince had died to circulate, and in part the priests of Lara were desperately trying to resurrect him. In partial revivals did occur, but the crude handling of his bullet wound always caused him to kick the bucket once again. And the goddess Lara was not used to dealing with bullet wounds and did not know what to do with them. And to aid her, the butchers or doctors cruelly removed the bullets, but the damage was already done. And thankfully the soul of the prince was not too keen on inhabiting a flesh so severely mangled, and he chose to pass on to the next life in spite the pleas and lamentations of those close to him. And in fact, according to Rainbow, the prince was actually released to be dead, and let someone else worry about the fate of the kingdom. And when the figurehead of Misagan, the sovereign right, fell upon his 10-year-old son, and when his mother as regent, the city had some semblance of working order, and everyone was clamoring for the heads to roll, and roll they did. However, the killing of the petty conspirators did not seem to suffice for the bloodthirsty regent. And tonight I sit here worrying about my own head. Not that these people are strong enough to decapitate me, as far as I know. Month 6, day 30, year 4. Eclipse restoration, 47%. They say that an observed computer never finishes its progress, and I guess the same thing can be said of gods. An eclipse is taking its years time to revive, and even with all of the moons available, I suppose it takes time to get acclimated to an alien world. And the judge has finally come to Mita and has started the official procedure to have my head. And since I have become a bit of a public figure that cannot be all corrupted about the procedure, still my sentence is already decided. A bit of torture, and then to get burned at the stake. And burning women alive is the preferred form of female execution in this continent. It is a bit tame in comparison to what some men had to put up with. And at least public execution ends on the same day, and the judge was quite surprised to see me walking about town, and he half hoped and expected for me to leave the town for good. The man who was to put me to death was the Judge Lemons. Lemons was a controversial figure. He was not corrupted, which was a rare thing for a figurehead and a judge Lones. And I took in on enforcing this sometimes cruel law of the land. The Judge Lemons believed that the law was meant to protect the people, not oppress them. And since he was at odds with the whims of the elders of Verageno, he was assigned jurisdiction over my case. And there was compelling evidence to support the general theory that I was found in the rebel activity. And once it got to me that he was forced to add other bizarre tales and allegations against my person. And some of the sailors who despised dealings in my terms had called me a witch who practiced the art of necromancy and had many people in trauma by my sinister mind powers. Let's see. The necromancy claim was not too far-fetched, since people who tamper with corpses are considered necromancers, and I only bothered with them to check them for valuables, and the guild masters and the official business called me a common thief. During their defense, I did instigate the lootings of their shops a number of times, and yes, I did rob them a couple of times, but only to reclaim what they owed, and they should have at least been grateful enough that I did not take the body organs I restored for them, and those godless heathens are always trying to stiff me. However, it was not these petty crimes that were to have my head. No, it was my role in the death of the prince. And when the judge saw me in the street, he exclaimed, "And what are you still doing here?" "I would ask you the very same thing, Mr. Lemmings," I said chuckling. And he looked at me from head to toe and said, "It is Lemmings, not Lemmings, by the way." And how very odd indeed. "Don't read too much into it, unless they be unto you as well, Mr. Lemming," I said, smiling. I had nothing to hide, unlike you," he said coldly. "Does it look like I'm hiding, and I will see you at the trial, and do me the favor to leave the others out of it? And everything I have done has been in my own hands, and more the pity, and alas, and thankfully for them, they have been completely useless in my endeavors," I said, mingling with the crowd and leaving Lemmings alone, with the desire to have his way. Lemmy was indeed not prepared for what he saw, and he tried to convince himself that he was not seeing straight, and after rattling in the back of his mind for a bit, he realized that he had been sent to legitimize the public execution of a small child. And that was too much, even by the standards of his world, and to mess with him I altered his perception of my face, and to him I was his beloved granddaughter. Let's see who cries first, my dear Mr. Lemming. Second entry. I had just finished informing my little troop of my game with Mr. Lemming, and Lee snapped from his reverie quite swiftly, and he said, "Are you mad? Don't you realize what they're going to do to you, and before and after and during the trial, not to mention the execution? I want to mess with him, and more importantly, I will be more useful to my series as a martyr now that I cannot provide for them. And sure, I could go on the run, but what would be the point of it?" I said somewhat evasively. Hardis whispered to Heath, and then he nodded, and shaking his head sadly, he said, "Oh, never mind, just don't die." The following people I informed were Lynette and the orphans, or should I say my children, and there was a tears and wailing, and Lynette said with an angry, hoarse voice, "And I will soon kill you than to let you fall in their hands." "That's nice of you," I said, laughing. "You could just kill the judge instead, Lynette," said Ranita dryly. "I suppose it might work," said Lynette, "though if his head falls, then the repercussions will be less, and we two could be led to the gallows to share in our mistress's fate if her death be warranted, and then we will have no other choice but to submit." "And what, you're always thinking this, and let's just steal a ship and run away," said Lester. "And pray do tell, the nearest body of land is in the Ocean Kingdom, which has a strong anti-pirating regulations, and beyond is a 9-month journey to the other continents, and we lack provisions for such an extensive journey, and if we head towards the ocean, you will all starve to death," I said sternly. "Well, we can hide out in the mountains and the forest," suggested Lester thoughtfully. "If you prefer elves, goblins, and dragons, be my guest," I said, continuing in my surly tone. "In the end, they couldn't come up with any practical solution to the problem, and if I left, they would get targeted by association if I stayed, I was a dead man. And the following personally for was rude about his creepy teacher, Gentinius. And I already saw the better, since Gentinius was quite strict with Rudolph's training regimen. And battle mages differ from war mages, or so explained Gentinius, and for an outsider it seems that both are different names to describe the same school of magic. Though to be told, none could be quite different. All in all, war magic is the preferred school of offensive magic in the world. And the first major difference between war mages and battle mages is the magical catalyst. War mages use a magical staff, and battle mages use weapons that also doubles as a magical catalyst. And while war mages carry a spy racket in their person, battle mages take a practical approach to offensive magic in the form of cards, talismans, and so forth. And casting time is completely removed from the equation. If you had to start to cast, you're a dead man, quoting Gentivius, and I can't get over his weird name. And how much do you want to bet that his true name is something silly like Timmy or Rudolph? And advanced from the usual game is battle mages use magic to have plenty of friendly fire and cause collateral damage, and it's the idea for a loner douche mage with poor social skills, you know, the type that cannot seem to amass allies even when they have mind control at their disposal. And then there are the magical weapons and armor, as well as a series of enchantments that came along with them. When I came to check on the pair, there was some strangeness going on, so I waited outside till Gentilius was alone. And I have a virtual video feed attached with this file, and since it was dragging on, I taped on the window and said, "Yo, can you wrap it up? I need to tell Rudolph something, and on second thought, never mind, and I will tell you now." And I broke the glass and dislodged the lead of the stained glass window to make my way inside, and Rudolph had gone to the kitchen to get himself a cold drink of water. and on the meantime, Gentile was starting to wipe the blood from the floor and cleaning up his instrument, and looking at them, I said, what do those things have to do with magic? So some of the spells have a certain painful side effect to them, and to make proper use of them, he must learn to overcome it, said Gentilius, yawning. And I got out a mouth from my armband and proceeded to help clean up the bloody mess, and when Rudolph returned, I saw that he had some cool runes carved into his very flesh, bleeding rather cruelly, and I healed it, and then after Rudolph went to the bedroom to sleep. And I heard footsteps in the room above, and based on the mumblings and whisperings, Lorraine was sleepwalking again. And she used to have that little habit back when she was a little girl. However, these events as Soleil had set her off again. I frankly do not see the big deal of sleepwalker as long as you draw for them a defined path. It can actually be quite humorous to see their little antics. I then said to Gentilius, and when Rudolph awakens, tell him that the Judge Lemick is taking me to the gallows and not to interfere since targeted by association or whatever, and they will probably torture me for game and in order to execute orders and to change them with conspiracy. And if all goes well, they will get bored of me, and if not, I have a plan B. And may I ask, what is your plan B? Asked Gentilius for no apparent reason. Oh, nothing at all, I said, sighing, going out the window. They really should give me a key to the house. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra Deasura. This is chapter 13, 1-3. Judge Lemming finally felt like arresting me after beating around the bushes for a month, and I guess it's not used to praise staying put for him, and it suddenly placed a damper on his convictions, and he even started wondering if I was innocent. Innocent I was, and I did not exhibit the normal behaviors associated with people arrested for treason. And sure, there were the martyrs who did everything they could to get captured during their public executions, and they were most vociferous. And it had gotten to such a extreme that the Mao judges would issue a court order to cut out their tongues and sew their lips shut. And a lot of the times they would not get a public execution, but would be killed on the spot without a trial. And the day I entered the dungeons, I started my little mind game with the torturers, and whenever they would look at me, my face would remind them of their significant other. And those who were battle-hardened were imprinted with a nightmare curse, courtesy of my dear Lucky. And it did not take long for the torturers to genuinely believe I was magic. To put a stop to my spellcasting, some suggested cutting out my tongue. However, the Judge Lemon did not allow it, since I still had to speak in open court, and from what he knew of magic, spells require more than magic words to function. Now, blessings that did not require spell components, though they heavily depended on the respecting God's disposition, and I have been here for the last 2 days, enjoying the courtesy offered to common criminals. And it is not often that children get sent to the dungeons, and even among major offenders are usually executed on the spot, and public execution of children tend to be avoided as much as possible, almost as much as those of women, even when convicting witches. And this is avoided because killing children tends to fire out the passions of the masses, and even when they can be convinced that it is for a good cause, the execution may trigger mass rioting, murders, and looting, and historically, the berserkers prefer to keep things nice and quiet. As for the torturers, they are just what you would expect, and like a refined version of Judas' chair, the rack, the pear, the anguish, and today I was left alone since the torturers saw that my wounds had healed, and it was not as much as they had tortured me per se, rather I recreated the experience by implanting them with false memories. And using the blood and compost instrument, I synthesized a sulfonamine-based poison that would enter through their skins, and so whenever they came for their tools to torment another poor soul, the torturers would start to get feverish. However, my personal favorite was phobias, and I had gotten the idea to give them phobias when I saw a spider hanging near my nose. And the torturers squashed it right under the influence of my false memory, and it made me sad, so I decided to punish him by giving him a phobia of spiders and Gregors. And Gregors are pretty common in the inner city, more so than the outer, interesting enough. And the ones here fly sometimes, which affords plenty of hilarity for the people who hold their nerve against those creatures, and I am not one of them, sadly. Just sitting here surrounded by them, it is one of the most unpleasant situations I have ever encountered, and I'm just about to tidy up my little dungeon. Month 9, day 19, year 4. Eclipse restoration 91%. And it has been a month and I have not seen the judge as of late, and I have no idea what is going on in the outside world. At least that is normal, and at least that is what a normal person would say. Though the dungeon master and the occasional hamsters have been keeping me informed, and just let me what was occurring within the dungeons, and decided to just distance himself from the entire situation. And with no new judge to speak of, my situation right now is in a bit of a judiciary limbo, and the dungeon master have at least left me alone, and they only have a standing detention order for me. I met a couple of poor souls in a similar situation, and like me, they're just running away, waiting for a judge to order their execution, release, or something. And the dungeon master stated the job as serious as do the knights, and they do not have as a distinct streak as the executioners of yonder time. And torture just a means to an end, a form of punishment and nothing else, and at times, even I feel sorry for tormenting them so. Still, ever since my arrival, the dungeons in the castle have gotten rather quiet, and I hear rumors of an expert magic torturer, and I had no idea what that was all about, and my influence over my character is not magical. And I have been half tempted to run away, however, Eclipse warns that my getaway ship is nowhere near complete, and even if it was, getting out of the harbor to open water poses its own problem. Not a hope is lost. My duke visited me here today, and his shape manifested to the flickering reflection painted in a pool of putrid blood. He said to me, "It pains me to see you in this situation, my little scale." And maybe I should just find my way out, I said, pouting. "It will be the swiftest, easiest course of action. You cannot stay here much longer. At this rate, I fear one of your companions might attempt something desperate," warned my duke. "If I wanted the easy way out, I would have mind control and let me into dismissing all of the charges brought before me," I said, pouting. "You're not the sort of person to take the easy way out, are you?" said my duke sadly. And he whispered, "Which is a pity." His face darkened, and then he added, How many today?" "A new ones. Of the 9, 8 little piglets have been put to bed," I said, trying to mimic my dude's cold talk. And the air started to grow heavy, and from the darkness, bizarre crimson moths, like those creepy little butterflies, started spilling like a fountain, and the shapes trembled and pulsated, emanating the beating of my own palpitating heart. And I started focusing my mind on the gods and just looking to random lore and information about them. And I looked into the corner again, and the shapes were gone, only leaving the hint of the watchful curse in the form of a long, pale butterfly. And my dude was gone as well, and he had written a quick note in blood before departing, or should I say, before running away, as you had not learned how to avoid drawing their attention. Month 11, day 15, year 4. The special interrogator arrived earlier than expected. This was odd, since my attaché for Verageddon is obsessed with punctuality, and I know that his entrance due to the fuss made by the prisoners on in all the underground dungeons of the castle hold 100 people in 50 dingy cells, and the number 15 was popular in the city of Misa. And there used to be 15 districts, 15 blocks, which 15 apartments with 15 rooms. And the castle too had 15 stations or segments, if you will, and there was also 15 different types of rocks inside the floor of my prison. And the chains that were meant to hold me had 15 links, and the torches gave me 15 lashes before rubbing salt in the wood, etc. I have been amusing myself as of late trying to find more instances of this number, and whenever there's a number sequence, it is a sign of their interference. And they are fond of the little numerical sequencing, and their obsession with this number is a matter of some personal debate, and perhaps it has something to do with a calendar. Then again, there's no clear indication that the month should be structured in such a 15 by 15 fashion. And there is some numerical aspect to it, however the meaning of the numbers and even the numerical system change from world to world. And considering Bersame's involvement in this structure of the society, I would think that the number 15 bears its classical meaning, which is harmony and purpose. When used at a grander scale, the number 15 embodies 15 promises or the desires of the ruler, and it makes sense considering the 15 basic rules that children first learn when going to school. Like most of the classical trains of thought, all ruminations boil down to who cares? Second entry. I did not get a visit from the torturer today. This is not his proper title, and most official professors have a flowery title, and the torturer is the interrogator specialist. State-sanctioned pirates are the Navy, and the slave masters wear the title of knights. It is amazing how they take their job so seriously when they are hurting so many people. And my people are not the type to call others on their nonsense, but this hypocrisy is too ridiculous even for my taste. And I hear things are different in Veragero, but alas, the other hosts are yet to catch on. And even the city of Mita wears many different faces wherever you care to look. Third entry. I spoke with the prisoners a few hours ago, and they do not remember seeing or hearing of any special torture or interrogator, as they like to call them. Fourth entry. I was visited by a normal-looking plain fellow with his inspiring, dull brown eyes, and even the way he spoke had a detached, bored feel about it. And based on his generalized facial and physical characteristics, I guess that this man was Sterling Guy. He was the spy master of Veragero. And frowning, I said, I do not know why you're here to speak with me. I am not here to interrogate you. I'm offering you a means of escape, said Sterling Guy. I can get out anytime I want. See, I even dug a hole in the walls, I said, pointing to a little rat hole. Well, then go, he said, pointing to the door. Leave the city and never come back. You're going through a lot of problems, are you? And wouldn't it be easier just to execute me or something? I said, frowning. It is not as if we are not trying to kill you and leaving you in an uninhabited island seems pointless as you can swing your way back. It all seems like the easiest alternative, said Sterling Guy in a nonchalant fashion. And I'm here to make things easier for you and pay me a significant sum of money, and I will stop being a thorn on your side, I suggested. That won't be possible, and we cannot allow you to continue to fund hostile elements, said Sterling Guy. Huh. Allow me. I do whatever I want to whoever I want, you little prick. And the fact that I'm staying here incarcerated is a courtesy I am extending to Mita for his hospitality. Sure, I could not walk out in the open, but naturally you will try to stop me and end up losing many good people in the progress. I started saying when Sterling interrupted me. What pirates, you're free to go, don't you understand? Leave now, the door is open, don't come back, he said, losing his patience. I will leave as soon as I get out of Mita, and if you try to run me out or hurt any of my peeps, I will mess you up, not Mita, but just you in specific, Mr. Sterling, I said, frowning. Chuckling, he said, we shall see. And then he left, leaving the door open for me. A man in a cell in front of me said, you think if I agree to leave town, they will let me out of this dungeon as well? I wouldn't count on it, I said, frowning. And you are still here out of amusement, and even if I do give you Yellow false memory, he won't let you go anytime soon. Hey, lads, when you escape, can you take us with you? Asked another voice adjacent to my cell. I do not know the nature of your crime or know your character, and the last thing I want is to take on more useless burdens, I said, frowning. I was a smith before I got sent here, and I won't be a burden, I promise I won't, said the voice. People say anything to get out of a nasty situation, and frankly, I have been burned too many times by useless pieces of garbage, I said. Are you certain you don't even have elven blood flowing through your veins? Retorted a man in the cell before mine. I might, and I have brushed shoulders with them in the past, I commented. Brushing shoulders with elves does not turn you into one, said the man. It's been known to happen, I said coolly. For the rest of the night we conversed about elves and other nonsensical drivel, and in the end I resolved to escape in a most brilliant, destructive fashion. Alright, so this is like the end of the chapter. Bye bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, dear sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra, Deasura. We're in chapter 14, so yeah, let's continue. Month 15, day 30, year 4. Tonight I left Mita, and I have been sailing for a couple of hours in the bizarre ship that the twins concocted. It is certainly impractical, maybe. Frankly, I do not know what to make of it. It is like a very large catboat, which has a long metallic flexible fin at the bottom, like those of a kite surfing board. The bottom mast is twice as long as a ship, and the front wing, the fuselage, and the stabilizer looks like a flying fish. This piece is also the main mast, and it gets submerged whenever it transforms, for lack of a better word. When it rides this way, the sails get stretched and thrown pretty high up in the sky, and the ship picks up plenty of speed, even more so than the traditional schooner and other proper power ships. The only downside is that the people have to be strapped in and the captain has to navigate from inside the cabin. It is also best used whenever there are large winds and waves, but not lightning. It can only be used in very deep waters. The twins know their way to the ocean, so they are navigating at the moment. How the boat manages to stay afloat with those two masts horizontal to one another is a mystery. Only now it feels like they went a little crazy with their esoteric design. At 25 knots per hour, we had the fastest ship in the world. Even before the gimmicks, we were managing a decent 20 knots. The ship is still in its drought phases, and with any luck, it will not capsize and leave us stranded in the middle of the ocean. However, between you and me, my dear Cliff, I will start holding my breath. Aside from these odd sails, the ship uses very light pieces of lumber and well fat to boot. And being a mermaid ship, it comes with no lifeboats. Then again, it had been sent out on so short notice. And my original vessel had been confiscated days before my great escape, and the twins secretly moved whatever supplies they could manage to their personal ship. And the ships had been hidden a kilometer away from the coast, and these supplies were sunk below the ship with the anchors. And as for my escape, well, it was simple, if not somewhat dramatic. To fulfill my order to cripple the Navy, I planted dynamite beneath the ballroom, and during one of their many fancy dinners, I detonated, and boom, half the castle went up in smoke. And to add to the confusion, I asked Atagati to shoot fireworks into people's houses, and she also made mincemeat of all of the ships in the docks. Trailing behind me was the 30 prisoners, and soon others started to join in my escape, and chaos overtook the streets with fighting and pillaging. And then the implosion was the catalyst for a massive riot, and pastures flaring. Those in the outer city were scrambling to make it through the open frontiers to loot the castle. And other shadier characters also entered the mix, and from the docks I saw a large mass of bodies come down the slope, and I had no idea who they were and what they were doing, and apparently they had been waiting for a signal of some sort to start the advance. And while looking through the ships, I saw the twins in their bizarre vessel, and I got inside, and so did a dozen sailors or so who went to try to raise the sail but were chastised by the twins. And through a system of rings and pulleys, the twins could operate the sails from within the cabin without needing manpower. And I went inside the deck to do a head count, and this was there having abandoned his temple, and the only thing he had in his possession was the reliquary, and Rudolph and his teacher Gentinius were there, in addition to my children and Lunette. And the ship could comfortably fit a crew of about 130 people, and it could run with a minimal crew of only 2, or so the twins claimed. And when I got inside, the ship was turning to move through the tangle. The ship was turning to the tangle of other ships in the docks, and ours was the dock in the barn, so naturally there were attempts to stop us. And we even got shot by cannons a couple of times, and once we entered open water, it became a bit of a chase, and without the Atacata creating New Year's confusion, it was up to Eclipse to supply the necessary large-range firepower. Eclipse manifested from the idol I had given the children to watch over, and the stone peeled to reveal a glistering pale silver scales with a vicious red tongue. And it quickly entered the water to complete its transformation, and when it re-emerged, I saw that it had large faucets and whisker like those of acacia, with tiny wires hair from its tip. And it had 2 sets of wings, and the one growing from his crown of one were ash gray, and the second was black and was more akin to the pectoral fins of fishes. When it swam, its flying was flattened against his skin, and when he used those fins, the slithering tail added locomotion. With the appearance of this beast, the ships trailing behind us decided to send out their own dragon and fight fire with fire, as the saying goes, and Typhoon was a beige chromatic dragon used to fighting humans. His only experience against his own kin were the play fights he would engage with his brothers and sisters. And dragons typically avoid fighting with one another, and the rebels had never managed to train a dragon to use in battle. And something always happens, like the dragon would escape or it would get discovered. And knowing that this was not going to end well, did not stop Typhoon from battling, and he felt that it was only a matter of time before the rebels figured out how to use the dragons. And Eclipse had never engaged in battle, so he was eager for the experience. and using the water he would jump in and out to make passes at Typhoon, and Typhoon in answer to his problem flew higher and higher. And chromatic dragons are like the frigate birds, able to fly for weeks on wind currents. However, his powerful wings were pretty much useless on the water. And to aid Typhoon, the human boat started shooting cannonballs at our ship, and the twins knew the range of the cannon shot and the speed of the ship allowed us to stay a couple of meters away. And unknown by this turn of events, Eclipse, ignoring Typhoon, went towards the Navy ships, and Typhoon followed his shade, and he tried to shoot a few fireballs, but it was useless. Towing with him, Eclipse scraped a few of the rotten wood from below the ships to cause water to flood the interior, and he made certain to damage portions where no humans could be found, and he did so to give them a bit of an unwelcome surprise. And after an hour circling about the ships and causing the ships to waste tons of ammo, Eclipse got bored, and to gather strength he gazed upon the Titan moon and caused one of his trademark eclipses. And his scales obtained the moon's aqueous golden color, with a twin blue aura around the edges, and he gathered speed below the water before shooting out with quick lightning speed, and he aimed for Typhoon's jugular, but instead he bit down on the wings, and he crawled around the chromatic dragon nonetheless like a snake fighting an eagle. And with an injured wing, Typhoon fell towards the water, and he started sinking, and it took all of his strength to stay afloat, and he tried to return to the Navy ships. However, they were scrambling to return to mainland now that the leaks had been discovered. And God help me, he screamed, but no one was listening, and Eclipse went to him and to say, "You keep playing about and you will definitely drown." "Fuck you," snarled Typhoon. "Well, never mind, it is none of my business to interrupt your drowning. Still, you did pray for a miracle, and I, the sea serpent god Eclipse, am here to answer your prayers," said Eclipse, returning to his youthful pale color. And Typhoon did as Eclipse suggested, and he flattened his body and he stretched his arms, and he relaxed his muscles, but was still sinking. And Eclipse pondered on this mystery, and then he said cheeky, "Oh, well, I suppose you're insufficient buoyant enough to float." And in the end we had to bring the boat around and take Eclipse onto our vessel, and after rearranging some cargo we were able to accommodate him in the center of the deck. And he has been behaving well since he came aboard, and I spoke to him a couple of hours ago, and apparently the so-called chromatic dragons do not become magical till they age for a couple of centuries. And from what I read from the words of the dragon riders, it takes centuries for dragons to mature the appendix. And it is a small pouch attached to the large intestine at the junction of a small intestine, and in certain species this pouch has a bacteria, the dwarf eater, and it serves as an in-house mana pool, and it takes centuries for certain dragons to cultivate this bacteria, which allows them to use magic. So yeah, like the appendix that people say is useless, that's how you cast it, man. That's where you store your mana. Whatever. I'm just speaking nonsense. The subcommissural organ in the brain acts as a specialized storehouse of magical information. Alas, no one here is interested in this train of thoughts. I miss Mona. She was at least good at pretending to listen to what I had to say. Even when taken seriously, very few people enjoy talking to me for prolonged periods of time. My dear Rainbow says that I ramble too much. Month 1, Day 1, Year 5. Rudolph spent most of the day locked in his cabin, and he has been suffering from seasickness. Thus his studies have been put on hold for the moment, and the old gem seems to have taken to the oceanic life like a fish in water. And speaking of the water, the rationing has been most frugal, in part because my charges refuse to bathe with salt water, and others have taken not to bathe in at all, and it's becoming a real nuisance. And I see Leaf walking in the deck sometimes, and he cradles the pearl like he would do an infant child, and he's wrapped in cloths and creeping people out. And we need to restock our water tank soon, unless these poor humans get dry tongue. And another thing that bothers me is that everyone is lounging about, treating me and the twins like their personal servant. If it keeps up, I swear people are going to be thrown overboard. Month 2, Date 15, Year 5. Supplies are running low, and those scumbags on a no-ori refuse to fish, and Lucky tells me that they are planning a mutiny, and the only thing that deters them is Typhoon and the Dragon Eclipse, and I should really exile them when I get a chance. And Typhoon has solidified on the spot, still nursing his injured wing, and from time to time his game of playing still pays off and he eats a seagull or two, and frankly he's the main reason we are running low on supply. It takes a lot of meat to feed a dragon, and I fear he may grow ill with the solid diet of meat and little minerals, and the twins are making efforts to process salt water into drinking water, and the salt does not go to waste since we can feed it to our pet dragon. and they shouldn't have been making complaints to me today, and they finally noticed that I do not know any of their names, and they think the gods are telling me their names whenever I'm forced to speak with them. Then again, it is not as if I go way out of my way to get to know them. I just feed them, bathe them, educate them, play with them. My duties to them only can go so far. And one of them flat out asked me, why don't you love us? Why should I asked coolly. And he was about to speak, but grew silent, and he started just like my own mother. Geez, relax, it's not as if I'm going to drop you in the middle of the ocean just because I don't like you people nor want to be your friend. Does not automatically mean that I'm going to abandon you. I said avoiding the word yet. You're mean, he started crying. Well, for not sugarcoating it, do not forget this fact that I'm only 7 and you can't ask a 7-year-old to take all of the responsibilities of paternity. And once you sucker a fool into being your mother, then she can pretend to care about you and tell you the lies to make you happy and all that nonsense and enjoy, I started saying. That is enough, Deasura, reprimanded Leaf. Sorry, I said to get him off my case. And sorry, see, I was just kidding, and Mommy's just stressed out for lack of food and water, and if we don't find fish soon, you will find out all about it, I said, grinning. My cynicism fell on deaf ear, and the stupid bastard stopped bellyaching at the mention of a real problem, and it was then that he noticed that I had not eaten anything since we had gotten on the boat, not that there was any need for me to eat, and there was currently a plankton bloom in the ocean that surrounded us, so I could eat my fill just by sipping through the seawater. The twins too were enjoying a feast, doubling their weight and size over the last month, and they were going through their final growth cycle and thus required a lot of food to reach their adult height. Month 2, Day 16, Year 5. We saw some ships over the horizon, and there were merchant ships sporting the flag of the Ocean Kingdom, and a different flag is another clear sign of the divide within the kingdom, and of all the ships I have seen, only the Navy rides with the flag of Veragerum. Anyhow, I took the chance to unload my human cargo, so to speak, and I rode up towards one of the ships, and in exchange for gold, they offered the convicts passage back to the mainland. And I knew the ships were into slave trade, but my uninvited guests were starting to get on my nerves, so I sent them on their way. A few suspecting that something was afoot chose to stay, and once the ship rode away, I said to them, well, you got me, that was a slave ship, tee-hee. But there was really no reason to worry about getting antsy about riding with them. They are law-abiding, honor-bound people who happen to engage in slave trade. Just because slave trade is legal does not make it right, commented Typhoon. And a melancholic silence fell upon my entire crew, and I decided to go easy on them for today. Today Typhoon was in a philosophical kind of mood, and he spent the day debating on legalism and morals, and he fooled many people into believing he was a pacifist at heart. Month 2, Day 17, Year 5. Today we reached a coral reef in the middle of the ocean, and reefs are usually located around the equator, expanding at least 30 degrees latitude north and south. And since the continent of Bersamel, or whatever it's called right now, is located in its center, it has a bountiful reef all around. And this one grew around a strange rock formation beneath the waves, and for some reason exploring on land was its priority over viewing the big wide ocean. And we have plans to linger, and since we do not want to damage the coral with the anchors, we had at least created a miracle for us to keep us stationed on the spot, and the wind is designed to balance against the natural undercurrents that would move us about away. And together with Sasha and Yura, we started rod fishing. We would show the angler and hook what we desire, and the shooting would then quickly process the fish, gutting it, deboning it, and preserving them. And one of the prisoners who did not have the decency to leave asked, how are you guys doing that? You just throw the right bait and the fishes come running in, I said, Johnny. But you're not using any bait, he commented. It may seem like that to you, I said, throwing out my line. And he asked, gesturing for me to complete my sentence, but I remained stoically silent. And Yura then said, translated, what she means is that the rod is enchanted, and as such it does not need a bait. Huda, who was sitting beside them for reading a book, commented, I do not sense anything remotely magical about those rods. Sense? Just because you do magic doesn't automatically mean that you have magic sense, I corrected. And Sasha then added, well, it would have been easier to explain the thing of the rod by just calling it magical. Well, it certainly is most arguments as far as causality is concerned, and it certainly seems remotely out of the ordinary often in playing with God's this or magic that, and it does get rather tiresome, don't you think, commented Typhoon. And once there was a solid bucket filled with bones and intestines, they shoot and brought it out to Typhoon, and grimacing Typhoon said, more scraps. It's not a personal, Typhoon. I'm just trying to be economic about our situation. You can eat the bones and the guts just fine, and they will not. And besides, you are eating bonito, and even the worst parts of the fish taste delicious, I said, smiling. I eaten whole fishes too in the past, and it has not affected me one bit, said Deura. Yeah, humans miss out on plenty of nutrients by refusing to eat the bony part, said Sasha, laughing. And one of the smaller children was about to try out a bone when Jen snapped, Don't eat it, it will kill you. The mama said eating bones is good for you, she said, starting to cry. Your mama was only joking, and only fools take whatever she says seriously, snorted Rudolph, closing his book. And don't talk about my mother that way, she said, throwing Rudolph a fish. And with his new reflexes, he tried to catch the fish with his hand, but instead it landed square on his face. For the last time, I am not your mother, I said, throwing onto the work that my latest catch. And putting my rod away, I entered the water to fetch Typhoon something else to eat. And after asking about a nice cuttlefish, directed me to some oysters, and I took the oysters as well as the parrotfishes. And they are not edible to humans, but Typhoon could digest them just fine. And cuttlefishes are a great source of information due to their prodigious visual memory. And taken with them is a bit of a tricky since it involves a flashy light show, and there are also plenty of regional differences and even a secret language used by the females of their species. And when I returned, the children were arguing with Rudolph, and they quieted down as soon as I returned. And one of the rats opened her mouth to say something, but then closed it again. And for some reason, they pretended to return to business as usual, and was giving me passing glances. And Typhoon shivered and said, "And thank you for the meal. You're welcome." When night fell, I returned to the ocean, but only to amuse myself, and the reef was plenty colorful at night. And there was always a feeding frenzy with the reef sharks, and feeding with them is usually a bit problematic, and they tend to perform threat displays to any new face. However, if you mimic their behavior in the morning cycle, they pretty much assume that you are a type of shark, and it also helps to focus on prey and stoically ignore them. And if you show them that you hunt well, then they will respect you and treat you like an apex predator. Speed is the key in this situation. I gorged myself till 9 p.m., and the shark was still going about by the time I got out. And Rudolph was looking over the railings with the hunter's lantern, and he commented, "Those things are like crazy down there." Yeah, they will be acting that way till morning. It is best not to fall into the water when they're in that sort of hungry mood, I said, climbing onto the ladder. You don't say, whistled Rudolph. How is it that you get along well with all of them fishes? Asked Typhoon. Do you have some sort of mind control power over them, or do you speak fish? I do not speak fish. Fishes do not have a language, and talking is more of a whale or a dolphin thing, and I think cuttlefishes and seahorses also talk. As for most fishes and skids, they use sign language and attach to communicate via smell, I explained. How do you communicate by smell? Asked Gentinius. Well, just like humans have vocal cords, certain animals have glands that shoot spores that carry a certain scent, and when the nose smells it, the smell can be interpreted as words. I explained. Said Gentilius, returning towards the shark's feed. And the moons were high above the sky, with most of them full, and the purity of the water allowed one to distinguish the ships on the water well, and a familiar tense feeling fell upon me, and I focused my eyes beneath the waves. And so the cliffs had a galactic sandalous and rainbow, and overcome by a familiar dread, the sea sharks started schooling. Alright, this is a good place to leave the chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Bye-bye. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, there's your sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra, Deasura. This is chapter 15, 1-5. It's coming, whispered Typhoon, and guessing what was coming, leaped to the shooter and the two prisoners under the deck, and he locked them all in his study and then returned outside. And the twins were at the helm steering the ship, and the school of sharks were trotting under the ship. And rising from beneath the ocean, the tip of the helm appeared, and then the rest, and it was a bizarre row of ships, with the fatness of the galleon and the shape of a trinity ship, and it had 4 pairs of paddles, growing from 2 pairs of shields, and the tip of the helm had the face of a bearded man, with horns growing from behind the stag ears, and his head was twisted backwards, facing the rear of the ship. And on his forehead there was a large horn with sails attached to them, and his mouth and eyes were hollowed back, forming a gruesome living mask. And floating about the ship were tiny blue flames. In front of clothes there were glowing bait fishes like half-big cubas, goldfishes, and anchovy. And Typhoon was the first to ask, "Can we defeat it?" "Not really. Each tiny fish alone can wipe off the map of an entire city, and we can only hope that it passes by without attacking us. And it's got plenty of minions, so it's feeling confident enough to be out here in the open," I explained. "And we are preparing ourselves not to win, but to try to take down a few of them with us. If it's that bad, can't we just start saying Typhoon when the mouths of the creatures started screaming? And why is it always with the screaming and the shouting with these creatures?" And the air too was filled with a potent, repulsive smell, and at the moment the reeds started shimmering blue, and then it bleached white, and the sensation was followed by the sensation of rushing water like falling through a waterfall. And when I came to, I saw that the ship was upside down, and it was not so much that we had capsized, rather that the sky was like water, and the ocean was the sky, and the roof of our new world was composed of a sharp, pale-dead corals. And I looked through the side of the ship and saw that the ship was waiting on top of our previous location. The sensation inside this area was a bit bizarre, and if you got away enough from the ship, the sensation would be similar to that of water. However, the water, for lack of a better word, felt like air, and the best way to describe it is like in a room without gravity instead of a fish tank. And contrary to my instructions, Renee went outside to have a look, and a couple of the others were also trailing behind her. "What power to stay hidden till the danger's over, don't you understand?" I snapped. "And sorry," she said, giving a queer smile, and after a brief look around, she saw enough to frighten her back inside the deck. The other curious onlookers decided to err on the side of caution, and the sharks were lazily passing near the ship, giving curious glances. And I patted a few on the nose and on the chin to show my familiarity, and you commented, "You certainly do get along well with fishes." I can see that, don't you?" I asked, and Sasha explained. "And our marine physiognomy is more of a gimmick and sometimes to observe nature and record any changes, and then for cultivation. And we have recorded behavior of this creature and can understand their humors, and unlike you, we maintain the animal person dichotomy, so to speak. Fishes would too have a technology and spoken word if they had opposable thumbs." I commented, "Let's not beat that old tired horse, Deasura. It all boils down to who cares," said Sasha. "I care," said Deura, "and I always wanted to speak fish, and no matter what I did or how much of their language I understood, I could never bridge the gap, you know." "Some things cannot be helped," said Sasha sadly. "Sorry to interrupt, but how long are we going to be staying like this?" asked Rhoda. "I'm not in a hurry to get out, and I'm rather enjoying myself, at least swimming and floating. It is quite a nice change of pace to swim underwater and actually see the fishes and not grasp for air and other sorts of occasional hazards related to water," said Gentivius, also swimming. And it was the first time I had seen him express a genuine human emotion, and I suppose that this difficult manner was rooted in the fact that he was bored out of his mind most of the time. And we all started speaking when we became aware of a strange sound, and it started like a low murmur that escalated to the sound of rippling water, and it was the faint sound of the waves combined with the sound of foam bubbling. And the fishes started looking at the chorus as if they were speaking to them, and it was then that Deura manifested, and her voice and those of her parties combined into one. And whatever they said to one another, or even if they said anything, is indeed a matter of debate. And as much as I want to know what they say, they belong to the brain-dead species community, like the astute jellyfishes, and one cannot get any mental information on those creatures. And like most major problems in the world, this one was fixed by my dear brother. And all those creatures who get too big for their britches get tagged by him in the same unceremonious fashion. And like a whale shark gulping up a bunch of krill, my brother appeared from the bottom up and swallowed out the creepy ship. And the ship fell back, which made him regurgitate the monstrosity, however the damage was done, and they were poisoned by the sticky substance he was always eating, and they sank towards the hole my brother had entered from, and a whirlpool was created in the true ocean above, and we were still wave-washing the scene from the protected area created by the polyps, and once the hole had finally shut, the polyps released everyone from its area. Back outside, Leech and Antivia manifested inside the shark-infested water, and after getting almost bitten a couple of times, they were safely back in the ship. And it was at that moment that I realized that the polyps had a sense of humor. Month 6, Day 1, Year 5. Today we ran into a bit of a problem, and I heard that the winter tends to last longer in the north. However, we did not expect to see roaming ice, so to speak, and the winter is going to be overall harsh all around the globe, and I saw a few snowflakes here and there, and the twins steered away from the icy area with much difficulty, and Sasha spent most of his time underwater making quick mental maps of our surroundings and sending them to Deura. Until the progress was slow, we managed to avoid sinking, and the only upside was that this cold water was rich in nutrients, and the fishes here were exceptionally good as long as you know how to find them. And I got acquainted with some of the local orcas, and orcas tend to have poor temperament, and some can even be arbitrarily murderous. And after offering them a hunted seal, they open up pretty quickly, and they inform me of the best fishing spot and a normal migration habit of the humans, and they are always keen to keep an eye on humans, and the mother has spent her early life as a human pet, and she would have starved to death if the silver dragons had not set her free. And since then she has raised her human awareness among the dolphin species, and they would starve me whenever I refused to jump for them, said Katsara, and then when in my trainer they looked at me as if I was the jerk. Yeah, you did the right thing, and don't let anyone tell you otherwise, I said, petting Katsara's fin. And I always wonder about the petting, thought Katsara. What about the petting, I asked. Well, with all of the touching, humans pet their dogs, the birds, and all other creatures, and it's so unsettling, said Katsara. It's fun, and you're having fun, I asked, smiling. And to show me fun, Katsara lightly bit the tip of my feet and set me down below, and she brought me back up and then back down again, and she was showing off how much she could hold her breath, and when she let me go, I dived deep and staying under till Katsara was forced to return to the surface. And I like Katsara, she's a lot of fun, and after feeding her some of our cats, she had one of her granddaughters lead us to shore, and she was the odd duckling of the gang, literally speaking, and her frame was slender, and her flippers elongated like hands or fins, and she had the neck for starters, and the head was small with horns on the forehead, and the bizarre-looking killer whale led us to the shore and even got out of water by the dogs, using her flipper-like legs to raise her frame, and the fishermen were surprisingly nonchalant about the creature. And based on memory fragments, this scene used to lead to the dogs, those who were nice to her pod. The shooters were goodbye at the whales, and she splashed her tail and side to side as salutation. It was the first time in months we had seen the land. And after docking, they tried to barter with the locals, however their efforts were slowed down by the differences in language. And it has not even occurred to them that there could be other languages aside from English. And Lisa suspected it somewhat and knew that demons and dragons had their own languages, and it made sense to him that given enough distance, human languages would vary. And we traded our fish for wood and whale fat for repairs, and we also purchased craft beer for our drunkards and sweets for the children. And the market, though rustic, was alive and well, and it was a mercantilism economy with no currency. And the cheese that had stored away flew well with the local market, and the cold climate of the region limited the production of beef to the southernmost region, and as such milk and its cheese byproduct was a much desired commodity. In using cheese as a currency, I was able to stock up on precious metals Karina had been bothering me about. And back in the other country, mining was regulated by the guilds, nobles, and lore, and every piece of stone and metal was always accounted for by rigorous bookkeeping. And as such, it was hard to acquire precious metals like copper or iron if you lacked the proper relations. And married to the merchant guilds, one could only acquire metal tools of war and peace by purchasing them, and whatever was bought was locked with your name and local affiliation. And it was in the sending of arms that the magic uses of the towers were deemed useful, and they would create a sort of magical barcode invisible to human eyes, and with this code they could regulate the sale of arms. And according to Karina, control over weapons was starting to become more rigorous with each passing day, and even kitchen knives and metal pots were under scrutiny. And after purchasing whatever pieces of metals each merchant had, I went to look for a crossroad in the tiny fishing hamlet. I know the roads were straight, so I went into the forest to have a look around, and I found here and there, a few animal trails, but none that formed the desired X shape. And eventually I found Karina under her old willow tree, just looking through her documents. And Karina looked and dressed like in a green dress with her curly black hair and hoop earrings. And waving at Karina, I said to her, "Fancy meeting you here." "And I'm just surprised as you," I said, Karina, putting her papers away. And normally I limit my range to places where I send souls and intelligent lands. For however recent race have forced me to try different rendezvous locations in places where old crossroads lie buried, explained Karina. So there's an old road under the forest, I asked. most likely, and there are volcanoes in the vicinity. Perhaps there is a city buried under the ash, said Karina, looking around. We could dig and find out, I suggested, and one of the willow demons interjected, and let's not open that old can of worms. And you know what happens if you dig deep enough in certain places? It doesn't feel like other places. It's close to the surface. In this location, I said, leaning down and placing my hand flat against the ground. And sighing, the demon said, I will go get the shovels. Ah, so there is something down there, exclaimed Karina. Nah, said the demon, shrugging his shoulder. And to say time, Karina changed into her astral form and sank on the ground, and she was gone for like half an hour, and when she came back, she looked quite perturbed. And I asked her, so, what did you see? I saw one of those old underground military training facilities from the forgotten second generation, and records from those days did show that this planet was undergoing treatments for terraforming. However, they were never successful, explained Karina. They must have had some semblance of success to have bothered to build a military base, I said thoughtfully. I don't know, maybe a segment of it seeped through the power of that other place, and in any case we can make use of this facility in case our luck scramble, and I would inform my Duke of his location and tell him to keep an eye out for all the such places, said Karina, departing. I was left alone to ponder on the mystery of these underground bases, and even after analyzing Karina's virtue, there was something felt odd. It was a surreal explanation of how this world was built and made habitable in certain day. All in all, it's all just not worth getting into. And the base was there, and now we had to live with it or give it to the destruction treatment. And I left my care packages of bronze, copper, and iron with the willow demon, and he promised to deliver it to my sister before dusk. And contrary to law, the demons are always true to their word, even if they do lie a lot. So if they promise you something, you are sure as hell they will follow through on their promise. And when I came back from the woods, my friends had found lodging in a big tent. And the big tent was where the figurehead of the villagers lived, and it also served as something of an inn. And there was not much room for privacy or room at all. At least there was a strong fire at the heart of the tent, and plenty of bells to ward off the cold. And even though we were at the start of the spring, the weather was rather frozen. If it got any colder, it would snow, and it meant that it did snow from time to time during the winter. So my companions were not making a big deal about the possibility of snow. And we spent our time conversing with the elder and his dozen or so bodyguards, his 3 wives, and a little of 10 children and 4 grandchildren. And even though we were foreigners, they were treated us with kindness, and based on partial memories, this was due to our relationship with the bizarre whale. And she had a sense about people and would only get well with those without violent intent, and they shouldn't have bizarre little songs which I emulated for my own amusement. And after a while, I ended up singing all by myself, which was pretty annoying since I did not know the lyrics, and I started filling the gaps with arias that follow in general tone of the song. And since we were all staring at me, I quieted down. And you then commented, our mer people may become mermaids, but you are the only one who behaves like a true mermaid. Man, give me enough time and I will lure away sailors to rust to watch them drown for my own amusement, I said sarcastically. I was trying to give you a compliment, she said, Deura, pouting. Whatever, dude, I said, wrapping myself up inside a polar bear pelt. And I smiled when I noticed that there wasn't any fox spells in the mix. And as night progressed, it came time for the children to go to sleep, and most of the camp had already gone to slumber after supper. And the only people awake were the small children of our party, and they came to me, as they did sometimes, and asked for a bedtime story. And the one who had started it was a girl named Farah, and she was not part of the orphanage, but rather living the street before joining my party. And her home, if you call it that, was buried under a landslide, and she only managed to save her own skin and her prized possession, a dog she had stolen from a noble home, and she had used it in a little mini puppet play for her bedtime story. And I had to play part, and one of the children were afraid to fall asleep. And it is a primordial fear that every human possesses, and the fear of waking up tomorrow in the everyday of nothing. And even I too dread the possibility of falling into a type of rut, and in any case, after rummaging the ashes, I chose one story that was not particularly long or interesting, and I wanted them to stop asking me for stupid stories. In a kingdom filled with giant animals with long ears, teeth, nose, there lived a prince who was very much beloved, and his father wanted to give the prince a life of supreme happiness. And this he managed till the prince was stupid enough to get out of the castle, and during his first and last hunting expedition he saw an old man, and he had never seen an old man, and the sight deeply troubled him. And as he made his way through town, he saw sick people and poor people and all sorts of people. He had ignorance of them, and at the time his father made light of the incident, and neither the nobles nor the ruling class cared about the suffering of the little people. And this was not so for the prince, and the thought of growing old and getting sick shocked him, and he was also felt sorry for the people who had to suffer through it. And instead of dedicating his life to the poor or forgetting about them, he took a path that no one had ever followed. And it started with a singly drop, which grew into an ocean that swallowed him whole. "What?" said one of the kids, starting to fall asleep. I mean, he had a stupid idea, and the stupid idea was that he would never have known suffering if he had never existed in the first place. And as a prince, he was well versed in the arts of war, and he knew that violence was inevitable, and there might even be the eventuality that his kingdom would crumble, or that he would be killed in defending his father's ideals, and the thought of going through any suffering chilled him to the core. So what did the prince do? Kill himself as Farah? He doesn't, for you see, he has already suffered, and he knows that he will suffer during the process of dying, and even after he dies, I explained. Is that why all ghosts moan? Asked Farah. Nah, that's just a fact that some idiot started. And I then continue. During his quest to erase his existence, the prince obtained many followers who were drawn to his way of thinking, and it was not enough to die. The soul had to die as well, and the soul should have never existed in the first place. And eventually, inside the prince, a creature was born of his desire to not resist, and this creature erased all his thought, his consciousness, his very essence, and indeed the man known as the prince no longer exists. And the irony was that the creature was born in a place in his place wanted nothing else but to continue to persist, and it would utterly erase anything that might threaten his newfound happiness, and the creature did eventually erase his own existence, and he became a phantom memory, a curse in the collective mind of his followers, and a thing that never really existed to begin with, but a figment of their imagination. However, they did not stop them from trying to follow the prince's footsteps, and there was one thing that they did manage to forget, and the last words he spoke before he changed. Until this day, the followers of the prince continue to wage war on those who choose to exist in the misguided attempt to save us all from suffering. And what was the last words of the prince? Asked Farah. Who the hell knows or cares? He's the bane of our existence, and so him and all of his followers will be nothing more than stuff and nightmare that fill pages of fiction. I said, tugging her in, and her doll as well. And close to midnight, Leaf went to see me by the harbor, and he always knew that I liked to hang out by the shore whenever I was in a foul mood. And sitting beside me, he asked, "That story you thought, it is about damn it, wasn't it?" "There is no damn Leaf anymore, and you fail to see the entire point of the story," I said, smiling. "And pray do tell me, what is the point?" asked Leaf. "The point is that obsessing about something that does not really exist belongs to the realm of madness." "And you do not want to be mad, do you, Leaf?" I asked, giving him a sardonic smile. "I feel that it is a little bit too late for that," he said thoughtfully, and we were silent for a few minutes, and then he said, "I wonder how Lorraine is faring." "Now I know you must be going insane," I said, laughing, and looking at the stars, I noticed that it was one of the few times when Rainbow was usable. And after a quick summoning, Rainbow informed Liz of what was happening to Lorraine, and the days before my escape she had heeded Liz's warning and left for Aragon, and she was not there when the new city was set aflame, and there was all the strategic attacks aimed at the forts and the armories and any place that had collection of soldiers and weapons, and the warship too met similar fate, except that for the latter gave me the runabout, and Rainbow gave me the good news that, as far as my brother was concerned, I had finally completed the task he had given me. Alright, that's the end of this chapter. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, your sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra, Deasura. This is chapter 16, 1-6. Month 8, day 17, year 5. We finally decided to head out to sea again, and the peaceful provincial life of the village was too much for my crew. At least that is the official excuse, and I had already obtained all of the rare metals that could be found in the market. And I also acquired some decent timber here and there, as well as quarry stone, and frankly I felt like we had overstayed our welcome. And I'm not one to cause unnecessary stress to people who showed me great hospitality. In a sense, I left a gift to the owner of the Big Tent, a fishing rod with one of our trademark irresistible lures. and the lure had the power to turn into a hook once he had bitten on, and it made fishing pretty easy and cheap since it did not need to rely on baits. And I gave the chief a quick demonstration of their fishing rod before leaving, and based on his stoic and shy demeanor, I could tell that he was really happy for the gift, and people usually have a hard time expressing happiness when they get something they need as a gift. And it is only later that they realize that this is the best gift ever instead of the other commonly gifts like diamonds or pretty pearly baubles. And as we were about to leave, Typhoon said, "You know what, I think I'm going to stay in this village." "Get in the ship, Typhoon, now," I said, pointing at the mast. "I don't wanna," moaned Typhoon. "This is a Silver Dragon territory. You don't want to get pegged by one of those territorial males," I warned. "I will stay out of their way, I promise," whined Typhoon. "Stop being a brat and get on the ship. This is the land of Albion, and you just can't roam about his territory without his permission. And there are certain precepts you must follow, and if you break them, his emissaries will come for you, and it won't be pretty," I warned. "I prefer to take my chances with them," said Typhoon. "Fine, don't say I didn't warn you," I said, smiling. And we had only sailed out of the fishing hamlet for 3 hours when Typhoon came back flying in a hurry and chuckling rude of us. "So how did it go with the Silver Dragons?" Typhoon sat on his usual spot in the map and stayed quiet for the rest of the evening. And whenever somebody asked him what had occurred, he acted like they were not even there. Typhoon had some latent magical power, so I couldn't probe his mind to get the desired information, and this was one of those things that were better left alone, and I think part of the problem was that Typhoon had never been alone, and humans had always taken care of his needs and wants, and I'm only speculating that this was the issue, and for all I know, he got scared at the first sight of a full-grown silver dragon. And they are certainly impressive creatures, and even people who are used to seeing dragons cannot help but gush at their magnificence. It is their large wings, neck, and tail which make them seem far larger than what they actually are. And all of us other dragons, in fact, are larger surface areas and mass, so they're technically bigger, even if it does not seem like it. After much complaints about the ship's order and direction, I have been forced to assign some official ranks. And these ranks are temporary and may subject to change till something better arrives. The ranking of the ship follows: Captain Deura. And people contested me on this matter a couple of times. However, after having Sanders throw them overboard with my school of broad fish jars, my proposition as captain was soon solidified. And I do not really know why this particular group of sharks keeps following us around, and they must have figured that wherever we go, we always find fish, which is something hard to do in an ocean desert, and I do not know why humans fear sharks more than any other particular fish, and it must be something about their eyes. In any case, it is all quite silly, since broad-fin sharks have never ever attacked a human, and in fact, humans are even more likely to get attacked by dolphins than bitten by a shark. This makes me smile. The first maid is Lunette, and it may seem self-serving to put Lunette, my handmaiden, as my first maid. However, the twins knew why she was the one, and I never did get rid of her former military skill and expertise in managing war vessels. And while I was around, she was tasked with teaching the children how to fight, and being a bit old-fashioned, Lunette can only manage 3 students, so I take care of the others when I feel like working up a good sweat. And the quartermaster is Jean Piero Sassari. Jean was one of the prisoners who escaped jail with me, and as with most noblemen from society, he was an unofficial courtesan, and this meant he was not about manual labor for the benefit of his queen, and the reason why he was jailed for too long and complicated to get into right now, and frankly, I don't care. And what is important, that he's dependable and good at bookkeeping, and even before being assigned this role, he always kept tabs on our food supplies. And his time in prison has given him all too real fear of starving to death, which he has come close to during his 7 years of captivity. Sailing Master, Sasha and Deura, and the gunner is Typhoon, in a ship that has no artillery weapons. And Master Rhoda's Green, he was named Left Gunner and Gentilius Right Gunner. And if anything went down, they would provide the necessary long-range fire with Typhoon directing it. And it's not as if we could not install cannons. However, the twins felt that it would slow down the ship and cause unnecessary problems. So, like, instead of having, like, cannons, they just have, like, 2 magic users and a guy that aims them. It was much easier and less time-consuming to have our two mages doing something constructive with their life for a change. And powder monkeys, Farah and Baby, and they were tasked with gathering from storage unit whatever spell components and items the mages may need for battle. And when not on duty, they were expected to keep an eye out for anything that looked remotely magical on the market. And unlike Rudolph, they did have the magic eye. And they could tell something was magical by just looking at it. And magic eye is one of those things like magic sense. You either have it or you don't. And Boatswain, Clarissa, and she managed the children who were tasked with processing whatever fish we caught. And she was also teaching them how to read and fight. And Sergeant Leaf, and in spite of everything, he was still a priest of Erua, and as such had healing capabilities, and accidents were rare, so he spent most of his time idle, raving and dancing like a lunatic, and it was a bit unsettling for those who were not used to seeing a service to the goddess. Cook, Gillian Serna. Gillian was the second prisoner who had escaped with me, and unlike Jim, he was a serial killer, where most he had described in vivid details how he had dismembered each of his victims before sending them to float down the river. And I told him that when he got on the ship that I was onto him, and if he did anything funny he would be fed to the sharks, and if he wanted to stay in my ship he had to work without pay till his sentence was completed. And I gave him a standard treatment of my word, and he was to be karmically useful to us for 15 years. And it was either that or facing the medieval justice system. And Gentilius promised to keep an eye on him, and so far Gillian has behaved himself. Month 9, Day 3, Year 5. After running a few simulations and having numerous battles against illusionary ships, we finally felt like trying out a ship takeover. And as with most of my decisions, my human crew fought me on it at every step. Frankly, it's getting old, and they were content with living peacefully off the ocean and occasionally docking to sell goods. And only Ruda seemed glad of it, seeing that it would give him a chance to test out his magic on a flesh and bone target. And based on information provided by our scouts, there was about a dozen human ships in our vicinity, and they were not close enough to be seen over the horizon, but near enough for our scouts to smell them. And we had been sailing southward closer to Bertame's continent, and the people in the archipelago were more used to sailing, and it was a fishing season, and the fall was the only time of the year in the north where the sea was predictable and manageable, and thus with strong ships and large enough to manage the waves could reap great benefits. And based on their same memory, the sharks informed us of 4 were fishing and 4 were Navy vessels entering merchant ships. And we took a boat and decided to raid a merchant ship that had the least defense. And Typhoon flew high up to observe the ships, and after giving them a quick look, he settled on the Fluid. Fluid was the name given to any type of merchant ship with little armament designed to hold cargo only. And what it was doing this far out without an escort was a matter of some debate. At the time, it felt like an irresistible lure, so I decided to bite to spring the trap, and I then said to my men, well, let's do this just like we practiced. And when we entered the ship's gun bay, blazing and shooting magic and fireballs into the sky. And after jumping the man piloting the ship, we noticed there was something off. The prisoner looked half-starved and delirious from the fever. And I left him to the chaos leaf while I explored the cargo decks alone, and the smell alone told me of what had occurred. And I went outside in a hurry and threw over the side of the ship. And threw up over the side of the ship. And then I said to Leif, purify yourself and the others. And what about the prisoners? Asked Rudolph. He is already dead, I warned. He doesn't look very dead to me, commented Rudolph. Let's go, I said. And we left the ship alone, and to be safe we had Typhoon shoot fireballs at it after using an ample supply of our precious oil. Needless to say, the rotten ship turned to ash before it entered the waters. And are you ever going to tell us what did you see, or is it another one of your secrets? Asked Rudolph. It is one of those plague ships, and they had the semblance of being a cargo ship, but it only has one sailor, and those who run into one and salvage his cargo get a little something extra as an added benefit. And I heard that they were discontinued, but apparently these irresistible lures have been put back into circulation, I said thoughtfully. And what do you suggest we do about them? I said, nothing, I said flatly. Nothing, just pretend we did not see them and pretend that we're not that they are not hurting innocent people. And I mean, what if it was just a regular merchant ship or a foreign ship that falls victim to such a ploy? Asked Typhoon his usually faint concern, and he only asked us questions to bring attention to how much of a douche he thinks I am. Rolling my eyes, I said, coming to stand before him. We are only one ship, and there's only so much we can do about the lures but avoid them. And more importantly, it was you who led us onto the trap, and you should have known that ships like that one were used by to snare pirates, and spending so much time with the Navy and with the Army, and if anyone knows their tactics, it will be a military dragon like yourself. I had no idea what you're talking about, said Typhoon, plain innocent, and he took it up into the air to fly about a bit in an effort to end the conversation. And he had picked up the habit for me, and whenever a conversation was not going his way, I would jump into the water and leave. And I really do not like to argue except with Rudolph. And his foul temper reminds me of Jenny Corvus. And Corvus was the first cat I ever saw, and when it was more of a lynx anyway. And she brought for him a traveling suit, and I miss the way he used to hide in supply boxes, or how he would randomly attack you if you turn your back on him, and his fascination with anything remotely holy, and his irrational fear of pickles. I think that's enough for today. I can't read anymore. Well, that's the end of that chapter, mostly because I can't continue reading. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, dear sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra, Deasura. This is chapter 17. Today the conditions were right for some interesting and some intense maneuvers. After tying down Rudolph to his compound, we attempted to board a galleon. It had the escort of numerous smaller schooners and sloops, where the loot was probably held, and for some reason I thought that the enemy vessel was a pirate ship, and my collective memory only had a sample of those tactics being used by pirates, and they usually avoided putting all of their eggs in the same basket. And at first the ships kept their distance, and whenever we drew closer, they used the wind to put distance, and the sloops had maneuvered themselves to the other side of the galleon. Meanwhile, the schooners had spread themselves out and were aiming at our non-existent cannons. And to show our maneuver capabilities, we released the sails and we scattered around the schooners and sloops. And he was doing one of these maneuvers when Rudolph threw up his lunch. And Rudolph was always tied up because he lost his balance easily whenever the ship moved at high speed. And Gentinis could hold his own with the same balance of an experienced surfer. And while we patrolled the waters, Typhoon was flying over the sky. And we later found out that the captain was much aware of the dragons, since he had seen a departed ship through his telescope. And after the fact, I made a mental note to remember that the telescope had already been invented. And since nothing was occurring, I summoned forth Rainbow, and she said for me to the people in the enemy ships, I am truly sorry for this, but my friend is very greedy, and she seems to have lost her moral compass, so please do not resist. And when she returned, I said to her, that's not what I wanted you to say. I gave it some thought, and my line feels a lot better, commented Rainbow. Fine, whatever, I said, annoyed. And it was then when the predictable happened. The sloops fled in all directions while the schooners and galleons remained. And the cannon fire started, however most of the time they missed, and the shots usually went forward, so whenever the ship flew up a couple of meters, the shots missed. And it was a tricky business, since the twins had to account for the things that were still within range. Gentinius and Rudolph then started returning fire, and the lightning strikes were aimed at disabling the cannons, and they placed temporary curse upon the cannons that prevented the powder from within to igniting. And the rest of the spells was theater magic designed for shock value, and even with the cannons disabled, the crew was still determined to put up a fight. When we got remotely close to the main ship, we would get pelleted by arrows and crossbows. And to put an end to this mess, I boarded the ship along with Gentinius, and using his signature weapon, a golden ceremonial mace, Gentinius made a bloody mess of everyone aboard the ship. And the mace was made of gold, silver, brass, about 1.3 meters in length, and the top blonde end was shaped like a stylized crown or flower with sharp tips. And the center had a flat round circle made of a star sapphire, and from the top the mace crown or whatever looked like a six-pointed star. And the binding down the middle had a small section with a cross inside a circle. I, on the other hand, was using a cleaver falcon, and it did not have a very wide edge, and its grip was blue with a golden orb for a panel. And these weapons were useful for crowded battles, and we kept running around the sailors, smashing and slashing away, as then the falcon wasn't too sharp, it did not cut too deep, though the force from my strike was enough to leave people badly bruised. And eventually Rudolph joined the fray, and he was about to stab someone with his spear when I smashed his face with the pommel and he fell into the water. Soaking, he returned to the ship where Lee fixed his face, and after 20 minutes of breaking a sweat, the conditions became right to use blue flames. And I jumped up to the crow's nest, and Gentile smashed away the wooden planks with his mace till a blue spark appeared, and soon the mace had a blue flame at its tip, and he swung the mace in a wide motion arc, and the flame spread quickly, engulfing everyone. And some tried to jump into the water, but the blue flames caught them in their tracks, and as soon as the screams faded away, Gentilius allowed the blue flames to die out. And contrary to its name, the blue flame spell is a knockout spell, and it simulates the excruciating pain of being burned to a crisp without any of the side effects, and people usually faint as a result of the imaginary pain. And versed in double cast, Gentilius laces the flame with a faint sleep curse, and this is usually his go-to with regards to capturing people alive. Not killing someone in a battle is an art form, a practice that not many people bother to learn, and I had decided on keeping those in the main ship alive to track down the others. Though truth be told, I was not in the mood for killing humans, and poor Gentilius was forced to come along for the ride. And while we were busy, Rudolph had set a blaze on one of the schooners that was returning fire to the ship. Ah, such was the uselessness of our pesky little glass cannon. And using the captured ship's own ropes, I tied down the prisoners and went to do something about the schooners. And I signaled to Typhoon, who pretended not to hear me, and Gentilius shot up a blue flame towards Temple, who growled and snarled as he dodged it. And Typhoon then went about doing what we had asked him to, and he flew towards the smaller ship, shooting a steady stream of flames, and after burning down some of the sails, so those in the crow's nest, and the ships fled in terror. And on our ship then anchored, and the twins set about shopping the enemy ship. And we took the cannons and gunpowder and cannonballs, the swords, the crossbow, and any piece of armor or metal. And once they were done, we allowed the others to look through the personal possession of those on board and to pick whatever they took fancy to. And Typhoon was feeling a bit nimbly much, so he started eating the railings of the ship. And much of his own diet consisted of eating wood. And since we were on a ship, we had a limited access to his favorite meal. And realizing this problem, we decided to take plenty of wood from the ship to serve as food for our resident dragon. He was the main reason why our ship was low most of the times, and we also could not add cannons as well. And we never told him this, but I think he secretly knew, and this was part of the reason he flew whenever there was anything serious going on. And close to that, our cook Gillian came on board and asked, "So what are we going to do with the prisoners?" "I haven't decided yet. It seemed like a good idea at the time, but now I don't know," I said. The prisoners started yelling and cursing at me while the more cowardly bunch begged for their lives. Pitiful, really. And one of them said to Gentilius, "I'll tell you where the loot went. Just let me join your crew." "You are barking at the wrong tree, my friend," said Gentilius, chuckling. "And I do not need that information anymore. I already know where you're headed at this plane." And indeed, the combined memory fragment of all of the captains had pointed me in the direction, or should I say directions. And I bought some favors from those who were willing, and stole a few talents from those who were most persevering. And a couple of the other captains had bounties on their head in certain holds. And these we separated from the others in addition to the powder monkeys who wanted to join our crew. And once we were done with the ship, we released the prisoners and went our merry way. And the galleon did not have any weapons to defend itself with, so it was no threat to us. While sailing, I noticed the Oculus Cash going through his rounds. And I took that time to obtain recent information about the ocean floors, and while his underlings were exploring the land, he was amusing himself by exploring the seven seas. Even in this day and age, the ocean still plays a second fiddle to the events happening on the mainland surface. And aside from a few monoliths here and there, so far the ocean was uneventful. And he did inform me of the underwater crossroad, and it wasn't so much of a crossroad in the traditional sense, since it was not man-made. However, animal trails also work for summoning, my dear Karina. And the summoning was made in the place where the two ocean currents crossed, and a warm salty one heading to the north and a cold under-salty river headed to the east. And Karina did not seem too amused to be summoned underwater, and she swam towards the surface, and we had a meeting on the ship. And using what was left of my route, I passed on the loot of the day. And this was the first time the others had seen her, and they were not too amused. And I also gave her the custody of the 5 men who had large bounties, and her demons came forth and sank with the prisoners below the waves. And while they were gone, Rudolph was the first to complain. So let me get this straight, all this hard work is for the benefit of those demons, asked Rudolph. You're only saying this because I accidentally struck you with my pommel, I said coolly. You did it on purpose. Stop changing the subject, yelled Rudolph, and the crew started going about their business, stoically ignoring the youth. And what to do with my money and my ship is none of your business, and if you're itching for your cut, well, there's none to be had because, as before, you were completely useless, I said, folding my arms. How can I be useful if you keep getting in my way, he snapped. And he was going to continue arguing with me, so I jumped off the ship, and he made a motion to follow using his magic. However, he lost track of me through my cloud of sharks, and my good friend had already returned from their oceanic exploration. And since they had been good to me, I led them towards profitable fishing grounds, and it was easy since the Oculus Catch had already explored most of the ocean floor in this general vicinity. And it was a slow progress since he had to come through the same location at several different times of the year to see if anything changed depending on the season. And while swimming and hunting with my companions, I saw a large part of 2,000 dolphins, spider whales, and dusky dolphins. Sociable enough, they were drawn to the oddball in the school of sharks, and I was weary of dolphins. The sharks made their usual getting close and retreating gimmicks, and to mock them, the dusky dolphins started blowing bubbles. And to keep things from escalating, I petted a shark's nose, and then I grabbed a bit of seaweed and presented it to one of the dolphins. Eventually, both sides settled down. Underwater diplomacy was a tough business indeed, though at least the sharks were hesitant to make war against another fellow predator, and I have always found sharks easier to get along with, and those two-faced dolphins are too close to humans in their mindset and are thus prone to engage in unsavory behavior, like playing with food or arbitrary murder or something worse. And night came and I still was not in the mood to return to the ship, and would have had severed up what was supposed to be a fun day of maritime exploitation. And it is so annoying to always have someone question everything you do. Month 3, Day 31, Year 5. The new powder monkeys have integrated well as I had expected. I do not expect much from humans, and they never disappoint. And like the others who came before, there was the usual argument about my position as captain, and everyone says they can do better just because they have accumulated more mistakes. Only now we have about 70 new people in our crew, and to reach full working order, we still need another 50. And traditionally, powder monkeys perform in the ship the most menial jobs, and I will not deny that they are also scraping the bottom of the barrel in my crew. However, at least they do get fed twice a day and get regular exercise and training and education. As far as education is concerned, I teach them the basic reading and writing and the times table, and so generic facts about the world like the calendar, the stars, the seasons, which way is north, and so forth. Judah also helped me in this regard, teaching them about ships, and whenever they caught Leaf in a good mood, he would make himself useful by reading to them. I am an inch away from throwing everyone off the ship. Month 14, Day 1, Year 5. More than half the new powder monkeys have been exiled from the ship, and after showing plenty of behavior disturbances and unwillingness to play ball, and I had taken upon me to exile them, and for the past month I have been observing their behavior with the gossiping and attempt of bullying and overall being a pain in my neck. And they were so conditioned that they would not perform the simplest task without getting a few good smacks in the face. And naturally, torture is a policy that we not adhere to, so over time their behavior became more unbridled till I said plainly to the offending party, "It is my way or the highway." And as most clichés go, they tried a little mutiny, and those who had seen me in battle pretended to go along with them. However, when the time came, they abandoned their fellow comrades to their fate. And while they argued and made demands, my crew stoically ignored them, going about their business. And I too was at a loss as to what to do with the situation. And my ship did not have lifeboats since all of the kids knew how to swim. And in the eventuality that it sunk, I could easily put all of the supplies to safety. And then there was Typhoon could fly, and I also had Cleese and Atagarati who could serve as godly lifeboats without taking up too much room in the ships. The long and short of it is that my two options were to kill them and to have them die in the open ocean, and in the end I said to them, I have only two options, either die now or later. And before they could answer, Typhoon had returned from his flight, and he had gone back to his formal training. Even without a sparring partner, he was still practicing aerial maneuvers, and grabbing the wrist of the leader, I threw him overboard, and the others tried to run away or attack some of my crewmates. and the two that did manage to get close enough to almost hurt someone were immediately put down by Rudolph. And with nowhere to hide, the others leaped out of the ship, and Typhoon went towards the side of the boat, tilting it side to side ever so slightly, and remembering his sight, Typhoon flew to watch them drown, and the chest left them alone though a passing dolphin came by and offered to help them. And now unaware of the positive reputation of Dolphin, one of the powder monkeys punched it right in the snout like some common shark, and annoyed the dolphin bit the young man's lip and kept him underwater till he drowned. And the dolphin did the same to the two other kids before Typhoon intervened and flew them to safety, and he dropped them off on the deck of a nearby schooner. And much to Typhoon's chagrin, the sailors thought the powder monkeys were attacking, so they got butchered nonetheless. All in all, it is an ideal I hope not to repeat. Month 15, Day 31, Year 5. The new year brought with it some profitable ventures, and we made contact with the pirates patrolling the Sea Dragon Archipelago, aka the Water Kingdom, and control over this region was quite lax, and it's even more so since I made a mess of Mita's Navy capacity. And according to the pirate captain Calico Rex, the Navy was starting to recover due to the pressure being placed on the cartridges, and this recovery was only superficial since the cartridges had naturally cut down on the quality to meet the rising demand for their ships. And cutting into the mountain, the soil has been left naked in Mita, and it was probable that another landslide would occur in the following year. At least out of the seasons were business as usual. And as for Calico, he had been in the game for more than 2 decades, and like me, he did not have the patience or the connections to make it big, legitimately speaking. And the interesting thing about his vessel was the bells, and he had cowbells rigged all over his ship, and to be successful in the pirating business, each pirate group needed a gag, a flag, or some sort of gimmick, something to make them recognizable against the wild watch of has-beens. And my ship's gimmick was apparently its shape and the magic and the dragon, and as of late it has made it hard to operate since the ships fled whenever they caught sight of our sails, and not that it mattered much in the long run since we always got caught up to them, and I agreed to meet with Calico once every 3 months in the island of Liberty for the purpose of trading. And Liberty had been founded by a former slave ship captain named Victor and a priest of Hemi, the goddess of truth, and during a prolonged voyage, the priestess converted Victor to her way of thinking, and together they founded this little utopia ruled under the white flag. And they founded something that had a semblance of democracy based on the belief that all men and women were created equal, and every year they boosted their numbers by freeing slave ships. And frankly, I'm not too human by the idea of visiting Liberty. I just left Liberty a couple of hours ago, and as I had expected, it was a real mess, insomuch as Liberty was nowhere to be found. On the surface, there were the drunken debauchery one would expect of a pirate settlement. However, upon closer look, those who had to stay permanently on the island were on pins and needles, and the air stank of occultism, and none of the free slaves was willing to talk about what was truly going on. And when asked to join a crew, the locals would politely decline and said, "No thank you, our home is here, and we never want to leave." And familiar with coast leaves as soon as we dock. "Well, this looks familiar." "Yeah, great, more religious fanatics," said Rudolph, rolling his eyes. And when my crew stretched his leg, I met Calico in the pearl necklace bar/brothel. And due to the nature of the place, Liz came along as my chaperone, and due to his clothing, the patrons automatically recognized him as a priest of Erua. So he was treated with a respect out of superstitious fear that a curse from his lips would spell perdition out at sea. And sitting down in a dingy stool surrounded by drunken seamen, I said to Calico, "And what do you want to discuss? I was so imperative that we meet in this hellhole." "Forget these accommodations, started saying Calico. "Look, I'm a very busy woman, and you're not so charming that I would enjoy engaging in small talk with the likes of you. Just tell me what you want so I can go on with my life," I said, exasperated. Pouted Calico. And he was about to say what he truly wanted when I said, "Oh, what a bother." "I'm not used to that gimmick of yours," said Calico. "And how do you manage?" "Better than those of my peers. The trick is sorting through all of the garbage and isolating the foretop before the tongue has a chance of putting things in perspective. And I do not expect you to understand. Frankly, my answer is no. And I do not see what it is to gain from this little venture of yours," I said, frowning. "Going legit for once," said Calico, smiling. "I don't know, I already burned that bridge, and I doubt they would take me back after what I did to Mita," I said, and I added, "I will have to think about it though." Don't take too long to decide. Places like Liberty do not last more than 20 years, said Calico. I suppose his expiration date is just around the corner, I said, yawning. Pity that their collective memory is so short, said Calico, drinking from his booth. You expect too much of people who weren't able to make it in the real world, and I too am guilty of that sin, I said, getting up, and then I said to leave. I am in a performing sort of mood, and let's do your jellyfish dance together like we used to. It has been sometimes as I perform in front of an audience, says Leaf, stretching his elegant limbs, and curious Calico and his men clear the tables and the drunken dancers to give way for our act. And make way for the High Priest Deasura and his lovely assistant, make way and marvel as they performed the jellyfish ritual dance. We got into position, stoically ignoring all of the jeering and hooting of the audience, and Lee unfastened the belts from his outfit, and I stretched my armbands until the size of the bed sheets and got inside. And after removing it quickly, I was in my proper dance outfit, and the speed of my wardrobe change alone was enough to merit some clapping. And then I started to die down somewhat because they thought that they were going to see a flashing magic show or something. With the belts tied to each of our joints, there was not a single movement we could make that went unheard. The best part about the costume was the round bulbous hat with the ribbons and feathers and pearls to serve as a stylish depiction of the tentacles of a jellyfish. And as for our outfit, it was made like the oral arms of the jellyfish. And Liz had been practicing his jellyfish dance in the ship before we docked, so when we arrived, his silly hat had caused quite a commotion. His costume was based on a flamboyant flower hat jellyfish with its bright orange colors with the pink tips at the end of the rivers. And since it was dark, I chose a crystal jellyfish look with most of the attire being see-through, except for the parts that emitted bioluminescence like the tentacles and my blue dress. And we started our dance by lazily bobbling about like jellyfish normally do. And it was so nice and relaxing, and so people were starting to fall asleep. Then a storm came, and we started flying erratically and jumping and falling as a wave. And at the climax, we started turning in circles all over the bar, knocking over stuff and bumping into people in our dizzy dance. And when we stopped, we returned to our old bobbling, which was somewhat wobbly, slow performance, till we fell to the floor with the room turning around us. And a few people gave scant claps while the others clapped with enthusiastic sarcasm. All in all, nobody knew what to make of this strange dance, and this reaction was nothing new. In fact, the Deasura religion seemed to thrive as a result of these bizarre displays. And variety is the spice of life, after all. At the end of the day, I decided to take up Calico's offer. I had nothing to gain in protecting Liberty, and the people there were awful, no different than their mainland counterparts. And the only difference between them and the other was that the people in Liberty practiced piracy. Needless to say, I did not linger after speaking with Calico, and we both had a deep disappointment and resentment towards the city. The place had to go, plain and simple. Alright, that's the end. Yeah, that was chapter 17. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra, Deasura. This is chapter 17. Month 6, day 15, year 6. After months of observation and surveillance, I finally provided enough tactical information for the Navy to advance on Liberty, and Calico was to be conveniently up north along with other courtiers. Courtiers were legitimate pirates who collected taxes from mentioned ships who were lying about their earnings, and their ties with Venezuela were a hush-hush secret business, and the identity of those who belonged to the group was unknown. And aside from the unofficial tax collection and predation of foreign ships, the courtiers kept tabs on the pirate presence in the ocean. When their numbers grew too large, the Navy would engage on a large-scale operations to cull their numbers, and with the help of the dragon riders. And while they were not used more often as a matter of much debate in the mainland, and it certainly showed the hidden tensions between the dragon riders and the ruling elite of Veraguero. And there was also the issue that mobilizing the draconic army required large amounts of resources. After all, dragons had an expensive diet supported by gold and precious minerals, and it was usually cheaper to use humans instead of relying on those overpowered monstrosities. And there were currently attempts to form legions of other flying creatures to serve as a cheaper substitute. According to Calico, the tamers were trying out cockatrices, and they were proven to be a bit of a disappointment, and like the common rooster, they could not maintain aerial flying for very long. They were only capable of jumping over walls and running really fast, and Griffith and Hippocrates too were in the roster, but they were not native to this continent, and efforts were on their way to obtaining them from the western continent, and both were placed in different areas, so they would not have to compete for resources like the dragons, and lightning bursts too would pass by the continent during their annual migration, and they were large and magical too, which was always a desired aspect. However, they were unruly, and all efforts to domesticate them had resulted in someone dying, usually the trainer. And another large bird that ran through the gauntlet of domestication was the roc, R-O-C, but no K. It too was a failure insomuch as the tamers could not make it do anything remotely practical. And as for Liberty, it was destroyed in a single night, and the flight of dragons swarmed the city, torching buildings and devouring the town folk. And from the nice other perspective, it seemed like they were killing at random. However, they had very specific targets they had to slaughter, and the rest were rounded up like sheep to be brought back to the mainland. Efforts were made to escape in the underground tunnels and other safe passages that had been constructed over the last 20 years. And these were pointless, as the dragons could sniff them out and track the humans with the same accuracy as any bloodhounds. And the prophet of Hemi was captured and imprisoned, and there was a certain degree of superstition about killing a true prophet, and just to be safe, they were usually ritually executed by the priests of Arasa, and the ships that tried to escape were sunk by the rest of the flight of dragons. And at the end of the operation, some 2,000 pirates were killed, and the number rose to 5,810 after continued operations. And according to the cross-examination from Oculus Rhea, who kept track of piracy in the Sea Dragon Archipelago, there were only 2 unlicensed pirate crews still in operation. One had escaped the slaughter because it had crashed, and the other because it was training in the mainland. And the camping power created by the hurricane that assaulted the coast in Mita had allowed for piracy to flourish over the last 2 years. And sea trade around the continent was suffering, and when it became too expensive to ignore the problem, the dragons were always deployed. And as for my situation, I had to tread with light footing among the Navy officers, and none were too pleased with my little getaway stunt. However, the corsairs from Veraguero had a pardon program for pirates who wanted to work for the benefit of king and country. And both groups gave me the vibe that as far as seafaring was concerned, there was not a unified front. And the corsairs were always at odds with the Navy, and regardless, I got pardoned for my crimes after committing hundreds of robberies and manslaughter. It is silly if you think about it, but that is just the world I live in at the moment. With legitimacy, there came new problems. Sure, I was allowed to continue my operation, but not without conditions. And Terfu was returned to the Dragon Riders, and most of my crew was taken and integrated into other crews. And they were not in the ranking of the powder monkeys, but most of them agreed that they would work less in their new positions, and apparently I was some sort of slave driver with the studying and the working and the training. And I was given the choice of a bare minimum of 10 to populate my new crew and vessel, and I naturally took the twins, and Leaf, Rudolph, and Gentivius, and I got the youngest orphans, Farah, and Baby, in part because they lacked the skills to warrant any significant ranking within the courtiers. And I kept Clarissa because of the baby, and Eclipse was also fond of the girl. And then there was my quartermaster, Jean Perret, and the cook Gillian Serna, and the pair had a lot of enemies, and they would not have survived in other ships. I also had a mutual parting of the way with my handmaiden Lunette, and she had recovered her memory, which was a bit awkward, and she was trying hard to pretend not to remember for fear of me. And I informed Calico who she was, and he promised to dispose of her properly, whatever that's supposed to mean. Month 6, day 3, year 30. No, year 6, day 30. The voyage in the Faustina. For the past week or so, I have been traveling in Calico's Faustina, and he had named the ship after his dead stillborn twin sister. Whenever he went on island, Calico never failed to place flowers in Faustina's grave, and it was a majestic galleon that was said to be unsinkable, but not from lack of trying. It has survived more than 37 naval battles and about 371 ship takeovers. And there was nothing particularly awesome about this galleon, and it was ordinary as far as ships goes, but there was a certain charm about it which can explain its success out at sea. And the Faustina was currently on course for the port of Bangor, and it had 40,000 people, and it made its money through the commodity exports of sugar and furs. and it was located in one of the southernmost islands of the Sea Dragon Archipelago. And aside from these basic facts, there was not much else to tell about the area. For some reason, it was located in one of the few magical voids of the continent, and places like that for some reason do not produce any magic. And there is something dead and lackluster about those somber places. Why or how such places, how or why such places come to be in Saturnastra is a matter of much debate. As this stand does not have a lack of magic, the observer has not bothered to pay attention to it. Perhaps it has something to do with their logging operations. Today, to amuse myself, Calico was telling me one of his city embarrassing stories. And whenever he goes on one of his drunken ravings, I normally depart, and this time the behavior was affected, meaning that he was not drunk, rather he was pretending to be. I said plainly to Calico, "What is it that you truly want?" "Well, as a new member of the Corsairs, there is some formalities I am forced to address," said Calico, suddenly turning serious. Yes, you need some dirt on me, I presume," I said coyly. "From what I hear, your little brats have proven to be quite troublesome to manage," explained Calico. "Just what have you been feeding them?" "Nothing out of the ordinary," I said flatly. "That's debatable, and what is ordinary to you might be extraordinary to others," said Calico. I smacked him over the head with a blunt table knife, and annoyed he said, "Stop that." In response, I smacked him in the head with it again, and this time twice more, and knowing that I like to go in increments of two, Calico stopped asking stupid questions. And the people in the mainland wanted to know about my family and my social relations, and to attest to the veracity of the answers, he brought forth Mary Ann, one of the lady pirates of his crew. The other was Bonnie Reed. As with most berserker maidens, Mary Ann was a walking lie detector, and it was such a bummer how or when they got such a kooky ability, which many consider a curse. This battle-like frenzy originated from a unique genetic mutation in humans, and when normal humans had a whole flight or fight dichotomy, Berserker had their entire system prepped up for battle. And to enhance the trance, Berserker warriors were known to fight without an armor, and only the most skilled warriors could get away with such a stupid thing. And about 99% of all Berserkers from Verageddon were married to their armors, which they valued more than their swords. And it also occurred with their bodies were put under intense stress, like when performing physical labor for a prolonged period of time. And aside from this trance, there are other magical elements to the Berserker, and those in tune with the ancestral tradition had unique hunting magic, and we don't know really much about it, and the stories in the annals mention shape-shifting elements, and involved with their bodies becoming bulky like those of a troll. And aside from being lie detectors, most of the Berserkers I had met were very mild-mannered. And upon this and many other subjects, why I tonally answered no comment to all of the questions. And I returned from my reverie when Mary Ann smacked the table and yelled, "Are you even listening?" "No comment," I said, grinning. This is pointless. And why do I even have to answer this question?" asked Mary Ann. This time Calico said, "No comment." And Mary Ann started shivering and chattering her teeth, and her face then swelled and changed to beet red color, almost as she had hypertension or some food allergy, and she punched Calico and knocked him out with blood flowing profusely from his nose. And she then went after me, but I desperately jumped ship, and she tried to swim after me, but only clumsily splashed through the bottlenose dolphins that were on the prow, and they found her splashing and yelling quite amusing. And some even started tugging at her clothing and the soles of her feet, and after an hour she literally cooled off and just lazily started floating on top of the water. And the crew threw ropes, and they tied her around her waist and arms, and they brought her back on board the ship. And while she was taken in a stretcher down to her room, Calico grimaced and said, "Sure, now you get to nap for a couple of days while I had to deal with a broken nose for weeks." I said coolly to him, "Had Leaf fix it. He's in the middle of this whatever," said Calico, gesturing to her sleeve. And at the moment Leaf was twitching and jumping while making all sorts of whistling sounds. And in the city people could simply pass by and ignore people like Leaf. However, on a ship with very few places to go to and see, one could not help but stare at Leaf's bizarre worshipping rituals intently. "And what do you see in that guy?" asked Calico. "I see the same thing that I see in you," I said, smiling coyly. And I fixed Calico's nose after this exchange, and it was neither the first nor the last time it had been broken. Through my abilities, it was able to regain its original shape, for which Calico was quite baffled. Staring at his reflection in the mirror, he said, "This isn't my nose." Trust me, it is your stupid original nose, I said, sighing. And looking down towards the water, he asked, pointing to the dolphins, how do you command those fishes? The same way you command your troops, I answered. Ha ha ha, very funny, said Calico, narrowing his eyes. Look, just because you ask me a question, there's no guarantee that I will give you an answer, I said, frowning. Pity, and I do so enjoy your company, said Calico, snorting. And he frowned at the bizarre piggy sound his nose made, and he was still not used to his original nose. Not in a mood, we continued the conversation. I went back into the water, even if it meant swimming with those pesky, nosy Parker dolphins. And while taking some distance, I used Lucky to eavesdrop on the conversation. And it was a little hobby I so indulged from time to time, and it is said that which comes out of one's mouth stains you. And so I wanted to do a Calico stain as much as I found him annoying, and it is his influence to have me support my siblings and the few companions that still did not know how to fish. And whenever I was not about, Calico would pester my companion with information about me, and today he was bothering Gillian. And he was in the kitchen trying to find some edible gruel, and Calico's school was the sort of man who liked to cut corners more often than not, and he would make bits and pieces of almost rotting flesh with every new food, and food poisoning and indigestion was a common staple in Calico's ship, and for this reason Sacha and Deura had taken to going out to fishing. And with his usual directness, Calico said to Gillian, find anything you like? No, said Gillian flatly. And how are you to stay? And if you need anything, do not be afraid to ask, said Calico, giving a warm, inviting smile. Gillian grimaced when he saw those skinny golden teeth pointed his way, and Gillian narrowed his eyes and said, go bother someone else. Geez, why is everyone in the Deasura's crew so frosty flakes, and I'm only trying to be your friend, said Calico, pouting. You are not as charming as you think you are, said Gillian flatly, and he started making his way towards the deck. Come on, tell me what's really the matter, insisted Calico. Oh, like you don't know. Whenever the warden leaves behind stays her little rainbow goat and watches all that we say and do for her own amusement, said Gillian. And he shivered a bit at that, said, when not being pestered by that goat, there is the candy cane spook. I see, said Calico, thinking Gillian had gotten mad. And right on cue, Sandal started his creepy stalking across the cabins, and he would stop from time to time to take in the sights. And he was in a new boat, and he found everything and everyone fascinating, and it did not show in his toy death mask, and Calico could not see, or rather he refused to see, Sandaless and Rainbow. And Sandaless had become more independent with each passing day, and Calico knew from reports that Gideon was that notorious serial killer that liked chopping people up and leaving their torsos to run down the river. And how Deasura had managed to keep her entire crew in one piece alive was still a matter of much debate. And while soaking in the water, I suddenly remembered Lunette, and I think I handled the entire situation a bit wrong, and I set a matching potion to change her back to her old form, with a spiteful note saying, sorry for punishing you for attempted murder, and if you wish to return, drink half of this potion, and you were useful to me during your amnesia phase, and even pleasant to be around, and if you wish to remain Lunette and forget about your former life, just drink the rest, just drink this. And in the end, Lunette drank the entire potion and forgot her former life, and I gave unto her Lucky as her personal guardian. And I changed my focus again to what Calico was up to, and he had heard plenty of bizarre rumors about me, and for the first time he was disappointed by what a boring person I appeared to be. Aside from like at most, he thought I could command sea creatures to do my bidding. However, I had a tacit understanding with them, and as far as I am concerned, mindless drones made poor allies. And another thing I found slightly irritating was Calico trying to decipher what were my leadership credentials, as if you had to make good decisions to be a leader. And my crew simply never challenged my authority due to their irrational fear of my broad-finned sharks. Then again, most pirates had never set foot in the actual ocean, and yet they consider themselves masters of the 7 seas or 13, depending on who you ask. And truth be told, nautical exploration is far behind, and just getting to the nearest continent in total may take 10 months with favorable conditions. And even when they arrive, the place has a certain rustic feel to it, and no outsider is willing to deal with the rough wilderness. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye, God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, Deasur's sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra Deasura. This is chapter 18. Even when they arrive, the place has a certain rustic feel to it, and no outsider seems willing to deal with the rough wilderness. And the eastern continent and the southern continent are about 17 months trip each, With today's seafaring technology, and even migratory dragons do not seem too inclined to bother with its location, and as such they are only native here to the north and the deep seas of the ring continent. Month 8, Day 7, Year 6. So they arrived at the port of Damas in the port town of Melo, and it is one of the many little city ports plaguing the Sea Dragon archipelagos, and this one is closer to the largest island, and the port gets its name from its prime export, Damas fabrics. They also sell damas or wood steel, so perhaps it gets its name from there. And the port town is just like any other port town in this continent, and I have seen so many of them, so they're starting to run together in my head. And the docks include the shipyards, the woodcutters, and the smithies, and in the center of town is a fish market with its distinct rotting flesh smell. And its prime location allowed for the infestation of every person and building in town. And it was worse when the port town had flower markets as well, and both smells combined to form the unholy union akin to a funeral home. And just passing by those places is enough to make one's stomach turn. And it is in one of these bars at the flower market where I'm going to meet my new crew. And my current part is just to stay in the harbor since the scent of the pungent stagnant water was at least tolerable. And the bar itself wasn't nauseating as all the other bars I had the great misfortune to visit. I took a last breath of fresh air and then entered within. And whenever I entered one of those enclosed, musky locations, people could not help but notice me. And it had something to do with the changing temperature, the cool aura that followed me wherever I went. My attire tools were cause for consternation, and at the time I was going through a custom sort of phase, custom in the sense that I was wearing a variety of different attires, which fell within the allotted timeline. And I never got why the day preferences, and I thought that wearing jeans would have been so revolutionary. Though I do see the need of not arousing too much suspicion from the unseen enemies, and I cannot help but feel like my cover was just blown half a decade ago. And truly, it is quite a short not standing out. Then again, in the magic world, it is not too hard. I'm just another weirdo in a continent filled with weirdos, and since I was meeting the truth for the first time, I wanted to cause a good impression so I would not have to rely on sandals to maintain order in my ranks. And I wore a flat office dress with the shoulders exposed, and the long sleeves by the elbow had a golden buttons every so often. And it was tied from the top to the waist, and then it came loose from the down. And I wore a golden ring on the index finger, and as well as a veil. And on top of it there was a round golden crown with 4 spikes and a pair of strings connected each spikes. And Calico had often described me to his superiors as being larger than life. And it made sense seeing as though in spite of my small stature, those drunken faces kept staring at me. As with most bars, all official business took place in the second floor, which overlooked the counter and the dance room, game room, or whatever in the first floor. And a grimace as I got up halfway up the stairs, and waiting for me was Mary Ann. And I asked, "What are you doing here?" "You know why, and stop asking stupid questions. Now come here and meet the other," she said, gesturing to me. And I saw Amanda go 20-year-old maidens, Bonnie Reed, and the other lady pirate within Calico's group. And once I got to meet everyone, I heard about the other people from my future crew. And I realized the Navy's intention. They had gathered all the problematic women under one vessel for easier management. And due to their connections to the Navy, the Navy could not just be rid of them in the traditional sense. And by transferring them to illustrious ranks of the corsairs, they could keep their families happy and not deal with them on a day-to-day basis. And as for Mary Ann and Bonnie Reed, well, they were tasked with keeping an eye on me and misinforming the main line of my activities. It was only now that all of the ladies had gathered together that they realized that all the women from the Navy had been relegated to corsairs, and it was believed that having women on board a ship was bad luck. And the corsairs did not ascribe to such superstition, nor did the fishermen who primarily worshipped the goddess Deasura. Superstitions aside, the Navy captains found it much easier to manage a male-only ship than a ship with a small minority of women cadets. And in the face of the usual questioning, I jumped out the second-floor balcony into the dance floor, and the way I had quietly gotten up and jumped down startled my interlocutors, as well as the people down below. And the only two people not to be surprised were Mary and Bonnie. And Mary Ann formerly belonged to one of the unincorporated tribes of the Berserkers, and they kept tacit ties with Rageddon as well as an integration pact among their operatives. and from time to time they would send emissaries to live and integrate, and Mary was one of such people that had been forced to integrate. As for Bonnie, she had been scarred by one of her lovers, and as such had been unable to continue working as a courtesan, and most men found creepy her blue left eye and the 3-line scratches on her cheek. And there were other decorative scars all over her body forming the words and symbols, and she could have had them healed but chose not to, and the drunkards gathered around me to see if I was alive, and I slowly got up and turned around to gaze back at my shipmate. And they seemed at odds as to what to make of me, and there was one girl for certain in all their minds, and it was that I was crazed and more durable than the average lunatic. I left the bar and made my way towards the harbor, and I was soon accompanied by my crew, and it was customary for the new captain to drink with their new mates. And since I made it clear that I was not going to play Sue and that I didn't like drinking, my new girls started to follow behind. And some found it refreshing to get to work right away, and others regretted not getting drunk while they had the chance. And it was a commonality to drink large quantities of ale before embarking on any strenuous work. And my new ship was to be another boring galleon, and this one required a crew of 150, so the size was just about average. And with the addition of the new girls, I had about 60 folks to work with, and the rest were supposed to be acquired via apprenticeship, hiring, and buying. All in all, I needed carpenters and caulkers, and Saturnastra would also function as divers should the need arise. And there were also the sailors, the apprentices who assisted the sailors and did the cooking and cleaning. And I also needed to find gunners and powder monkey, and the rest were normally made up of pages and ship pages. And when I arrived, Saturnastra were busy tearing up the ships to bits, doing necessary upgrades and downgrades where the need was required. And I dispersed the girls to fill out their former posts, except for those stations already taken by my crew, and Rodas and Tibius were moved their things to the master quarters, and Jim was in the midst of throwing away most of his rotten food, and he was about to throw an ominous-looking, smelly satchel overboard when he saw me arrive. And he stopped and then went about to dispose of it properly in the way I had taught him, and he drew a circle with a shock with some symbols as well, and a light flash, and then the dirty beads were summoned elsewhere, and the diagram was gone too, so it was always a hassle for dear old Jean to keep drawing the circle over and over. And below the deck, Gillian was fighting a rat infestation, and there were more rats in the ship than in the dungeons he had been forced to inhabit since his arrest. And Liz was in the top castle taking a nap, and it was the only place where he could find to get away from the horrible smell and the rat infestation. And the twins had downgraded from 20 guns to 8, with 4 on each side, and it was necessary amount to cover all sides when the mages were out of commission. And we would supplement the missing guns with stronger firepower and increased accuracy. And by just removing the guns, our crew size was reduced to about 27, and each gun normally required 2 to 3 people to function. And since Leaf and I were surgeons or whatever, I was able to spare the addition of 6 medics, and even with these minor changes, I was still short of 60 or so people. Alright, that's the end of this chapter. They're building up the crew. Bye-bye and God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, there's a sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra, Deasura. This is chapter 19. Month 1, day 6, year 7. The ship repairs are finally complete, and now if only I could find a complete crew to go along with it, then we can get on to business. I have been pressured by my companions to set sail already or to hire someone. And for the last 2 weeks, Mary has been visiting me with the same question, and this time she pestered me while I was practicing the sea snake dance with Leaf. And she yelled at me, "Are we going to set sail today?" Not stopping, I yelled back, "Don't you ever get tired of asking the same question? And we will leave when I say we leave." "But I fear our senses will get dull through idleness," remarked Mary. "Honestly, 99% of the time you spend at sea is spent in idleness. And if you are so eager to see some action, why don't you just join the army or a mercenary corps?" I said, stopping to answer her. "I might just do that. And just what are you looking for in sailors? Honestly, any random goon could fill whatever position remains," commented Mary. And her eyes seemed to glow with much intensity, and she reminded me a bit of a black cat we had back at home, and the way Mary languidly wandered about as if she were walking over mud, trying to avoid dirtying her little shoes, was something that was very similar to the movements of my Giaconda. her cat. I could say the same thing about you, my dear Mary, I said, coming closer to speak with her. No need to get so testy, my dear Captain. It was only a suggestion, not an order, said Mary coolly, and she had grown accustomed to my occasional ribbing. You get paid regardless, and if you're worried about your skills stalling, why don't you ask Gentilius to spar with you, I suggested. Meh, unlike your boy toy, I do not have a death wish, and his matches always have a way of resembling a battle to the death, and frankly, I'm not in the mood to get mauled to an inch of my life, answered Mary. How about Rudolph? He's pretty handy with his Gale Boatguard, I suggested. He won't battle when he's not sparring, his head deep in his thumbs, and when he's not studying or eating, he's passed out from exhaustion, commented Mary, and she added, maybe you can lend me your Sandalens. He seems like a hardy fellow. He is not my Sandalens, and I can't just lend him to you. He is his own person, and a god at that. So at least show him a bit of respect to the fellow, I said, frowning. He is your god, not my god. And as far as canon is concerned, he's just another demon, said Mary, unconvinced. At this point, Leaf said, you can call things whatever you want, but at the core, gods and demons will always act upon their true nature, and calling one by another one's name will not change that. You cannot deify a demon just as the same way as you cannot demonize a god. Mary was thoughtful for some time and leave it to a priest to get people thinking about gods and the afterlife, and in the end I lent Sandalens to spar with the girl, and the battle against Mary was not too awe-inspiring. She was just under the impression that he would fight her with the equitable human strength, and not lay her flat on the ground with a solid stroke of his wooden sword club. And it was like a wooden double-edged sword with a short hilt, and the edges were grooved, and inside there were obsidian stone knives. And with one swing of his blade, Sandalens sliced through Mary's bright steel blade, and then with the flat wooden part of the sword he struck her senseless in the forehead, and he had held back the final blow since it was tradition in his land not to kill the enemy in battle, but to save them for much grander purposes. And even if he had done a direct blow, the wound would not have cut deep into the meat, and it was much stronger when used against metals. Sandalens frowned as the obsidian blades shattered, and using his powers the blade spun new crystal to replace the ones it had lost, and it was a sort of sharp weapon that was useless against heavy armor. Though as a club, it had its charms, and when Mary came to, she had Sandalens show her his weapon. And indeed she too saw the statutory limitations of this wooden club, and she could not see the importance of using a weapon that was purposely designed not to kill. And then told Mary, I guess you never heard of human sacrifices. I thought that was just an elf thing, responded Mary, putting some ice on her wounded forehead. Nah, it was originally a human thing, trust me, and even without the ritualism behind it, for the most part humans die more often at the hands of their own kind, I explained. Pity that it should be so, as other races show a more unified front, while our own kind bigger over small parcels of land, said Mary casually. Nah, pity that you should so easily believe in a little fib, and as long as you continue to believe this, then there can be no peace among humans, I said in mimicking her dour mood. And I left Mary alone to spar with Sandalens, and most of the fighting always took place in the deck of the ship. And aside from occupying space, there was not much else to do there. And to deal with the rat problems, Farah had enlisted the help of two famous Mouser cats, and at least they advertised themselves as famous cats, and while Farah and Baby were asking about the cats, the pair saw the Mouser cats making quick work of their prey in the market. And they were not hunting for food, but for sports. And from time to time, humans tried feeding them in appreciation, but the high and mighty cats would refuse any food that was not fresh. And if a fly happened to buzz near their fish, the cats would refuse to eat it. The first was a dovecot or hairless cat of an undetermined age, and when I asked him his name, he thought a moment and then ominously meowed. Zombie barked. Cats only meow to communicate with humans, or when they are kittens. The other was a 9-month honey-stripped faultless cat, and before he could pick a name, Zombie Bar said with an authoritative hiss, "Your name is now Sissy Sam." And not one to argue, Sissy Sam nodded and went along with what Zombie Bar had ordained. And since their arrival, the ship had been free of mice, termites, and other vermin, And aside from this service, the pair provided a release to the Tidian that had become our stationary life in the port of Damas, and whenever we wanted to or not, it was not safe to leave without necessary numbers, and since the final members were not appearing, I decided to take a more proactive approach. Month 3, day 11, year 7. Today I was swimming in the cold waters, Anchor came out to me, and it was unusual for him to seek me out, and trailing behind was something unusual, and it was not unusual for him to be trailed by strange marine creatures. And after all, he was their guardian, and there was something familiar about this creature. It had a strange glowing of a cuttlefish with pectoral fins of a shark and the extremities of a turtle. It seemed alive and healthy despite its odd appearance, and it ate plankton like other bait fishes, and when the hunters came over universally were taken aback by its chimeric appearance and odd light show. It was then when I took it into my arms that the armband began to resonate, and painted over its skin were the markings of my armband. And the gear produced by my father was most unusual. Whenever ownership of it was abandoned, it tended to find a new host by random chance. So unlike my most old forsaken items, it did not remain forsaken very long. This, whatever it used to be, had found a fragment of my rose and made the most of its mysterious powers. And when the bizarre fish came into contact with me, it resonated with my own rose, and then the fish was able to acquire a humanoid form. Light flakes, the scales and bars peeled back, revealing a person of grand stature with black eyes, and the humanoid back had a dorsal radius, and from the top of his skin was black with white spots, and starting from the mouth and down the front of his body, it was white with gray spots, and this color shading applied to the limbs, and it had a flat nose and a small lipless mouth, and no ears, and the bald head had a pink spot on the forehead, and around his neck and a portion of the back, it had a golden writing printed upon it. And even with its mass rearrangement, the creature still weighed a staggering 1,500 pounds, and in its new form it was 3 meters long, and at the moment I came to realize how irresponsible it was for me to forsake the rose my father had so carefully crafted for me. And it was a wonder just how many creatures I had warped as a result of my negligence. And guessing my thoughts, Anchor guided towards me another creature that was not the way it should be, and this one was just a little fluffy scale ball or whatever. And he had only one eye that stared coolly back at me, and like my new companion, this one was left alone by the other marine creature, which could not see it as food. After touching it, this one attained a humanoid form as well. Unlike my creepy companion, this one was only 5 centimeters high. 50. This one tried to mimic my current form more to the point, and the head feathers morphed into golden strands that resembled hair, and the nose was small, and it had a red lips and a girly face, and the areas around the eyes were black, as if she was an Egyptian goddess of some sort, and she peeled back her wings to reveal hands, and with the top of them black and the bottom of them white. And the back of her tail retained her bird-like appendages with the short white feathers in the back and 2 long feathers, and following the harpy logic from the knee down, the feet tucked back into a bird. However, this one had the feet webbed like a duck. It was then when Anchor started guiding to me another one of these creatures that I realized that this was going to be a thing. And it was not so much as he was trying to be of help, rather he was answering a call deep within inside my new companions. They were lonely and were yearning for another one of their kind to be around with, and it was then I decided to return to my ship, and I showed my new companions to Sasha and Deura, both in as in too impressed by the stern event, and they commented casually, "Your brother Ahi came here recently, and I do not know what he wanted or what he was saying, and he left you a care package from your father." Deura handed me the package, and indeed it was a new set of robes as I asked for, and unlike the other ones, this one had a blue coloring, and it also had a sleeve cut, and I set about stitching my armband to the loose sleeve to the new rose, and repairing the rose was not the same as patching up an old shirt. The twins observed with curiosity interest the rituals and the alchemy involved in the restoration of the old rose, and some were real and the others were just for show, since I didn't want to show them the entire ritual. Since they were fresh rolls, I had to leave them out under the moonlight to power them up, and when night came I had my rolls around the other sails. And close to midnight, Rudolph visited the ship, and since we'd been docked for so long, most of my crew had taken residency in town, and he grimaced when he saw the giant weirdo. And he said casually, "Are you going to put some clothing on your new pet?" Feeling himself insulted, the man slowly turned his head to glare at Rudolph and then slowly went back to enjoying his bowl of jellyfishes. And Rudolph studied the creature with interest, and while the creature studied Rudolph, and it was only when he stood on his two legs that Rudolph was able to admire the creature's height. And the wood groaned with the waves of such a large thing in one spot, and he gave one step, but the uneven movement of the ship caused it to trip and dent the floor a bit. And moaning, Judah exclaimed, "I just had that floor repaired." "Pity, but why put so much effort into a ship that would never set sail?" commented Zombie Bar, entering the deck. Zombie Bar was the cat. Apparently Sissy Sama told Zombie Bar of their new arrival, and he started licking himself while staring at the bizarre creature with the odd grooves on his back, and Zombie Bar was focused on it that he failed to notice the little harpy-looking bird perched beside him. And when he noticed, he jumped backwards and he did a flip before falling from the railing, and embarrassed, he ran downstairs into the cargo bay. As the night progressed, she started getting more populated by my companions, and they were drawn to the bizarre leatherback man and the harpy-looking bird, and since names were much more important to human, I explained through gestures to my friend that they had to go by something. And the leatherback man gargled and groaned, and he started rubbing his neck as the vocal cords started to manifest. In the end, I was surprised when he said in perfect English, "You may call me Delut." In answer to everyone's surprise and glances, he said, "I had enough of your language to understand it. The speaking it might take some time." "You don't say," commented Clarissa, impressed. "It seems to me that you already have a strong mastery of our tongue," commented Mary. "I'm a quick learning nurse," said Delut. And as for the little bird girl, this was not much progress in the way of speaking, and she was a juvenile of her species, so we were not in a hurry to name herself. And as with Moses, my crew started to suggest different names, and the name she ended up responding to was Martha. Alright, that's the end of this chapter. Bye-bye, and God bless. Now. Hello, my name is Teresita Blanco, the Earth's sister, and we're continuing with Deasura. This is chapter 21. Month 5, Day 11, Year 7. The last of my crew has been summoned today, and we finally set sail into the wide world. I donned my robes, which were finally charged, and the cloudless nights and the variety of full moons had given it a strange, bizarre aspect to it. It wasn't so much in appearance, rather in nature, and on the surface it looked just like my classical rose with a suit pattern. However, instead of the cotton, the rose had acquired a texture like rami. And first thing in the morning, I donned my robes, and it felt a bit odd to be wearing them after doing without them for so long. And to be honest, by the time I got them back, I had already forgotten I had ordered them in the first place. Better late than never, I suppose. As with most of my bright ideas, Rudolph was the first to challenge them, and he said, "It is a bit too early to set sail, seeing as though the new arrivals had yet to adapt, for lack of a better word." And indeed, the zombie I had grown to call them, were hard to manage, and the majority of them were bull sharks in their former life, and they had obtained their metamorphosis while living and eating together in one of the nesting areas near the coast. And to master quixotic origin, the official excuse was that they were newly arrived Europeans. The least our enemies know about the power of my robes, the better. All in all, there was a healthy mix within the zombie, and as of now they had willed themselves to resemble humans, except for the eyes and their sharp teeth. And I have also removed scraps from my robes and offered them as gifts, after the robes had assimilated some of the physical quirks of the twins. And with this precaution, the zombies were indeed closely related to the cultures, and the change was set and approved by the higher-ups, and the integration was approved, and we shall never speak of this again. Martha and Delu had chosen to keep their bizarre forms, and even if they failed to fit in with the rest of society, aside from the pair, there were 70 others whose bodies were closer to their former selves. And the first was called Lucier, and he had a steel-like figure with the shape of a person, but no hands or feet, and just pointy at those ends, and for a head it had 2 antennas with round clear bubbles, and the back had 4 pairs of wings like appendages, each with strings with a round pearl at the end of it, and she ate by filtering small organisms from the water with those beads. And 5 others were like the feather stars, And we also had 2 rainbow seahorses and an annoying little pistol shrimp and a periwinkle mandarin fish and 4 stingrays and a pair of gannets. With these and many other minor changes, my poor Rose had already been shortened, and foreseeing this, my father had made the sleeves much longer than they should be, as well as the skirt. And Zombie Bar too came to complain, but about something else entirely, and with the last arrival, my crew was comprised of a significant minority of weirdos. And Zombie Bar suggested, seeing you do not seem too happy with the Rose, and why not divide it up so that we too may become something else? I know of easier ways to turn into a human, my dear Zombie Bard, I said shockingly. Bah! Humans are beneath me. I only wish to point out the fact that we are surrounded by weirdos, and this will not sit well with the humans in the mainland, concluded Zombie Bard, licking his paw and brushing his ear. And Sissy Sam was about to say something, but Zombie Bard grimaced and made the poor fault disguise shut his mouth. And it was Zombie Bard's general opinion that Sissy Sam was a fool. And petting Sissy Sam's ear, I said friendly, if anything happens, I can manage. Clarissa, who had arrived late, said, am I too late to get the magic boost? And what the hell are you talking about? I said, folding my arms. I heard from Gideon that you were giving the new guys powers, commented Clarissa. I'm not giving anyone powers. I am just making land-based all the wonderful attributes that have helped them survive in the ocean, I said, dodging around the question. Not understanding the answer, Clarissa complained, no fair, we have been here longer, and what do they get to have new bodies while I remain weak and feeble? It is not as if you made yourself useful these past few years, interjected Farah. Quiet you, snapped Clarissa. I narrowed my eyes and was about to say something, an intelligent argument, but instead I said, it is my powers and I can do with them what I damn well please, and you're not entitled to any of it simply because you stood by me all of these years. And Clarissa started yelling and arguing with me. As with every slight noise, I ran towards my watery refuse, and even the dingy, murky waters of the dock were preferable than Clarissa's rebukes. And those gathered there returned to their daily business, and Clarissa eventually calmed down, but I felt that a grudge against me was growing inside of her. And the rest of the day was spent resupplying the ship while the cats gave a one last round before the items were made inside. And the samples cleaned the ship from top to bottom, and afterwards they busied themselves with their lectures and their behavior most puzzling for my human companions, and when not doing anything in particular, they would gather around together and stare at the humans. It wasn't so much as they were staring as they were napping with their eyes open, and sleep for them is a big difference as they are always on alert for danger. Everything is ready to go, and as per tradition, we set sail at night, and most people in the Navy prefer sailing in the morning, but I discovered that locomotion is more bearable at night without the burning sun frying one's brains. And there is also a bit of a melodramatic element about it, with the moon illuminating the racing clouds. Exemplary, commented Zombie Bard, looking at the Titan moon. How is Sammy doing, I asked. Better than I expected if your human crew that is worrisome, said Zombie Bard. A dry ship is certainly not suiting them well, it seems, but they will learn to adapt, and worst comes to worst, and we can at least give them a blessing, I said Johnny. From the sound of it, the worst has already come to fruition, said Zombie Bard, going to rest at the bowstring of the ship. And since it was night, the zombies were more active, and this provided a good balance between them and my daytime humans. And then when the process of feeding Lucia, and the god of the fish and siphoned out the blood to feed my bizarre marine stick figure, and once there was a decent large enough pool, Lucia was placed within it. And he would then take his hard plate, for lack of a better word, before moving to the salt bath, and the bath had to be constantly filled with and drained with new salt water every day. And aside from the blood, Lucio a microorganism found in water. And aside from eating, Lucio did not seem too aware of his surroundings, though from time to time he would creep behind someone to stare with his eyeless face at a book or a drawing in progress, and how he perceived the world around it was a matter of much debate. Of the new addition, it was the most problematic since it was far too remote from anything perceived as sentient, and as to be expected, Lucio got along well with Liz and with his bizarre dances and rituals. And tonight, like any other night, Liz was performing his ritual dance, and his dance was slow and steady, and he would have moved faster had he had the energy to do so, and it was a tiring acting so strangely all the time. As with many other, Bunny was curious to see why Lucio had abandoned his followers. And while watching his flow dance, Bunny noted the large baroque pearl, and he saw Bunny from the corner of his eye, and sighing, he said, the short answer is that I was compelled to leave by my beloved goddess? And the long answer, asked Bonnie, raising an eyebrow. Deasura made me leave, says Leaf, stopping, and he went to the counter and drank water from the bottle, and all our waters were inside skins and other containers that were spillish. I don't really care, said Bonnie, leaving the room. Then why did you bother asking, thought Leaf, and boredom was always a source of tension in my ship, and without booze the humans all were starting to become irritable and even seasick, and by now my cook Gillian and the quartermaster Jean had gotten used to living on a dry ship. And both were social drinkers by nature, and they had abandoned this vice altogether, in part thanks to the time they spent in prison. And since it was the first night with everyone under one roof, I kept tabs on my new human crew, and Bonnie and Mary were already aware of my observation and of the guys who were also watching, and it was a bit unnerving to be under so much scrutiny 30-15. And as a former courtesan, Bonnie got used to my surveillance far quicker than Mary. And the next person I turned my attention to was Rudolph, and he saw Sandalus from the corner of his eyes, and now turning around, Rudolph said dryly, "And don't you have anything better to do?" "Meh," said Sandalus, passing on my message, and his delivery was dry and soulless. And the notes made by Sandalus made Rudolph's skin crawl, and I added, "I really do not see what the problem, my dear Rudolph. Privacy is just an illusion, and just because you cannot perceive who's watching does not mean you're not being watched." "Hardy, hard," said Rudolph sarcastically. "I am busy, so go away." "Our work and no play has turned you into such a sourpuss, my dear Rudolph," I responded. "I do not need play, I just need peace and quiet so I can get some work done," said Rudolph, giving a sigh of exasperation. And he stayed quiet for some time, stoically ignoring me. And in the end, Sandalus left the room and came back with Sissy Sam, and placing the cat on the table, he immediately proceeded to sit on top of Rudolph's nose and to drop to the floor his accoutrements. And Rudolph placed the cat on the floor, and then the cat proceeded to wrap itself around his leg and to bite it. And I left Rudolph alone with the annoying mouser, which was sitting distracting him from his work. "He won't get any work done if you continue to interrupt him," said Gentinius. "And not everyone can work without sleep," said Gentinius, said Sandalus, bowing. "An interesting stick, I must admit," said Gentinius. "It is not so much a trick as a matter of friendship, and I do not want to sound corny about it, but gods at times can be like people, and it takes time to develop your friendship with them," said Sandalus, smiling. "Ah, that explains it," said Gentinius, pretending to understand. "What does?" asked Sandalus, sensing an implied insult. "Meh," said Gentinius, in mimicry of one of my type of respondents. Sandalus continued his nightly wanderings, and I returned to focus on my immediate vicinity. And I finally noticed Clarissa standing before me, and she had been patiently waiting for me to pay attention to her, and staring at her I said, "Well, what is it?" "I wanted to apologize, and I had no right to make such silly demands of you, and it was harsh but true what you said, and I'm sorry," said Clarissa. "I do not see the need to apologize, Clarissa, and I should have gilded the pill for you, and it is not so much as I prefer the zombie about my current inventory, so much as I'm making amends, and it was my negligence that precipitated their suffering. And as such, I must use all of my powers to help them, even if it's just a little," I said, trying to gild the pill. And Clarissa was quiet for some time, and then she asked, "Gild the pill, what does that even mean?" "It's just one of the many pointless sayings I use from time to time," I explained. "Ah," said Clarissa, pouting and raising an eyebrow. And she yawned and she started leaving. And then she asked, "You think that, instead of a salary, I should get some sort of power?" I gave a sigh, and chuckling Clarissa added, "Can you blame me for trying? Power doesn't guarantee an escape from death," I said to Clarissa. And Clarissa was about to retort when Liz appeared and said, "That's enough, Clarissa." And the girl was not one to argue with Liz, and she bowed and left. And when she was gone, I said to Liz, "What a bother." "What a capricious children you have," he commented, chuckling. "And at least I have kids unlike you," I snapped back. "Ah, touchy, aren't we? And there's no need to be so hostile, and if you wish to be alone, then just say so, and I will make my exit forthwith," said Liz, twirling one of his claws with his index finger. "Nice, fine. So how's the goddess business in doing?" I asked. "You already know, I should assume," answered Leaf. "And yeah, there's really not much to talk about, is there?" I said, pouting. "We could just enjoy the sound of the ocean," suggested Leaf, and we sat together quietly watching the clouds and the moon pass by, and it was rather a peaceful, complacent existence we both shared for a while, and for a moment I allowed myself to forget all my problems, both the real and imaginary ones. Alright, that's the end of that chapter. Bye-bye. God bless. Hello, my name is Teresita, Blanco, the sister, and we're continuing with Saturnastra, Deasura. Well, we're gonna finish it. This is like the last chapter. Chapter 22. Month 9, day 12, year 7. Today we intercepted one of the shipments of a certain Count Unheil, and just like all of the others, he was performing illegal tax evasion in the form of contraband. And they had legitimate goods hiding contraband, and it's usually 90% legit, 10% contraband, and the profits of the sale go unreported. Ergo, we had traditional tax evasion, and usually operations of the sort involve bribes and taking rounds that are usually on patrol by the Navy. And since there has been a gap in the western deserts of the continent, I was ordered to patrol the area and look for these legitimate goods. And there are varying degrees of contraband operations, and on a small scale, these are individual sailors smuggling dragonets, speltos, and enchanted arms inside hidden compartments. And they use the sales in order to speed up the purchases of their own ships, and others involve entire crews and deal with ballistic weapons, gunpowder, armor, swords, precious metals, and lead construction. Constructions made of lead are illegal in the continent, but many crews prefer to sell them illegally because it is such an easy, malleable metal. And my dispersed children in the other ships are also into the contraband game. And they have rough with merchants that will buy and sell anything, so that is why it is often friction between them and the others in Verogero. And part of the proceeds from their operation goes into repaying my kindness. And the irony of the entire situation is not lost upon me, but whatever. And the largest schooner tried to run away, but the modifications the twins have made for our bulky galleon allow us to unpace it. And they were surprising decent. Galleons on average can only run at 6 knots an hour, and ours could go as far as 9 or even 15, which was good considering what we were working with. And as for the schooner, Rudolph and his master had some clever ideas to bridge the gap, and by messing with the wind, the schooner was always flying towards the wind while we sailed with him. So after an uneventful 4-hour chase, we caught our mark. And being a merchant ship, it didn't have plenty of weapons, and whatever ammunition they had was already used up since they were not firing at us. And we got within melee range. They pelted us with bows and occasional bullets, and we waited patiently behind our impenetrable long-range shields. And the shields had a cookie design of my own make, an idea for obtaining ammunition from the enemy, and on contact, the fires would get stuck into an area and placed into the appropriate bind. And it's going to try to dislodge itself from our anchors by cutting the ropes, and Rudolph was in a good fighting sort of mood, so I allowed him to go alone. And fighting on number is always a good exercise, and he was trying the new physical magic, and physical as it did amplify the natural abilities of the user. And Rudolph was lacking in both departments, so at full power he was just a very athletic human. And instead of using his gear Volga, he was using a wooden staff, and the crystal at the tip amplified the blows and had a bit of a taser feel to it. And we were watching the fighting coolly, but eventually the zombies got bored, so they entered as backup, and they riled up the fancy. And they got riled up at the faintest scent of blood, and it's a bit problematic with their eyes rolled back at their head as they cut away into the enemy. Not that it affected their fighting skills much, in fact they got better, and the change was kind of nervy for their opponents. And together with Rudolph, they laid all resistance flat in less than 20 minutes. And I entered the ship once our daggers were nicely wrapped in bows, and the zombies had the bit of a habit of being a bit too literal with my orders. And while the captives were making excuses to Marianne, I went down into the cargo area to examine the goods. And there were the standard goods like grain, textile, coffees, and even sugar, and in the corner there was about a dozen slaves for good measure. And in those situations I confiscated those goods, and they were sent to my sister and managed as she saw fit. As a courtier, I was allowed to take whatever I wanted. And we would get paid once every 3 months, and the salary would be more frequent if we were operating on the mainland. And for now we were at sea, and before sending them on their way, I gave a physical examination to the slaves, and sometimes they were used as mules to smuggle illegal substance. And in the land, the pudgy dragons were always sniffing around for them, and anyone caught smuggling such goods were executed on the spot. And it is for this reason that the sea route was preferable, and the opium trade was not allowed, nor was the San Pedro cactus. And the merchants from Nuhal were raising this desert on a regular basis to get those cactus, and they were mixed with other less harmful spiky varieties like Opportunia and the Feru cactus and the Chin cactus. Marianne gave me the gist of the misinformation provided by the captain, and he was smuggling weapons, and the quartermaster had his own hidden shipment of opiates. And the list went on and on. However, the mastermind behind the evil cacti was a powder monkey named Eddie. And for some reason, there was a booming market in the selling of cacti on the mainland. And ever since Aragon started his flowering program, a demand for different types of vegetation was created. And the cacti were brought in to fill this demand. And it was then that Eddie discovered a different usage for the San Pedro cactus. And following the law of the land, Eddie was as good as dead, along with the quartermaster. As with most things, enforcement of the law was under the jurisdiction of the captain, and none looked upon me with expectation, and whether they live or die, all depended upon me. And Johnny and I said, "You decide what to do with them loose here." And I returned to my ship to sort through the confiscated merchandise, and in the meantime the twins and their assistants were cannibalizing the ship and taking whatever useful material they could find that could still allow the ship to float, and most of the wood was the one used for decoration, and our ship was not pretty in the least, but at least it was not bulky. And it was this lack of decoration which had earned the ship the nickname the Eyesore or the Feasting Seas. And indeed, I often found this galleon to be boring in comparison to my whimsical kite runner, and how I missed my former little ship. And now back on the schooner I had intercepted, the zombies were trying to decipher the decision of Lucier. And one of them said to Lucier, "If they are to leave, raise your left wing." And Lucier, apparently not understanding the question, turned his head sideways, and he scratched his neck with the tip of his hand. And Bonnie Reed moaned and said, "Oh, what about it? Let's just vote on it and continue with our life." "Our captain ordered Lucier to decide, not us," said Rhoda sternly. And for a moment Bonnie wondered if Rhoda was serious or not. And slowly the zombies and some of the other crew members started descending the ship as their task was completed, and in the end the last person to leave the ship was Lucier, when he found himself without any companions. And the shipmates always had a hard time leading with Lucier, and the bizarre and his "I do whatever I want when I want" attitude did not sit well with them. Just the other day, Jean was bathing when Lucier popped his head through the curtain, and expecting Lucier, Jean naturally squealed, and Lucier flinched as if struck by a blow, and then he proceeded to step on Jean's left feet. And it was not a strong step, rather it added to the annoyance of the entire situation, and since the people always locked the door to the bathroom, and we sailed always with the entire cargo, with the exception of the food supply, and I saw the zombie bar coughing up his meal, and shivering he added, "You will not happen to have a horseshoe." "Let me take a look at my stock," I said, shaking my skirt. And I got out a horseshoe, and then I said, "Here you go. It's not the same. I need one that gets the little nails towards it, you know, the one that makes pictures with iron dust," said Zombie Bar, using his paw to throw the horseshoe at the floor. I closed my eyes and looked through my stones. Eventually I found a little piece of lobestones, and lobestones are a rare mineral to find on land. So I always acquired a handful whenever I go deep ocean diving, and there's lots of great stuff under the sea. Anyhow, I get Zombie by the lobestone inside the little pouch, and tied it in a bow around his neck like a collar, and his stomach it got cleaned up as soon as I gave him the lobestone. And not bothering to give sense, Zombie Bar went to warm himself upon the deck. And the day drew on uneventfully as the fog descended through the desert and into the ocean from the mountains. Don't forget Zombie Bar, he'd be a cat. Nothing could be seen all around, but the twins had a compass, so we simply stayed within the course. Month 13, day 27, year 7. It has been decided one without much of a fuss to break the monotony of our oceanic patrol with a little excursion, and most of the scouting work was done by porpoise, which were used to fish alongside from time to time, and the desert was interesting enough for my crew, like an alien light skin. And no had ever seen a place that looked like it since it was a start of winter. The temperature was a pleasant 67 degrees, and it was expected to rise at 74 around noon. And the travel pattern consisted of the 20 zombies, Rhoda, Mary Ann, Sissy Sam, Clarice, Lucier, and Baby. And for being a desert, it had plenty of greenery in this part where we docked. And the southwestern region got rain every once in a while, so it was enough to support cacti, palms, agaves, legumes, and plenty of shrubs. After walking for 20 minutes, we had to stop because he noticed an interesting-looking shrub called Ephedra. And we gathered the shrubs for medicinal purposes, and during the gathering, Baby was bit by a coral snake, and he felt numbness at the arm and started sweating, and he was back to his normal self after a quick panacea spell. And from then on, my crew started walking on pins and needles, and they became aware of plenty of other snake, rats, and lizards. And despite feeling a bit queasy, baby insisted on traveling along with us, and close to noon, Martha flew to our group to check up on us. And she gestured and squatted a lot, and I asked, "Is there something the matter?" And Martha scratched her shoulder with her beak for a moment, and then went back to making her noises, and I started to slowly walk back to the ship to see if she would shut the hell up. And when this now calmed her down, we decided to continue along our way. And we found a bizarre dome-shaped building, and based on the holes on the walls, it was made of brick and concrete. And after walking inside, Dominic and one of the zombies noticed something odd about the wooden floor, and he took hold of a lumberjack axe and hacked away at the floor, and after removing some of the plywood, a basement was seen under the dim light of his lantern. Says hidden basement always held good if we would set about looking for the true entrance of this basement. And it was discovered outside, partially covered by sand and shadowed by some shrubs. And we pulled the iron door open and peered into the dark stony staircase. And the sun was slowly moving behind the mountains, and we had about 2 hours of sunlight left. And after going upstairs, we opened an iron door which was almost rusted shut, and the walls were lined with mirrors, and the floor had a carpet that dulled each step, and at the center there was a large bucket filled with water, and it was big enough to fit one person. And I noticed that behind the mirror there was a fake door, and beyond it was one of those cushioned rooms where you would usually put crazy people in the middle of it. And behind another mirror there was a music room with varieties of broken instruments, and the only one in one piece was a glass harmonica. And baby asked, "What is that?" "It's a glass harmonica," and taking a bit of water from the canteen, I lubricated the harmonica, and then I played them for them, the dance of the sugar plum fairy on the glass harmonica. And we took the glass harmonica out of the basement and closed the door behind us, and it was a humorous acquisition. And we arrived in time for supper, and Gideon had made an amazing beef stew filled with sweet potatoes, spinach, peas, cod liver, and oil. After finding this first interesting trinket, we decided to go exploring whenever the opportunity arose. Month 15, day 30, year 7. The new year is just around the corner, and while explaining quirks about my people and my tradition, the idea of celebrating birthdays became prominent. And traditionally, birthday celebrations were frowned upon by the priest of Lara as an immoral ostentation. And as with every recent personal holidays were demonized, where religious ones were celebration were put on their pedestal. And the idea was popularized in my ship after celebrating the celebration of Farah, baby, and Clarissa's birthday. And the first was to catch on to this idea with the zombies and other marine companions, and even Lucia seemed livelier during the festivities. And after getting a brief survey of the days, most of them fell on the winter and in the midsummer. And the new year also became a subject of much conversation. And the celebration that seemed mundane to me were treated like a novel, imaginary idea for my crew. And considering the day-to-day monotony that had become our lives as courtiers, we welcome any change to liven up our dreary existence. And despite the festivities, we couldn't shake the feeling of doom and gloom, and many times I would find Lucy or Rhoda staring blankly at the ocean, just waiting, with eyes of fixed like those of a madman. And yet Tyrius too had finally broken the terrible news to his apprentice, and at the rate Rhoda's rate of growth, he was to become a mediocre magus at best. And aside from shallow mimicry, Rudolph had failed to do anything else, and mind you, he was stronger than many of his contemporaries. However, for our purposes, he's completely useless, even with the Geaboka I give to him. And I said to him, there's nothing to be ashamed of, Rudolph, and there are thousands of other mages who never amounted to much in their life. Even as undead, they were poor spellcaster. This is not helping me one bit, Deasura, said Rudolph flatly. On the outside, you will no longer suffer from spell exhaustion if you cast my drift, I said, smiling. You can cast away and nothing bad will happen to you. Very clever, Captain. And why don't you make yourself useful and inform us of our next mission, said Rudolph coolly. And since we would have continued the same as before, and the missions from the budget dragons have become less frequent, and even the salaries have started to decrease. And based on the dragon's peripheral memory, the guy managing my case has started to dip into my cookie jar. And I decided to send Sanders to deal with the problem, and he says his stare has a way of unnerving people. And as of now, the twins are getting the ship back up north, and the northern waters provide better fishing grounds. And I sat down in my chair by the railings facing the moon, and under the lustrous, tenuous light of Titan, I closed my eyes and started to dream. And it had been a while since I had slept, and my apprehension with my surroundings had created in me a state of perpetual alertness. And even the slightest sound of movement makes me paranoid, and I dream of pale figures dressed in colorless dresses, and and the star of spores was painted in black and white. As for the sky, it was an aqueous blue. And I eventually arrived at my bed, whose head her curtain was floating in the shape of a dome, and sleeping on the floor there was a red-headed gentleman dressed like a Moor, and a maiden wrapped in a white sheet stares down at his sleeping face. However, it is her shade, and the strange creature behind her that draws my attention. And it walks and bends like a splash of oil suspended upon a wave, and the oil grows and devours everything around it till it is all turned black as night. And about through the mass of infinite darkness, yet I was able to discern something in the distance, and as I got closer I was able to see something blue. And once I was standing before it, was like two stained glass windows, and the ring continued with a safe ever floor, from the azure to the ebony to the black again. And when I awoke, I found myself to be alone. Alright, so that's the end of Saturnastra de Deasura. Bye bye and God bless.